The Red Pyramid by Rick Riordan. Book 1. Part 1. Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1. A Death at the Needle. We only have a few hours, so listen carefully. If you're hearing this story, you're already in danger. Sadie and I might be your only chance. Go to the school. Find the locker. I won't tell you which school or which locker, because if you're the right person, you'll find it. The combination is 13/32/33. By the time you finish listening, you'll know what those numbers mean. Just remember the story we're about to tell you isn't complete yet. How it ends will depend on you. The most important thing, when you open the package and find what's inside, don't keep it longer than a week. Sure, it'll be tempting. It will grant you almost unlimited power. But if you possess it too long, it will consume you. Learn its secrets quickly and pass it on. Hide it for the next person the way Sadie and I did for you. Then be prepared for your life to get very interesting. Okay, Sadie is telling me to stop stalling and get on with the story. Fine. I guess it started in London, the night our dad blew up the British Museum. My name is Carter Kane. I'm 14 and my home is a suitcase. You think I'm kidding? Since I was 8 years old, my dad and I have traveled the world. I was born in LA, but my dad's an archaeologist, so his work takes him all over. Mostly we go to Egypt, since that's his specialty. Go into a bookstore, find a book about Egypt. There's a pretty good chance it was written by Dr. Julius Kane. You want to know how Egyptians pulled the brains out of mummies, or built the pyramids, or cursed King Tut's tomb? My dad is your man. Of course, there are other reasons my dad moved around so much, but I didn't know his secret back then. I didn't go to school. My dad homeschooled me, if you can call it homeschooling when you don't have a home. He sort of taught me whatever he thought was important, so I learned a lot about Egypt and basketball stats and my dad's favorite musicians. I read a lot, too. Pretty much anything I could get my hands on, from dad's history books to fantasy novels, because I spent a lot of time sitting around in hotels and airports and dig sites in foreign countries where I didn't know anybody. My dad was always telling me to put the book down and play some ball. You ever try to start a game of pickup basketball in Aswan, Egypt? It's not easy. Anyway, my dad trained me early to keep all my possessions in a single suitcase that fits in an airplane's overhead compartment. My dad packed the same way, except he was allowed an extra work bag for his archaeology tools. Rule number 1. I was not allowed to look in his work bag. That's a rule I never broke until the day of the explosion. It happened on Christmas Eve. We were in London for visitation day with my sister, Sadie. See, Dad's only allowed 2 days a year with her, one in the winter, one in the summer, because our grandparents hate him. After our mom died, her parents, our grandparents, had this big court battle with Dad. After 6 lawyers, 2 fistfights, and a near-fatal attack with a spatula, don't ask, they won the right to keep Sadie with them in England. She was only 6, 2 years younger than me, and they couldn't keep us both. At least that was their excuse for not taking me. So Sadie was raised as a British school kid, and I traveled around with my dad. We only saw Sadie twice a year, which was fine with me. Shut up, Sadie. Yes, I'm getting to that part. So anyway, my dad and I had just flown into Heathrow after a couple of delays. It was a drizzly, cold afternoon. The whole taxi ride into the city, my dad seemed kind of nervous. Now, my dad is a big guy. You wouldn't think anything could make him nervous. He has dark brown skin like mine, piercing brown eyes, a bald head, and a goatee, so he looks like a buff, evil scientist. That afternoon he wore his cashmere winter coat and his best brown suit, the one he used for public lectures. Usually he exudes so much confidence that he dominates any room he walks into, but sometimes, like that afternoon, I saw another side to him that I didn't really understand. He kept looking over his shoulder like we were being hunted. Dad, I said as we were getting off the A40. What's wrong? No sign of them, he muttered. Then he must have realized he'd spoken aloud, because he looked at me kind of startled. Nothing, Carter. Everything's fine. Which bothered me because my dad's a terrible liar. I always knew when he was hiding something, but I also knew no amount of pestering would get the truth out of him. He was probably trying to protect me, though from what I didn't know. Sometimes I wondered if he had some dark secret in his past, some old enemy following him, maybe, but the idea seemed ridiculous. Dad was just an archaeologist. The other thing that troubled me, Dad was clutching his work bag. Usually when he does that, it means we're in danger. Like the time gunmen stormed our hotel in Cairo. I heard shots coming from the lobby and ran downstairs to check on my dad. By the time I got there, he was just calmly zipping up his work bag while 3 unconscious gunmen hung by their feet from the chandelier, their robes falling over their heads so you could see their boxer shorts. Dad claimed not to have witnessed anything, and in the end the police blamed a freak chandelier malfunction. Another time we got caught in a riot in Paris. My dad found the nearest parked car, pushed me into the back seat, and told me to stay down. I pressed myself against the floorboards and kept my eyes shut tight. I could hear Dad in the driver's seat, rummaging in his bag, mumbling something to himself while the mob yelled and destroyed things outside. A few minutes later, he told me it was safe to get up. Every other car on the block had been overturned and set on fire. Our car had been freshly washed and polished, and several 20-euro notes had been tucked under the windshield wipers. Anyway, I'd come to respect the bag. It was our good luck charm. But when my dad kept it close, it meant we were going to need good luck. We drove through the city center, heading east toward my grandparents' flat. We passed the golden gates of Buckingham Palace, the big stone column in Trafalgar Square. London is a pretty cool place, but after you've traveled for so long, all cities start to blend together. Other kids I meet sometimes say, "Wow, you're so lucky you get to travel so much." But it's not like we spend our time sightseeing or have a lot of money to travel in style. We've stayed in some pretty rough places, and we hardly ever stay anywhere longer than a few days. Most of the time it feels like we're fugitives rather than tourists. I mean, you wouldn't think my dad's work was dangerous. He does lectures on topics like, can Egyptian magic really kill you? And favorite punishments in the Egyptian underworld, and other stuff most people wouldn't care about. But like I said, there's that other side to him. He's always very cautious, checking every hotel room before he lets me walk into it. He'll dart into a museum to see some artifacts, take a few notes, and rush out again like he's afraid to be caught on the security cameras. One time when I was younger, we raced across the Charles de Gaulle airport to catch a last-minute flight, and Dad didn't relax until the plane was off the ground. I asked him point blank what he was running from, and he looked at me like I just pulled the pin out of a grenade. For a second I was scared he might actually tell me the truth. Then he said, "Carter, it's nothing." As if nothing were the most terrible thing in the world. After that, I decided maybe it was better not to ask questions. My grandparents, the Fausts, live in a housing development near Canary Wharf, right on the banks of the River Thames. The taxi let us off at the curb, and my dad asked the driver to wait. We were halfway up the walk when Dad froze. He turned and looked behind us. "What?" I asked. Then I saw the man in the trench coat. He was across the street, leaning against a big dead tree. He was barrel-shaped, with skin the color of roasted coffee. His coat and black pinstriped suit looked expensive. He had long braided hair and wore a black fedora pulled down low over his dark round glasses. He reminded me of a jazz musician, the kind my dad would always drag me to see in concert. Even though I couldn't see his eyes, I got the impression he was watching us. He might have been an old friend or colleague of Dad's. No matter where we went, Dad was always running into people he knew. But it did seem strange that the guy was waiting here, outside my grandparents. And he didn't look happy. "Carter," my dad said, "go on ahead. But get your sister. I'll meet you back at the taxi." He crossed the street toward the man in the trench coat, which left me with two choices: follow my dad and see what was going on, or do what I was told. I decided on the slightly less dangerous path. I went to retrieve my sister. Before I could even knock, Sadie opened the door. "Late as usual," she said. She was holding her cat, Muffin, who'd been a going-away gift from Dad 6 years before. Muffin never seemed to get older or bigger. She had fuzzy yellow and black fur like a miniature leopard, alert yellow eyes, and pointy ears that were too tall for her head. A silver Egyptian pendant dangled from her collar. She didn't look anything like a muffin, but Sadie had been little when she named her, so I guess you have to cut her some slack. Sadie hadn't changed much either since last summer. As I'm recording this, she's standing next to me, glaring, so I'd better be careful how I describe her. You would never guess she's my sister. First of all, she'd been living in England so long she has a British accent. Second, she takes after our mom, who was white, so Sadie's skin is much lighter than mine. She has straight caramel-colored hair, not exactly blonde but not brown, which she usually dyes with streaks of bright colors. That day it had red streaks down the left side. Her eyes are blue. I'm serious. Blue eyes just like our mom's. She's only 12, but she's exactly as tall as me, which is really annoying. She was chewing gum as usual, dressed for her day out with Dad in battered jeans, a leather jacket, and combat boots, like she was going to a concert and was hoping to stomp on some people. She had headphones dangling around her neck in case we bored her. Okay. She didn't hit me, so I guess I did an okay job of describing her. Our plane was late, I told her. She popped a bubble, rubbed Muffin's head, and tossed the cat inside. Gran going out. From somewhere in the house, Grandma Faust said something I couldn't make out. Probably, "Don't let them in." Sadie closed the door and regarded me as if I were a dead mouse her cat had just dragged in. "So, here you are again." "Yep. Come on, then." She sighed. "Let's get on with it." That's the way she was. "No, hi. How you been the last 6 months? So glad to see you." Or anything. But that was okay with me. When you only see each other twice a year, it's like you're distant cousins rather than siblings. We had absolutely nothing in common except our parents. We trudged down the steps. I was thinking how she smelled like a combination of old people's house and bubble gum when she stopped so abruptly. I ran into her. "Who's that?" she asked. I'd almost forgotten about the dude in the trench coat. He and my dad were standing across the street next to the big tree, having what looked like a serious argument. Dad's back was turned so I couldn't see his face, but he gestured with his hands like he does when he's agitated. The other guy scowled and shook his head. "Dunno," I said. "He was there when we pulled up. He looks familiar." Sadie frowned like she was trying to remember. "Come on. Dad wants us to wait in the cab," I said, even though I knew it was no use. Sadie was already on the move. Instead of going straight across the street, she dashed up the sidewalk for half a block, ducking behind cars, then crossed to the opposite side and crouched under a low stone wall. She started sneaking toward our dad. I didn't have much choice but to follow her example, even though it made me feel kind of stupid. 6 years in England, I muttered. And she thinks she's James Bond. Sadie swatted me without looking back and kept creeping forward. A couple more steps and we were right behind the big dead tree. I could hear my dad on the other side, saying, "Have to, Amos. You know it's the right thing." "No," said the other man, who must have been Amos. His voice was deep and even very insistent. His accent was American. "If I don't stop you, Julius, they will. The per-ank is shadowing you." Sadie turned to me and mouthed the words, "Per what?" I shook my head, just as mystified. "Let's get out of here," I whispered, because I figured we'd be spotted any minute and get in serious trouble. Sadie, of course, ignored me. "They don't know my plan," my father was saying. "By the time they figure it out." "And the children?" Amos asked. The hairs stood up on the back of my neck. "What about them?" "I've made arrangements to protect them," my dad said. "Besides, if I don't do this, we're all in danger. Now, back off." "I can't, Julius." "Then it's a duel you want?" Dad's tone turned deadly serious. "You never could beat me, Amos." I hadn't seen my dad get violent since the Great Spatula incident, and I wasn't anxious to see a repeat of that, but the two men seemed to be edging toward a fight. Before I could react, Sadie popped up and shouted, "Dad!" He looked surprised when she tackle-hugged him, but not nearly as surprised as the other guy, Amos. He backed up so quickly, he tripped over his own trench coat. He'd taken off his glasses. I couldn't help thinking that Sadie was right. He did look familiar, like a very distant memory. I must be going," he said. He straightened his fedora and lumbered down the road. Our dad watched him go. He kept one arm protectively around Sadie and one hand inside the work bag slung over his shoulder. Finally, when Amos disappeared around the corner, Dad relaxed. He took his hand out of the bag and smiled at Sadie. "Hello, sweetheart." Sadie pushed away from him and crossed her arms. "Oh, now it's sweetheart, is it? You're late. Visitation day's nearly over. And what was that about? Who's Amos? And what's the per ank?" Dad stiffened. He glanced at me like he was wondering how much we'd overheard. "It's nothing," he said, trying to sound upbeat. "I have a wonderful evening planned. Who'd like a private tour of the British Museum?" Sadie slumped in the back of the taxi between Dad and me. "I can't believe it," she grumbled. "One evening together, and you want to do research." Dad tried for a smile. "Sweetheart, it'll be fun. The curator of the Egyptian collection personally invited. Right, big surprise." Sadie blew a strand of red-streaked hair out of her face. "Christmas Eve, and we're going to see some moldy old relics from Egypt. Do you ever think about anything else?" Dad didn't get mad. He never gets mad at Sadie. He just stared out the window at the darkening sky and the rain. "Yes," he said quietly. "I do." Whenever Dad got quiet like that and stared off into nowhere, I knew he was thinking about our mom. The last few months, it had been happening a lot. I'd walk into our hotel room and find him with his cell phone in his hands. Mom's picture smiling up at him from the screen. Her hair tucked under a headscarf. Her blue eyes startlingly bright against the desert backdrop. Or we'd be at some dig site. I'd see Dad staring at the horizon, and I'd know he was remembering how he'd met her. Two young scientists in the Valley of the Kings, on a dig to discover a lost tomb. Dad was an Egyptologist. Mom was an anthropologist looking for ancient DNA. He told me the story 1,000 times. Our taxi snaked its way along the banks of the Thames. Just past Waterloo Bridge, my dad tensed. "Driver," he said, "stop here a moment." The cabbie pulled over on the Victoria Embankment. "What is it, Dad?" I asked. He got out of the cab like he hadn't heard me. When Sadie and I joined him on the sidewalk, he was staring up at Cleopatra's Needle. In case you've never seen it, the needle is an obelisk, not a needle, and it doesn't have anything to do with Cleopatra. I guess the British just thought the name sounded cool when they brought it to London. It's about 70 feet tall, which would have been really impressive back in ancient Egypt. But on the Thames, with all the tall buildings around, it looks small and sad. You could drive right by it and not even realize you just passed something that was 1,000 years older than the city of London. God! Sadie walked around in a frustrated circle. "Do we have to stop for every monument?" My dad stared at the top of the obelisk. "I had to see it again," he murmured. "Where it happened." A freezing wind blew off the river. I wanted to get back in the cab, but my dad was really starting to worry me. I'd never seen him so distracted. "What, Dad?" I asked. "What happened here?" "The last place I saw her." Sadie stopped pacing. She scowled at me uncertainly, then back at Dad. "Hang on. Do you mean Mum?" Dad brushed Sadie's hair behind her ear, and she was so surprised. She didn't even push him away. I felt like the rain had frozen me solid. Mom's death had always been a forbidden subject. I knew she'd died in an accident in London. I knew my grandparents blamed my dad, but no one would ever tell us the details. I'd given up asking my dad, partly because it made him so sad, partly because he absolutely refused to tell me anything. "When you're older" was all he would say, which was the most frustrating response ever. "You're telling us she died here," I said. "At Cleopatra's Needle? What happened?" He lowered his head. "Dad," Sadie protested, "I go past this every day, and you mean to say, all this time, and I didn't even know? Do you still have your cat?" Dad asked her, which seemed like a really stupid question. "Of course I've still got the cat," she said. "What does that have to do with anything?" "And your amulet?" Sadie's hand went to her neck. When we were little, right before Sadie went to live with our grandparents, Dad had given us both Egyptian amulets. Mine was an Eye of Horus, which was a popular protection symbol in ancient Egypt. In fact, my dad says the modern pharmacist symbol is a simplified version of the Eye of Horus, because medicine is supposed to protect you. Anyway, I always wore my amulet under my shirt, but I figured Sadie would have lost hers or thrown it away. To my surprise, she nodded. "Course I have it, Dad, but don't change the subject." Gran's always going on about how you caused Mum's death. That's not true, is it? We waited. For once, Sadie and I wanted exactly the same thing, the truth. The night your mother died, my father started. Here at the needle. A sudden flash illuminated the embankment. I turned half-blind, and just for a moment I glimpsed two figures. A tall, pale man with a forked beard and wearing cream-colored robes, and a coppery-skinned girl in dark blue robes and a headscarf, the kind of clothes I'd seen hundreds of times in Egypt. They were just standing there side by side, not 20 feet away, watching us. Then the light faded. The figures melted into a fuzzy afterimage. When my eyes readjusted to the darkness, they were gone. Sadie said nervously. Did you just see that? Get in the cab, my dad said, pushing us toward the curb. We're out of time. From that point on, Dad clammed up. This isn't the place to talk, he said, glancing behind us. He'd promised the cabbie an extra 10 pounds if he got us to the museum in under 5 minutes. And the cabbie was doing his best. Dad, I tried. Those people at the river. And the other bloke, Amos, Sadie said. Are they Egyptian police or something? Look, both of you, Dad said. I'm going to need your help tonight. I know it's hard, but you have to be patient. I'll explain everything, I promise, after we get to the museum. I'm going to make everything right again. What do you mean? Sadie insisted. Make what right? Dad's expression was more than sad. It was almost guilty. With a chill, I thought about what Sadie had said. About our grandparents blaming him for Mom's death. That couldn't be what he was talking about. Could it? The cabbie swerved onto Great Russell Street and screeched to a halt in front of the museum's main gates. Just follow my lead, Dad told us. When we meet the curator, act normal. I was thinking that Sadie never acted normal, but I decided not to say anything. We climbed out of the cab. I got our luggage while Dad paid the driver with a big wad of cash. Then he did something strange. He threw a handful of small objects into the back seat. They looked like stones, but it was too dark for me to be sure. Keep driving, he told the cabbie. Take us to Chelsea. That made no sense since we were already out of the cab, but the driver sped off. I glanced at Dad, then back at the cab, and before it turned the corner and disappeared in the dark, I caught a weird glimpse of 3 passengers in the back seat. A man and 2 kids. I blinked. There was no way the cab could have picked up another fare so fast. Dad, London cabs don't stay empty very long, he said matter-of-factly. Come along, kids. He marched off through the wrought iron gates. For a second, Sadie and I hesitated. Carter, what is going on? I shook my head. I'm not sure I want to know. Well, stay out here in the cold if you want. But I'm not leaving without an explanation. She turned and marched after our dad. Looking back on it, I should have run. I should have dragged Sadie out of there and gotten as far away as possible. Instead, I followed her through the gates. Chapter 2. An Explosion for Christmas. I'd been to the British Museum before. In fact, I've been in more museums than I like to admit. It makes me sound like a total geek. That's Sadie in the background, yelling that I am a total geek. Thanks, sis. Anyway, the museum was closed and completely dark, but the curator and 2 security guards were waiting for us on the front steps. Dr. Kane. The curator was a greasy little dude in a cheap suit. I'd seen mummies with more hair and better teeth. He shook my dad's hand like he was meeting a rock star. Your last paper on Imhotep, brilliant. I don't know how you translated those spells. Imho-who, Sadie muttered to me. Imhotep, I said. High priest architect. Some say he was a magician. Designed the first step pyramid. You know. Don't know, Sadie said. Don't care. But thanks. Dad expressed his gratitude to the curator for hosting us on a holiday. Then he put his hand on my shoulder. Dr. Martin, I'd like you to meet Carter and Sadie. Ah, your son, obviously, and... The curator looked hesitantly at Sadie. And this young lady? My daughter, Dad said. Dr. Martin's stare went temporarily blank. Doesn't matter how open-minded or polite people think they are. There's always that moment of confusion that flashes across their faces when they realize Sadie is part of our family. I hate it, but over the years I've come to expect it. The curator regained his smile. Yes, yes, of course. Right this way, Dr. Kane. We're very honored. The security guards locked the doors behind us. They took our luggage. Then one of them reached for Dad's work bag. Ah, no, Dad said with a tight smile. I'll keep this one. The guards stayed in the foyer as we followed the curator into the great court. It was ominous at night. Dim light from the glass-domed ceiling cast crosshatched shadows across the walls like a giant spiderweb. Our footsteps clicked on the white marble floor. So, Dad said, the stone. Yes, the curator said, though I can't imagine what new information you could glean from it. It's been studied to death. Our most famous artifact, of course. Of course, Dad said. But you may be surprised. What's he on about now? Sadie whispered to me. I didn't answer. I had a sneaking suspicion what stone they were talking about, but I couldn't figure out why Dad would drag us out on Christmas Eve to see it. I wondered what he'd been about to tell us at Cleopatra's Needle. Something about our mother and the night she died. And why did he keep glancing around as if he expected those strange people we'd seen at the Needle to pop up again? We were locked in a museum surrounded by guards and high-tech security. Nobody could bother us in here, I hoped. We turned left into the Egyptian wing. The walls were lined with massive statues of the pharaohs and gods. But my dad bypassed them all and went straight for the main attraction in the middle of the room. Beautiful, my father murmured. And it's not a replica? No, no, the curator promised. We don't always keep the actual stone on display, but for you, this is quite real. We were staring at a slab of dark gray rock about 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It sat on a pedestal, encased in a glass box. The flat surface of the stone was chiseled with 3 distinct bands of writing. The top part was ancient Egyptian picture writing, hieroglyphics. The middle section, I had to rack my brain to remember what my dad called it. Demotic, a kind of writing from the period when the Greeks controlled Egypt and a lot of Greek words got mixed into Egyptian. The last lines were in Greek. The Rosetta Stone, I said. Isn't that a computer program? Sadie asked. I wanted to tell her how stupid she was, but the curator cut me off with a nervous laugh. Young lady, the Rosetta Stone was the key to deciphering hieroglyphics. It was discovered by Napoleon's army in 1799 and... Oh, right, Sadie said. I remember now. I knew she was just saying that to shut him up, but my dad wouldn't let it go. Sadie, he said, until this stone was discovered, regular mortals... no one had been able to read hieroglyphics for centuries. The written language of Egypt had been completely forgotten. Then an Englishman named Thomas Young proved that the Rosetta Stone's 3 languages all conveyed the same message. A Frenchman named Champollion took up the work and cracked the code of hieroglyphics. Sadie chewed her gum, unimpressed. What's it say, then? Dad shrugged. Nothing important. It's basically a thank you letter from some priests to King Ptolemy V. When it was first carved, the stone was no big deal. But over the centuries, it has become a powerful symbol. Perhaps the most important connection between ancient Egypt and the modern world. I was a fool not to realize its potential sooner. He'd lost me, and apparently the curator too. Dr. Kane, he asked, are you quite all right? Dad breathed deeply. My apologies, Dr. Martin. I was just thinking aloud. If I could have the glass removed, and if you could bring me the papers I asked for from your archives. Dr. Martin nodded. He pressed a code into a small remote control, and the front of the glass box clicked open. It will take a few minutes to retrieve the notes, Dr. Martin said. For anyone else, I would hesitate to grant unguarded access to the stone, as you've requested. I trust you'll be careful. He glanced at us kids like we were troublemakers. We'll be careful, Dad promised. As soon as Dr. Martin's steps receded, Dad turned to us with a frantic look in his eyes. Children, this is very important. You have to stay out of this room. He slipped his work bag off his shoulder and unzipped it just enough to pull out a bike chain and padlock. Follow Dr. Martin. You'll find his office at the end of the great court on the left. There's only one entrance. Once he's inside, wrap this around the door handles and lock it tight. We need to delay him. You want us to lock him in? Sadie asked, suddenly interested. Brilliant. Dad, I said. What's going on? We don't have time for explanations, he said. This will be our only chance. They're coming. Who's coming? Sadie asked. He took Sadie by the shoulders. Sweetheart, I love you. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for many things, but there's no time now. If this works, I promise I'll make everything better for all of us. Carter, you're my brave man. You have to trust me. Remember, lock up Dr. Martin. Then stay out of this room. Chaining the curator's door was easy. But as soon as we'd finished, we looked back the way we'd come and saw blue light streaming from the Egyptian gallery, as if our dad had installed a giant glowing aquarium. Sadie locked eyes with me. Honestly, do you have any idea what he's up to? None, I said. But he's been acting strange lately, thinking a lot about Mom. He keeps her picture. I didn't want to say more. Fortunately, Sadie nodded like she understood. What's in his work bag? She asked. I don't know. He told me never to look. Sadie raised an eyebrow. And you never did? God, that is so like you, Carter. You're hopeless. I wanted to defend myself, but just then a tremor shook the floor. Startled, Sadie grabbed my arm. He told us to stay put. I suppose you're going to follow that order too. Actually, that order was sounding pretty good to me, but Sadie sprinted down the hall, and after a moment's hesitation, I ran after her. When we reached the entrance of the Egyptian gallery, we stopped dead in our tracks. Our dad stood in front of the Rosetta Stone with his back to us. A blue circle glowed on the floor around him, as if someone had switched on hidden neon tubes in the floor. My dad had thrown off his overcoat. His work bag lay open at his feet, revealing a wooden box about 2 feet long, painted with Egyptian images. What's he holding? Sadie whispered to me. Is that a boomerang? Sure enough, when Dad raised his hand, he was brandishing a curved white stick. It did look like a boomerang, but instead of throwing the stick, he touched it to the Rosetta Stone. Sadie caught her breath. Dad was writing on the stone. Wherever the boomerang made contact, glowing blue lines appeared on the granite. Hieroglyphs. It made no sense. How could he write glowing words with a stick? But the image was bright and clear. Ram's horns above a box and an X. Open, Sadie murmured. I stared at her because it sounded like she had just translated the word, but that was impossible. I'd been hanging around Dad for years, and even I could read only a few hieroglyphs. They are seriously hard to learn. Dad raised his arms. He chanted, Wasir, Iei, and 2 more hieroglyphic symbols burned, blue against the surface of the Rosetta Stone. As stunned as I was, I recognized the first symbol. It was the name of the Egyptian god of the dead. Wasir, I whispered. I'd never heard it pronounced that way, but I knew what it meant. Osiris. Osiris, come, Sadie said, as if in a trance. Then her eyes widened. No, she shouted. Dad, no. Our father turned in surprise. He started to say, children, but it was too late. The ground rumbled. The blue light turned to searing white, and the Rosetta Stone exploded. When I regained consciousness, the first thing I heard was laughter. Horrible, gleeful laughter mixed with the blare of the museum's security alarms. I felt like I'd just been run over by a tractor. I sat up, dazed, and spit a piece of Rosetta Stone out of my mouth. The gallery was in ruins. Waves of fire rippled in pools along the floor. Giant statues had toppled. Sarcophagi had been knocked off their pedestals. Pieces of the Rosetta Stone had exploded outward with such force that they'd embedded themselves in the columns, the walls, the other exhibits. Sadie was passed out next to me, but she looked unharmed. I shook her shoulder, and she grunted. Ugh! In front of us, where the Rosetta Stone had been, stood a smoking, sheared-off pedestal. The floor was blackened in a starburst pattern, except for the glowing blue circle around our father. He was facing our direction, but he didn't seem to be looking at us. A bloody cut ran across his scalp. He gripped the boomerang tightly. I didn't understand what he was looking at. Then the horrible laughter echoed around the room again, and I realized it was coming from right in front of me. Something stood between our father and us. At first, I could barely make it out, just a flicker of heat. But as I concentrated, it took on a vague form, the fiery outline of a man. He was taller than Dad, and his laugh cut through me like a chainsaw. "Well done," he said to my father. "Very well done, Julius. You were not summoned." My father's voice trembled. He held up the boomerang, but the fiery man flicked one finger, and the stick flew from Dad's hand, shattering against the wall. "I am never summoned, Julius," the man purred. "But when you open a door, you must be prepared for guests to walk through." "Back to the do-it," my father roared. "I have the power of the great king." "Oh, scary," the fiery man said with amusement. "And even if you knew how to use that power, which you do not, he was never my match. I am the strongest. Now you will share his fate." I couldn't make sense of anything, but I knew that I had to help my dad. I tried to pick up the nearest chunk of stone, but I was so terrified my fingers felt frozen and numb. My hands were useless. Dad shot me a silent look of warning. "Get out." I realized he was intentionally keeping the fiery man's back to us, hoping Sadie and I would escape unnoticed. Sadie was still groggy. I managed to drag her behind a column, into the shadows. When she started to protest, I clamped my hand over her mouth. That woke her up. She saw what was happening and stopped fighting. Alarms blared. Fire circled around the doorways of the gallery. The guards had to be on their way, but I wasn't sure if that was a good thing for us. Dad crouched to the floor, keeping his eyes on his enemy, and opened his painted wooden box. He brought out a small rod like a ruler. He muttered something under his breath, and the rod elongated into a wooden staff as tall as he was. Sadie made a squeaking sound. I couldn't believe my eyes either, but things only got weirder. Dad threw his staff at the fiery man's feet, and it changed into an enormous serpent, 10 feet long and as big around as I was, with coppery scales and glowing red eyes. It lunged at the fiery man, who effortlessly grabbed the serpent by its neck. The man's hand burst into white-hot flames, and the snake burned to ashes. "An old trick, Julius," the fiery man chided. My dad glanced at us, silently urging us again to run. Part of me refused to believe any of this was real. Maybe I was unconscious, having a nightmare. Next to me, Sadie picked up a chunk of stone. "How many?" my dad asked quickly, trying to keep the fiery man's attention. "How many did I release?" "Why, all 5, the man said, as if explaining something to a child. "You should know we're a package deal, Julius. Soon I'll release even more, and they'll be very grateful. I shall be named king again." "The demon days," my father said. "They'll stop you before it's too late." The fiery man laughed. "You think the house can stop me? Those old fools can't even stop arguing among themselves. Now let the story be told anew. And this time you shall never rise." The fiery man waved his hand. The blue circle at Dad's feet went dark. Dad grabbed for his toolbox, but it skittered across the floor. "Goodbye, Osiris," the fiery man said. With another flick of his hand, he conjured a glowing coffin around our dad. At first it was transparent, but as our father struggled and pounded on its sides, the coffin became more and more solid. A golden Egyptian sarcophagus inlaid with jewels. My dad caught my eyes one last time, and mouthed the word "run," before the coffin sank into the floor, as if the ground had turned to water. "Dad!" I screamed. Sadie threw her stone, but it sailed harmlessly through the fiery man's head. He turned, and for one terrible moment, his face appeared in the flames. What I saw made no sense. It was as if someone had superimposed 2 different faces on top of each other. One almost human, with pale skin, cruel, angular features, and glowing red eyes. The other like an animal with dark fur and sharp fangs. Worse than a dog or a wolf or a lion. Some animal I'd never seen before. Those red eyes stared at me, and I knew I was going to die. Behind me, heavy footsteps echoed on the marble floor of the great court. Voices were barking orders. The security guards, maybe the police, but they'd never get here in time. The fiery man lunged at us. A few inches from my face, something shoved him backward. The air sparked with electricity. The amulet around my neck grew uncomfortably hot. The fiery man hissed, regarding me more carefully. So, it's you. The building shook again. At the opposite end of the room, part of the wall exploded in a brilliant flash of light. Two people stepped through the gap, the man and the girl we'd seen at the Needle, their robes swirling around them. Both of them held staffs. The fiery man snarled. He looked at me one last time and said, "Soon, boy." Then the entire room erupted in flames. A blast of heat sucked all the air out my lungs and I crumpled to the floor. The last thing I remember, the man with the forked beard and the girl in blue were standing over me. I heard the security guards running and shouting, getting closer. The girl crouched over me and drew a long curved knife from her belt. "We must act quickly," she told the man. "Not yet," he said with some reluctance. His thick accent sounded French. "We must be sure before we destroy them." I closed my eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. Imprisoned with my cat. Give me the bloody mic. Hello. Sadie here. My brother's a rubbish storyteller. Sorry about that. But now you've got me, so all is well. Let's see. The explosion. Rosetta Stone in a billion pieces. Fiery evil bloke. Dad boxed in a coffin. Creepy Frenchman and Arab girl with the knife. Us passing out. Right. So when I woke up, the police were rushing about as you might expect. They separated me from my brother. I didn't really mind that part. He's a pain anyway. But they locked me in the curator's office for ages. And yes, they used our bicycle chain to do it. Cretins. I was shattered, of course. I'd just been knocked out by a fiery whatever it was. I'd watched my dad get packed in a sarcophagus and shot through the floor. I tried to tell the police about all that. But did they care? No. Worst of all, I had a lingering chill, as if someone was pushing ice-cold needles into the back of my neck. It had started when I looked at those blue glowing words Dad had drawn on the Rosetta Stone, and I knew what they meant. A family disease, perhaps? Can knowledge of boring Egyptian stuff be hereditary? With my luck, long after my gum had gone stale, a policewoman finally retrieved me from the curator's office. She asked me no questions. She just trundled me into a police car and took me home. Even then, I wasn't allowed to explain to Gran and Gramps. The policewoman just tossed me into my room and I waited. And waited. I don't like waiting. I paced the floor. My room was nothing posh. Just an attic space with a window and a bed and a desk. There wasn't much to do. Muffin sniffed my legs and her tail puffed up like a bottle brush. I suppose she doesn't fancy the smell of museums. She hissed and disappeared under the bed. "Thanks a lot," I muttered. I opened the door, but the policewoman was standing guard. "The inspector will be with you in a moment," she told me. "Please stay inside." I could see downstairs, just a glimpse of Gramps pacing the room, wringing his hands, while Carter and a police inspector talked on the sofa. I couldn't make out what they were saying. "Could I just use the loo?" I asked the nice officer. "No," she closed the door in my face, as if I might rig an explosion in the toilet. Honestly, I dug out my iPod and scrolled through my playlist. Nothing struck me. I threw it on my bed in disgust. When I'm too distracted for music, that is a very sad thing. I wondered why Carter got to talk to the police first. It wasn't fair. I fiddled with the necklace Dad had given me. I'd never been sure what the symbol meant. Carter's was obviously an eye, but mine looked a bit like an angel or perhaps a killer alien robot. Why on earth had Dad asked if I still had it? Of course I still had it. It was the only gift he'd ever given me. Well, apart from Muffin and with the cat's attitude, I'm not sure I would call her a proper gift. Dad had practically abandoned me at age 6 after all. The necklace was my one link to him. On good days I would stare at it and remember him fondly. On bad days, which were much more frequent, I would fling it across the room and stomp on it and curse him for not being around, which I found quite therapeutic. But in the end, I always put it back on. At any rate, during the weirdness at the museum, and I'm not making this up, the necklace got hotter. I nearly took it off, but I couldn't help wondering if it truly was protecting me somehow. "I'll make things right," Dad had said with that guilty look he often gives me. Well, colossal fail, Dad. What had he been thinking? I wanted to believe it had all been a bad dream. The glowing hieroglyphs, the snake staff, the coffin. Things like that simply don't happen. But I knew better. I couldn't dream anything as horrifying as that fiery man's face when he turned on us. "Soon, boy," he told Carter, as if he intended to track us down. Just the idea made my hands tremble. I also couldn't help wondering about our stop at Cleopatra's Needle, how Dad had insisted on seeing it, as if he were stealing his courage, as if what he did at the British Museum had something to do with my mum. My eyes wandered across my room and fixed on my desk. No, I thought, not going to do it. But I walked over and opened the drawer. I shoved aside a few old mags, my stash of sweets, a stack of maths homework I'd forgotten to hand in, and a few pictures of me and my mates Liz and Emma trying on ridiculous hats in Camden Market. And there, at the bottom of it all, was the picture of Mum. Gran and Gramps have loads of pictures. They keep a shrine to Ruby in the hall cupboard, Mum's childhood artwork, her O-level results, her graduation picture from university, her favorite jewelry. It's quite mental. I was determined not to be like them, living in the past. I barely remembered Mum, after all, and nothing could change the fact she was dead. But I did keep the one picture. It was of Mum and me at our house in Los Angeles, just after I was born. She stood out on the balcony, the Pacific Ocean behind her, holding a wrinkled, pudgy lump of baby that would someday grow up to be yours truly. Baby me was not much to look at, but Mum was gorgeous, even in shorts and a tattered t-shirt. Her eyes were deep blue. Her blonde hair was clipped back. Her skin was perfect, quite depressing compared to mine. People always say I look like her, but I couldn't even get the spot off my chin, much less look so mature and beautiful. Stop smirking, Carter. The photo fascinated me because I hardly remembered our lives together at all. But the main reason I'd kept the photo was because of the symbol on Mum's t-shirt. One of those life symbols, an ankh. My dead mother wearing the symbol for life. Nothing could have been sadder. But she smiled at the camera as if she knew a secret, as if my dad and she were sharing a private joke. Something tugged at the back of my mind. That stocky man in the trench coat who'd been arguing with Dad across the street. He'd said something about the per ankh. Had he meant ankh as in the symbol for life, and if so, what was a per? I supposed he didn't mean pear as in the fruit. I had an eerie feeling that if I saw the words per ankh written in hieroglyphics, I would know what they meant. I put down the picture of Mum. I picked up a pencil and turned over one of my old homework papers. I wondered what would happen if I tried to draw the words per ankh. Would the right design just occur to me? As I touched pencil to paper, my bedroom door opened. "Miss Kane." I whirled and dropped the pencil. A police inspector stood frowning in my doorway. "What are you doing?" "Maths," I said. My ceiling was quite low, so the inspector had to stoop to come in. He wore a lint-colored suit that matched his gray hair and his ashen face. "Now then, Sadie. I'm Chief Inspector Williams. Let's have a chat. Shall we?" "Sit down." I didn't sit, and neither did he, which must have annoyed him. It's hard to look in charge when you're hunched over like Quasimodo. "Tell me everything, please," he said. "From the time your father came round to get you." I already told the police at the museum. "Again, if you don't mind." So I told him everything. "Why not?" His left eyebrow crept higher and higher as I told him the strange bits like the glowing letters and serpent staff. "Well, Sadie," Inspector Williams said, "you've got quite an imagination." "I'm not lying, Inspector. And I think your eyebrow is trying to escape." He tried to look at his own eyebrows, then scowled. "Now, Sadie, I'm sure this is very hard on you. I understand you want to protect your father's reputation. But he's gone now." "You mean through the floor in a coffin?" I insisted. "He's not dead." Inspector Williams spread his hands. "Sadie, I'm very sorry, but we must find out why he did this act of... Well, act of what?" He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Your father destroyed priceless artifacts and apparently killed himself in the process. We'd very much like to know why." I stared at him. "Are you saying my father's a terrorist? Are you mad?" "We've made calls to some of your father's associates. I understand his behavior had become erratic since your mother's death." He'd become withdrawn and obsessive in his studies, spending more and more time in Egypt. He's a bloody Egyptologist. You should be looking for him, not asking stupid questions. Sadie, he said, and I could hear in his voice that he was resisting the urge to strangle me. Strangely, I get this a lot from adults. There are extremist groups in Egypt that object to Egyptian artifacts being kept in other countries' museums. These people might have approached your father. Perhaps in his state, your father became an easy target for them. If you've heard him mention any names, I stormed past him to the window. I was so angry I could hardly think. I refused to believe Dad was dead. No, no, no. And a terrorist? Please, why did adults have to be so thick? They always say, tell the truth. And when you do, they don't believe you. What's the point? I stared down at the dark street. Suddenly that cold, tingly feeling got worse than ever. I focused on the dead tree where I'd met Dad earlier. Standing there now, in the dim light of a street lamp, looking up at me, was the pudgy bloke in the black trench coat and the round glasses and the fedora, the man Dad had called Amos. I suppose I should have felt threatened by an odd man staring up at me in the dark of night. But his expression was full of concern, and he looked so familiar. It was driving me mad that I couldn't remember why. Behind me, the inspector cleared his throat. Sadie, no one blames you for the attack on the museum. We understand you were dragged into this against your will. I turned from the window. Against my will? I chained the curator in his office. The inspector's eyebrow started to creep up again. Be that as it may, surely you didn't understand what your father meant to do. Possibly your brother was involved. I snorted. Carter? Please. So you are determined to protect him as well. You consider him a proper brother, do you? Couldn't believe it. I wanted to smack his face. What's that supposed to mean? Because he doesn't look like me? The inspector blinked. I only meant. I know what you meant. Of course he's my brother. Inspector Williams held up his hands apologetically, but I was still seething. As much as Carter annoyed me, I hated it when people assumed we weren't related, or looked at my father askance when he said the three of us were a family, like we'd done something wrong. Stupid Dr. Martin at the museum. Inspector Williams. It happened every time Dad and Carter and I were together. Every bloody time. I'm sorry, Sadie, the inspector said. I only want to make sure we separate the innocent from the guilty. It will go much easier for everyone if you cooperate. Any information, anything your father said, people he might have mentioned. Amos? I blurted out, just to see his reaction. He met a man named Amos. Inspector Williams sighed. Sadie, he couldn't have done. Surely you know that. We spoke with Amos not 1 hour ago, on the phone from his home in New York. He isn't in New York, I insisted. He's right. I glanced out the window and Amos was gone. Bloody typical. That's not possible, I said. Exactly, the inspector said. But he was here, I exclaimed. Who is he? One of Dad's colleagues? How did you know to call him? Really, Sadie, this acting must stop. Acting? The inspector studied me for a moment, then set his jaw as if he'd made a decision. We've already had the truth from Carter. I didn't want to upset you, but he told us everything. He understands there's no point protecting your father now. You might as well help us, and there will be no charges against you. You shouldn't lie to children, I yelled, hoping my voice carried all the way downstairs. Carter would never say a word against Dad, and neither will I. The inspector didn't even have the decency to look embarrassed. He crossed his arms. I'm sorry you feel that way, Sadie. I'm afraid it's time we went downstairs to discuss consequences with your grandparents. Chapter 4. Kidnapped by a not-so-stranger. I just love family meetings. Very cozy, with the Christmas garlands round the fireplace and a nice pot of tea, and a detective from Scotland Yard ready to arrest you. Carter slumped on the sofa, cradling Dad's work bag. I wondered why the police had let him keep it. It should have been evidence or something. But the inspector didn't seem to notice it at all. Carter looked awful, even worse than usual. Honestly, the boy had never been in a proper school, and he dressed like a junior professor, with his khaki trousers and a button-down shirt and loafers. He's not bad-looking, I suppose. He's reasonably tall and fit, and his hair isn't hopeless. He's got Dad's eyes, and my mates Liz and Emma have even told me from his picture that he's hot, which I must take with a grain of salt because, A, he's my brother, and B, my mates are a bit crazed. When it came to clothes, Carter wouldn't have known hot if it bit him on the bum. Oh, don't look at me like that, Carter. You know it's true. At any rate, I shouldn't have been too hard on him. He was taking Dad's disappearance even worse than I was. Gran and Gramps sat on either side of him, looking quite nervous. The pot of tea and a plate of biscuits sat on the table, but no one was having any. Chief Inspector Williams ordered me into the only free chair. Then he paced in front of the fireplace importantly. 2 more police stood by the front door, the woman from earlier and a big bloke who kept eyeing the biscuits. Mr. and Mrs. Faust, Inspector Williams said. I'm afraid we have 2 uncooperative children. Gran fidgeted with the trim of her dress. It's hard to believe she's related to Mum. Gran is frail and colorless, like a stick person really, while Mum in the photos always looked so happy and full of life. They're just children, she managed. Surely you can't blame them. Pa, Gramps said. This is ridiculous, Inspector. They aren't responsible. Gramps is a former rugby player. He has beefy arms, a belly much too big for his shirt, and eyes sunk deep in his face, as if someone had punched them. Well, actually Dad had punched them years ago, but that's another story. Gramps is quite scary looking. Usually people got out of his way, but Inspector Williams didn't seem impressed. Mr. Faust, he said, what do you imagine the morning headlines will read? British Museum attacked. Rosetta Stone destroyed. Your son-in-law, former son-in-law, Gramps corrected, was most likely vaporized in the explosion, or he ran off, in which case, he didn't run off. I shouted. We need to know where he is, the inspector continued. And the only witnesses, your grandchildren, refused to tell me the truth. We did tell you the truth, Carter said. Dad isn't dead. He sank through the floor. Inspector Williams glanced at Gramps as if to say, there, you see? Then he turned to Carter. Young man, your father has committed a criminal act. He's left you behind to deal with the consequences. That's not true, I snapped, my voice trembling with rage. I couldn't believe Dad would intentionally leave us at the mercy of police, of course. But the idea of him abandoning me, well, as I might have mentioned, that's a bit of a sore point. Dear, please, Gran told me. The inspector is only doing his job. Badly, I said. Let's all have some tea, Gran suggested. No, Carter and I yelled at once, which made me feel bad for Gran, as she practically wilted into the sofa. We can charge you, the inspector warned, turning on me. We can and we will, he froze. Then he blinked several times, as if he'd forgotten what he was doing. Gramps frowned. Inspector? Yes. Chief Inspector Williams murmured dreamily. He reached in his pocket and took out a little blue booklet, an American passport. He threw it in Carter's lap. You're being deported, the inspector announced. You're to leave the country within 24 hours. If we need to question you further, you'll be contacted through the FBI. Carter's mouth fell open. He looked at me, and I knew I wasn't imagining how odd this was. The inspector had completely changed direction. He'd been about to arrest us. I was sure of it. And then, out of the blue, he was deporting Carter? Even the other police officers looked confused. Sir? The policewoman asked. Are you sure? Quiet, Lindley. The 2 of you may go. The cops hesitated until Williams made a shooing motion with his hand. Then they left, closing the door behind them. Hold on, Carter said. My father's disappeared, and you want me to leave the country? Your father is either dead or a fugitive, son, the inspector said. Deportation is the kindest option. It's already been arranged. With whom? Gramps demanded. Who authorized this? With... The inspector got that funny blank look again. With the proper authorities. Believe me, it's better than prison. Carter looked too devastated to speak, but before I could feel sorry for him, Inspector Williams turned to me. You too, miss. He might as well have hit me with a sledgehammer. You're deporting me? I asked. I live here. You're an American citizen. And under the circumstances, it's best for you to return home. I just stared at him. I couldn't remember any home except this flat. My mates at school, my room, everything I knew was here. Where am I supposed to go? Inspector, Gran said, her voice trembling. This isn't fair. I can't believe. I'll give you some time to say goodbye, the inspector interrupted. Then he frowned as if baffled by his own actions. I must be going. This made no sense, and the inspector seemed to realize it, but he walked to the front door anyway. When he opened it, I almost jumped out of my chair, because the man in black, Amos, was standing there. He'd lost his trench coat and hat somewhere, but was still wearing the same pinstripe suit and round glasses. His braided hair glittered with gold beads. I thought the inspector would say something or express surprise, but he didn't even acknowledge Amos. He walked right past him and into the night. Amos came inside and closed the door. Gran and Gramps stood up. You, Gramps growled. I should have known. If I was younger, I would beat you to a pulp. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Faust, Amos said. He looked at Carter and me as if we were problems to be solved. It's time we had a talk. Amos made himself right at home. He flopped onto the sofa and poured himself tea. He munched on a biscuit, which was quite dangerous because Gran's biscuits are horrid. I thought Gramps' head would explode. His face went bright red. He came up behind Amos and raised his hand as if he were about to smack him, but Amos kept munching his biscuit. Please sit down, he told us, and we all sat. It was the strangest thing, as if we'd been waiting for his order. Even Gramps dropped his hand and moved round the sofa. He sat next to Amos with a disgusted sigh. Amos sipped his tea and regarded me with some displeasure. That wasn't fair, I thought. I didn't look that bad, considering what we'd been through. Then he looked at Carter and grunted. Terrible timing, he muttered. But there's no other way. They'll have to come with me. Excuse me, I said. I'm not going anywhere with some strange man with biscuit on his face. He did in fact have biscuit crumbs on his face, but he apparently didn't care, as he didn't bother to check. I'm no stranger, Sadie, he said. Don't you remember? It was creepy hearing him talk to me in such a familiar way. I felt I should know him. I looked at Carter, but he seemed just as mystified as I was. No, Amos, Gran said, trembling. You can't take Sadie. We had an agreement. Julius broke that agreement tonight, Amos said. You know you can't care for Sadie anymore. Not after what's happened. Their only chance is to come with me. Why should we go anywhere with you? Carter asked. You almost got in a fight with Dad. Amos looked at the work bag in Carter's lap. I see you kept your father's bag. That's good. You'll need it. As for getting into fights, Julius and I did that quite a lot. If you didn't notice, Carter, I was trying to stop him from doing something rash. If he'd listened to me, we wouldn't be in this situation. I had no idea what he was on about, but Gramps apparently understood. You and your superstitions, he said. I told you we want none of it. Amos pointed to the back patio. Through the glass doors, you could see the lights shining on the Thames. It was quite a nice view at night, when you couldn't notice how run down some of the buildings were. Superstition, is it? Amos asked. And yet you found a place to live on the east bank of the river. Gramps turned even redder. That was Ruby's idea. Thought it would protect us. But she was wrong about many things, wasn't she? She trusted Julius and you for one. Amos looked unfazed. He smelled interesting, like old-timey spices, copal and amber, like the incense shops in Covent Garden. He finished his tea and looked straight at Gran. Mrs. Faust, you know what's begun. The police are the least of your worries. Gran swallowed. You changed that inspector's mind. You made him deport Sadie. It was that or see the children arrested, Amos said. Hang on, I said. You changed Inspector Williams's mind? How? Amos shrugged. It's not permanent. In fact, we should get to New York in the next hour or so before Inspector Williams begins to wonder why he let you go. Carter laughed incredulously. You can't get to New York from London in an hour. Not even the fastest plane. No, Amos agreed. Not a plane. He turned back to Gran as if everything had been settled. Mrs. Faust, Carter, and Sadie have only one safe option. You know that. They'll come to the mansion in Brooklyn. I can protect them there. You've got a mansion, Carter said. In Brooklyn. Amos gave him an amused smile. The family mansion. You'll be safe there. But our dad is beyond your help for now, Amos said sadly. I'm sorry, Carter. I'll explain later, but Julius would want you to be safe. For that, we must move quickly. I'm afraid I'm all you've got. That was a bit harsh, I thought. Carter glanced at Gran and Gramps. Then he nodded glumly. He knew that they didn't want him around. He'd always reminded them of our dad. And yes, it was a stupid reason not to take in your grandson. But there you are. Well, Carter can do what he wants, I said. But I live here. And I'm not going off with some stranger, am I? I looked at Gran for support, but she was staring at the lace doilies on the table as if they were suddenly quite interesting. Gramps, surely. But he wouldn't meet my eyes either. He turned to Amos. You can get them out of the country? Hang on, I protested. Amos stood and wiped the crumbs off his jacket. He walked to the patio doors and stared out at the river. The police will be back soon. Tell them anything you like. They won't find us. You're going to kidnap us? I asked, stunned. I looked at Carter. Do you believe this? Carter shouldered the work bag. Then he stood like he was ready to go. Possibly he just wanted to be out of Gran and Gramps' flat. How do you plan to get to New York in an hour? He asked Amos. You said not a plane. No, Amos agreed. He put his finger to the window and traced something in the condensation. Another bloody hieroglyph. A boat, I said, then realized I translated aloud, which I wasn't supposed to be able to do. Amos peered at me over the top of his round glasses. How did you? I mean, that last bit looks like a boat, I blurted out. But that can't be what you mean. That's ridiculous. Look, Carter cried. I pressed in next to him at the patio doors. Down at the quayside, a boat was docked. But not a regular boat, mind you. It was an Egyptian reed boat with 2 torches burning in the front and a big rudder in the back. A figure in a black trench coat and hat, possibly Amos's, stood at the tiller. I'll admit, for once, I was at a loss for words. We're going in that, Carter said. To Brooklyn. We'd better get started, Amos said. I whirled back to my grandmother. Gran, please. She brushed a tear from her cheek. It's for the best, my dear. You should take Muffin. Ah, yes, Amos said. We can't forget the cat. He turned towards the stairs. As if on cue, Muffin raced down in a leopard-spotted streak and leaped into my arms. She never does that. Who are you? I asked Amos. It was clear I was running out of options, but I at least wanted answers. We can't just go off with some stranger. I'm not a stranger. Amos smiled at me. I'm family. And suddenly I remembered his face smiling down at me, saying, Happy birthday, Sadie. A memory so distant, I'd almost forgotten. Uncle Amos? I asked hazily. That's right, Sadie, he said. I'm Julius's brother. Now come along. We have a long way to go. Chapter 5. We meet the monkey. It's Carter again. Sorry. We had to turn off the tape for a while because we were being followed by. Well, we'll get to that later. Sadie was telling you how we left London, right? So anyway, we followed Amos down to the weird boat docked at the quayside. I cradled Dad's work bag under my arm. I still couldn't believe he was gone. I felt guilty leaving London without him, but I believed Amos about one thing. Right now Dad was beyond our help. I didn't trust Amos, but I figured if I wanted to find out what had happened to Dad, I was going to have to go along with him. He was the only one who seemed to know anything. Amos stepped aboard the reed boat. Sadie jumped right on. But I hesitated. I'd seen boats like this on the Nile before, and they never seemed very sturdy. It was basically woven together from coils of plant fiber like a giant floating rug. I figured the torches at the front couldn't be a good idea, because if we didn't sink, we'd burn. At the back, The tiller was manned by a little guy wearing Amos's black trench coat and hat. The hat was shoved down on his head so I couldn't see his face. His hands and feet were lost in the folds of the coat. "How does this thing move?" I asked Amos. "You've got no sail. Trust me." Amos offered me a hand. The night was cold, but when I stepped on board I suddenly felt warmer, as if the torchlight were casting a protective glow over us. In the middle of the boat was a hut made from woven mats. From Sadie's arms, Muffin sniffed at it and growled. "Take a seat inside," Amos suggested. "The trip might be a little rough." "I'll stand, thanks." Sadie nodded at the little guy in back. "Who's your driver?" Amos acted as if he hadn't heard the question. "Hang on, everyone." He nodded to the steersman, and the boat lurched forward. The feeling was hard to describe. You know that tingle in the pit of your stomach when you're on a roller coaster and it goes into free fall? It was kind of like that, except we weren't falling, and the feeling didn't go away. The boat moved with astounding speed. The lights of the city blurred, then were swallowed in a thick fog. Strange sounds echoed in the dark. Slithering and hissing, distant screams, voices whispering in languages I didn't understand. The tingling turned to nausea. The sounds got louder, until I was about to scream myself. Then suddenly the boat slowed. The noises stopped, and the fog dissipated. City lights came back, brighter than before. Above us loomed a bridge, much taller than any bridge in London. My stomach did a slow roll. To the left, I saw a familiar skyline, the Chrysler Building, the Empire State Building. "Impossible," I said. "That's New York." Sadie looked as green as I felt. She was still cradling Muffin, whose eyes were closed. The cat seemed to be purring. "It can't be," Sadie said. "We only traveled a few minutes. And yet here we were, sailing up the East River, right under the Williamsburg Bridge." We glided to a stop next to a small dock on the Brooklyn side of the river. In front of us was an industrial yard filled with piles of scrap metal and old construction equipment. In the center of it all, right at the water's edge, rose a huge factory warehouse heavily painted with graffiti, the windows boarded up. "That is not a mansion," Sadie said. Her powers of perception are really amazing. "Look again." Amos pointed to the top of the building. How did you?" My voice failed me. I wasn't sure why I hadn't seen it before, but now it was obvious. A 5-story mansion perched on the roof of the warehouse, like another layer of a cake. "You couldn't build a mansion up there." "Long story," Amos said, "but we needed a private location." "And is this the East Shore?" Sadie asked. "You said something about that in London. My grandparents living on the East Shore." Amos smiled. "Yes, very good, Sadie. In ancient times, the east bank of the Nile was always the side of the living, the side where the sun rises. The dead were buried west of the river. It was considered bad luck, even dangerous, to live there. The tradition is still strong among our people." "Our people?" I asked, but Sadie muscled in with another question. "So you can't live in Manhattan?" she asked. Amos's brow furrowed as he looked across at the Empire State Building. "Manhattan has other problems. Other gods. It's best we stay separate." "Other what?" Sadie demanded. "Nothing." Amos walked past us to the steersman. He plucked off the man's hat and coat, and there was no one underneath. The steersman simply wasn't there. Amos put on his fedora, folded his coat over his arm, then waved toward a metal staircase that wound all the way up the side of the warehouse to the mansion on the roof. "All ashore," he said, "and welcome to the 21st gnome." "Gnome?" I asked as we followed him up the stairs. "Like those little runty guys?" "Heavens no," Amos said. "I hate gnomes. They smell horrible." "But you said gnome, Nome, as in a district, a region. The term is from ancient times, when Egypt was divided into 42 provinces. Today, the system is a little different. We've gone global. The world is divided into 360 gnomes. Egypt, of course, is the first. Greater New York is the 21st. Sadie glanced at me and twirled her finger around her temple. "No, Sadie," Amos said without looking back. "I'm not crazy. There's much you need to learn." We reached the top of the stairs. Looking up at the mansion, it was hard to understand what I was seeing. The house was at least 50 feet tall, built of enormous limestone blocks and steel-framed windows. There were hieroglyphs engraved around the windows, and the walls were lit up so the place looked like a cross between a modern museum and an ancient temple. But the weirdest thing was that if I glanced away, the whole building seemed to disappear. I tried it several times just to be sure. If I looked for the mansion from the corner of my eye, it wasn't there. I had to force my eyes to refocus on it, and even that took a lot of willpower. Amos stopped before the entrance, which was the size of a garage door. A dark, heavy square of timber with no visible handle or lock. "Carter, after you. How do you think?" "Great, another mystery." I was about to suggest we ram Amos's head against it and see if that worked. Then I looked at the door again, and I had the strangest feeling. I stretched out my arm. Slowly, without touching the door, I raised my hand and the door followed my movement, sliding upward until it disappeared into the ceiling. Sadie looked stunned. "How?" "I don't know," I admitted, a little embarrassed. "Motion sensor, maybe?" "Interesting." Amos sounded a little troubled. "Not the way I would have done it, but very good. Remarkably good. Thanks, I think." Sadie tried to go inside first, but as soon as she stepped on the threshold, Muffin wailed and almost clawed her way out of Sadie's arms. Sadie stumbled backward. "What was that about, Cat?" "Oh, of course," Amos said. "My apologies." He put his hand on the cat's head and said very formally, "You may enter." "The cat needs permission?" I asked. "Special circumstances," Amos said, which wasn't much of an explanation. But he walked inside without saying another word. We followed, and this time Muffin stayed quiet. "Oh my God!" Sadie's jaw dropped. She craned her neck to look at the ceiling, and I thought the gum might fall out of her mouth. "Yes," Amos said. "This is the great room." I could see why he called it that. The cedar-beamed ceiling was 4 stories high, held up by carved stone pillars engraved with hieroglyphs. A weird assortment of musical instruments and ancient Egyptian weapons decorated the walls. 3 levels of balconies ringed the room, with rows of doors all looking out on the main area. The fireplace was big enough to park a car in, with a plasma screen TV above the mantel and massive leather sofas on either side. On the floor was a snakeskin rug, except it was 40 feet long and 15 feet wide, bigger than any snake. Outside, through glass walls, I could see the terrace that wrapped around the house. It had a swimming pool, a dining area, and a blazing fire pit. And at the far end of the great room was a set of double doors marked with the Eye of Horus, and chained with half a dozen padlocks. I wondered what could possibly be behind them, but the real showstopper was the statue in the center of the great room. It was 30 feet tall, made of black marble. I could tell it was of an Egyptian god because the figure had a human body and an animal's head, like a stork or a crane, with a long neck and a really long beak. The god was dressed ancient style in a kilt, sash, and neck collar. He held a scribe's stylus in one hand and an open scroll in the other, as if he had just written the hieroglyphs inscribed there. An ankh, the Egyptian looped cross, with a rectangle traced around its top. "That's it," Sadie exclaimed. "Per ankh." I stared at her in disbelief. "All right, how you can read that?" "I don't know," she said. "But it's obvious, isn't it? The top one is shaped like the floor plan of a house." "How did you get that?" "It's just a box." The thing was, she was right. I recognized the symbol, and it was supposed to be a simplified picture of a house with a doorway, but that wouldn't be obvious to most people, especially people named Sadie. Yet she looked absolutely positive. "It's a house," she insisted. "And the bottom picture is the ankh, the symbol for life. Per ankh, the house of life." "Very good, Sadie." Amos looked impressed. "And this is a statue of the only god still allowed in the house of life, at least normally. Do you recognize him, Carter?" Just then it clicked. The bird was an ibis, an Egyptian river bird. "Thoth," I said, "the god of knowledge. He invented writing." "Indeed," Amos said. "Why the animal heads?" Sadie asked. "All those Egyptian gods have animal heads. They look so silly. They don't normally appear that way, Amos said. Not in real life. Real life? I asked. Come on. You sound like you've met them in person. Amos's expression didn't reassure me. He looked as if he were remembering something unpleasant. The gods could appear in many forms, usually fully human or fully animal, but occasionally as a hybrid form like this. They are primal forces, you understand, a sort of bridge between humanity and nature. They are depicted with animal heads to show that they exist in two different worlds at once. Do you understand? Not even a little, Sadie said. Amos didn't sound surprised. Yes, we have much training to do. At any rate, the god before you, Thoth, founded the House of Life, for which this mansion is the regional headquarters. Or at least, it used to be. I'm the only member left in the 21st gnome. Or I was, until you two came along. Hang on. I had so many questions I could hardly think where to start. What is the House of Life? Why is Thoth the only god allowed here? And why are you? Carter, I understand how you feel. Amos smiled sympathetically. But these things are better discussed in daylight. You need to get some sleep, and I don't want you to have nightmares. You think I can sleep? Mro. Muffin stretched in Sadie's arms and let loose a huge yawn. Amos clapped his hands. Khufu. I thought he'd sneezed, because Khufu is a weird name, but then a little dude about 3 feet tall with gold fur and a purple shirt came clambering down the stairs. It took me a second to realize it was a baboon wearing an LA Lakers jersey. The baboon did a flip and landed in front of us. He showed off his fangs and made a sound that was half roar, half belch. His breath smelled like nacho-flavored Doritos. All I could think to say was, "The Lakers are my home team." The baboon slapped his head with both hands and belched again. Oh, Khufu likes you, Amos said. You'll get along famously, right? Sadie looked dazed. You've got a monkey butler. Why not? Muffin purred in Sadie's arms as if the baboon didn't bother her at all. Ack! Khufu grunted at me. Amos chuckled. He wants to go one-on-one with you, Carter. See your game. I shifted from foot to foot. Yeah, sure. Maybe tomorrow. But how can you understand? Carter, I'm afraid you'll have a lot to get used to, Amos said. But if you're going to survive and save your father, you have to get some rest. Sorry, Sadie said. Did you say survive and save our father? Could you expand on that? Tomorrow, Amos said. We'll begin your orientation in the morning. Khufu, show them to their rooms, please. Akka! The baboon grunted. He turned and waddled up the stairs. Unfortunately, the Lakers jersey didn't completely cover his multicolored rear. We were about to follow when Amos said, Carter, the work bag, please. It's best if I lock it in the library. I hesitated. I'd almost forgotten the bag on my shoulder, but it was all I had left of my father. I didn't even have our luggage because it was still locked up at the British Museum. Honestly, I'd been surprised that the police hadn't taken the work bag too, but none of them seemed to notice it. You'll get it back, Amos promised. When the time is right. He asked nicely enough, but something in his eyes told me that I really didn't have a choice. I handed over the bag. Amos took it gingerly, as if it were full of explosives. See you in the morning. He turned and strode toward the chained-up doors. They unlatched themselves and opened just enough for Amos to slip through without showing us anything on the other side. Then the chains locked again behind him. I looked at Sadie, unsure what to do. Staying by ourselves in the great room with the creepy statue of Thoth didn't seem like much fun. So we followed Khufu up the stairs. Sadie and I got adjoining rooms on the 3rd floor, and I've got to admit, they were way cooler than any place I'd ever stayed before. I had my own kitchenette, fully stocked with my favorite snacks. Ginger ale. No, Sadie. It's not an old person's soda. Be quiet. Twix and Skittles. It seemed impossible. How did Amos know what I liked? The TV, computer, and stereo system were totally high-tech. The bathroom was stocked with my regular brand of toothpaste, deodorant, everything. The king-size bed was awesome, too, though the pillow was a little strange. Instead of a cloth pillow, it was an ivory headrest like I'd seen in Egyptian tombs. It was decorated with lions and, of course, more hieroglyphs. The room even had a deck that looked out on New York Harbor, with views of Manhattan and the Statue of Liberty in the distance, but the sliding glass doors were locked shut somehow. That was my first indication that something was wrong. I turned to look for Khufu, but he was gone. The door to my room was shut. I tried to open it, but it was locked. A muffled voice came from the next room. Carter. Sadie. I tried the door to her adjoining room, but it was locked too. We're prisoners, she said. Do you think can we trust him? After all I'd seen today, I didn't trust anything, but I could hear the fear in Sadie's voice. It triggered an unfamiliar feeling in me, like I needed to reassure her. The idea seemed ridiculous. Sadie had always seemed so much braver than me, doing what she wanted, never caring about the consequences. I was the one who got scared, but right now I felt like I needed to play a role I hadn't played in a long, long time. Big brother. It'll be okay. I tried to sound confident. Look, if Amos wanted to hurt us, he could have done it by now. Try to get some sleep. Carter. Yeah. It was magic, wasn't it? What happened to Dad at the museum? Amos's boat. This house. All of its magic. I think so. I could hear her sigh. Good. At least I'm not going mad. Don't let the bedbugs bite, I called. And I realized I hadn't said that to Sadie since we had lived together in Los Angeles, when Mom was still alive. I miss Dad, she said. I hardly ever saw him, I know, but I miss him. My eyes got a little teary, but I took a deep breath. I was not going to go all week. Sadie needed me. Dad needed us. We'll find him, I told her. Pleasant dreams. I listened, but the only thing I heard was Muffin meowing and scampering around, exploring her new space. At least she didn't seem unhappy. I got ready for bed and crawled in. The covers were comfortable and warm, but the pillow was just too weird. It gave me neck cramps, so I put it on the floor and went to sleep without it. My first big mistake. Chapter 6. Breakfast with a Crocodile. How to describe it? Not a nightmare. It was much more real and frightening. As I slept, I felt myself go weightless. I drifted up, turned, and saw my own sleeping form below. I'm dying, I thought. But that wasn't it either. I wasn't a ghost. I had a new shimmering golden form with wings instead of arms. I was some kind of bird. No, Sadie, not a chicken. Will you let me tell the story? Please? I knew I wasn't dreaming because I don't dream in color. I certainly don't dream in all 5 senses. The room smelled faintly of jasmine. I could hear the carbonation bubbles pinging in the can of ginger ale I'd opened on my nightstand. I could feel a cold wind ruffling through my feathers, and I realized the windows were open. I didn't want to leave, but a strong current pulled me out of the room like a leaf in a storm. The lights of the mansion faded below me. The skyline of New York blurred and disappeared. I shot through the mist and darkness, strange voices whispering all around me. My stomach tingled as it had earlier that night on Amos's barge. Then the mist cleared, and I was in a different place. I floated above a barren mountain. Far below, a grid of city lights stretched across the valley floor. Definitely not New York. It was nighttime, but I could tell I was in the desert. The wind was so dry, the skin on my face was like paper. And I know that doesn't make sense, but my face felt like my normal face, as if that part of me hadn't transformed into a bird. Fine, Sadie. Call me the Carter-headed chicken. Happy? Below me on a ridge stood 2 figures. They didn't seem to notice me, and I realized I wasn't glowing anymore. In fact, I was pretty much invisible, floating in the darkness. I couldn't make out the 2 figures clearly, except to recognize that they weren't human. Staring harder, I could see that one was short, squat and hairless, with slimy skin that glistened in the starlight, like an amphibian standing on its hind legs. The other was tall and scarecrow skinny, with rooster claws instead of feet. I couldn't see his face very well, but it looked red and moist and, well, let's just say I was glad I couldn't see it better. Where is he? The toady-looking one croaked nervously. Hasn't taken a permanent host yet, the rooster-footed guy chided. He can only appear for a short time. You're sure this is the place? Yes, fool. He'll be here as soon. A fiery form appeared on the ridge. The two creatures fell to the ground, groveling in the dirt, and I prayed like crazy that I really was invisible. "My lord," the toad said. Even in the dark, the newcomer was hard to see. Just the silhouette of a man outlined in flames. "What do they call this place?" the man asked. And as soon as he spoke, I knew for sure he was the guy who'd attacked my dad at the British Museum. All the fear I'd felt at the museum came rushing back, paralyzing me. I remembered trying to pick up that stupid rock to throw, but I hadn't been able to do even that. I completely failed my dad. "My lord," Roosterfoot said, "the mountain is called Camelback. The city is called Phoenix." The fiery man laughed, a booming sound like thunder. "Phoenix. How appropriate. And the desert so much like home. All it needs now is to be scoured of life. The desert should be a sterile place, don't you think?" "Oh yes, my lord," the Toadai agreed. "But what of the other four?" "One is already entombed," the fiery man said. "The second is weak. She will be easily manipulated. That leaves only two, and they will be dealt with soon enough." How?" the Toadai asked. The fiery man glowed brighter. "You are an inquisitive little tadpole, aren't you?" He pointed at the toad, and the poor creature's skin began to steam. "No," the Toadai begged. "No, I could hardly watch. I don't want to describe it. But if you've heard what happens when cruel kids pour salt on snails, you'll have a pretty good idea of what happened to the Toadai." Soon there was nothing left. Roosterfoot took a nervous step back. Couldn't blame him. "We will build my temple here," the fiery man said, as if nothing had happened. "This mountain shall serve as my place of worship. When it is complete, I will summon the greatest storm ever known. I will cleanse everything. Everything." "Yes, my lord," Roosterfoot agreed quickly. "And if I may suggest, my lord, to increase your power." The creature bowed and scraped and moved forward, as if he wanted to whisper in the fiery man's ear. Just when I thought Roosterfoot was going to become fried chicken for sure, he said something to the fiery dude that I couldn't make out, and the fiery dude burned brighter. "Excellent. If you can do this, you will be rewarded. If not—" "I understand, my lord." "Go then," the fiery man said. "Unleash our forces. Start with the longnecks. That should soften them up. Collect the younglings and bring them to me. I want them alive before they have time to learn their powers. Do not fail me." "No, lord." "Phoenix," the fiery man mused. "I like that very much." He swept his hand across the horizon, as if he were imagining the city in flames. "Soon I will rise from your ashes. It will be a lovely birthday present." I woke with my heart pounding, back in my own body. I felt hot, as if the fiery guy were starting to burn me. Then I realized that there was a cat on my chest. Muffin stared at me, her eyes half closed. "Mro, how did you get in?" I muttered. I sat up, and for a second I wasn't sure where I was. Some hotel in another city? I almost called for my dad. And then I remembered. Yesterday. The museum. The sarcophagus. It all crashed down on me so hard I could barely breathe. "Stop," I told myself. "You don't have time for grief." And this is going to sound weird, but the voice in my head almost sounded like a different person, older, stronger. Either that was a good sign or I was going crazy. "Remember what you saw," the voice said. "He's after you. You have to be ready." I shivered. I wanted to believe I just had a bad dream, but I knew better. I'd been through too much in the last day to doubt what I'd seen. Somehow, I'd actually left my body while I slept. I'd been to Phoenix, thousands of miles away. The fiery dude was there. I hadn't understood much of what he'd said, but he'd talked about sending his forces to capture the younglings. Gee, wonder who that could be? Muffin jumped off the bed and sniffed at the ivory headrest, looking up at me as if she were trying to tell me something. "You can have it," I told her. "It's uncomfortable." She butted her head against it and stared at me accusingly. "Mro." "Whatever, cat." I got up and showered. When I tried to get dressed, I found that my old clothes had disappeared in the night. Everything in the closet was my size, but way different than what I was used to. Baggy drawstring pants and loose shirts, all plain white linen, and robes for cold weather, kind of what the fellahin, the peasants in Egypt, wear. It wasn't exactly my style. Sadie likes to tell me that I don't have a style. She complains that I dress like I'm an old man, button-down shirt, slacks, dress shoes. Okay, maybe, but here's the thing. My dad had always drilled into my head that I had to dress my best. I remember the first time he explained it to me. I was 10. We were on our way to the airport in Athens, and it was like 112 degrees outside, and I was complaining that I wanted to wear shorts and a t-shirt. Why couldn't I be comfortable? We weren't going anywhere important that day, just traveling. My dad put his hand on my shoulder. Carter, you're getting older. You're an African-American man. People will judge you more harshly, and so you must always look impeccable. That isn't fair. I insisted. Fairness does not mean everyone gets the same, Dad said. Fairness means everyone gets what they need. And the only way to get what you need is to make it happen yourself. Do you understand? I told him I didn't, but still I did what he asked, like caring about Egypt and basketball and music, like traveling with only one suitcase. I dressed the way Dad wanted me to, because Dad was usually right. In fact, I'd never known him to be wrong. Until the night at the British Museum. I put on the linen clothes from the closet. The slipper shoes were comfortable, though I doubted they'd be much good to run in. The door to Sadie's room was open, but she wasn't there. Thankfully, my bedroom door wasn't locked anymore. Muffin joined me and we walked downstairs, passing a lot of unoccupied bedrooms on the way. The mansion could have easily slept 100 people, but instead it felt empty and sad. Down in the great room, Khufu the baboon sat on the sofa with a basketball between his legs and a chunk of strange-looking meat in his hands. It was covered in pink feathers. ESPN was on the television, and Khufu was watching highlights from the games the night before. "Hey," I said, though I felt a little weird talking to him. "Lakers win." Khufu looked at me and patted his basketball like he wanted a game. Ack, ack. He had a pink feather hanging from his chin, and the sight made my stomach do a slow roll. Yeah, I said. "We'll play later, okay?" I could see Sadie and Amos out on the terrace, eating breakfast by the pool. It should have been freezing out there, but the fire pit was blazing, and neither Amos nor Sadie looked cold. I headed there, then hesitated in front of the statue of Thoth. In the daylight, the bird-headed god didn't look quite so scary. Still, I could swear those beady eyes were watching me expectantly. What had the fiery guy said last night? Something about catching us before we learned our powers. It sounded ridiculous, but for a moment I felt a surge of strength, like the night before when I'd opened the front door just by raising my hand. I felt like I could lift anything, even this 30-foot-tall statue if I wanted to. In a kind of trance, I stepped forward. Muffin meowed impatiently and butted my foot. The feeling dissolved. "You're right," I told the cat. "Stupid idea. Besides, I could smell breakfast now. French toast, bacon, hot chocolate, and I couldn't blame Muffin for being in a hurry." I followed her out to the terrace. "Ah, Carter," Amos said. "Merry Christmas, my boy. Join us." "About time," Sadie grumbled. "I've been up for ages." But she held my eyes for a moment, like she was thinking the same thing I was. Christmas. We hadn't spent a Christmas morning together since Mom died. I wondered if Sadie remembered how we used to make God's eye decorations out of yarn and popsicle sticks. Amos poured himself a cup of coffee. His clothes were similar to those he'd worn the day before, and I had to admit the guy had style. His tailored suit was made of blue wool. He wore a matching fedora, and his hair was freshly braided with dark blue lapis lazuli, one of the stones the Egyptians often used for jewelry. Even his glasses matched. The round lenses were tinted blue. A tenor sax rested on a stand near the fire pit, and I could totally picture him playing out here, serenading the East River. As for Sadie, she was dressed in a white linen pajama outfit like me, but somehow she'd managed to keep her combat boots. She'd probably slept with them on. She looked pretty comical with the red-streaked hair and the outfit, but since I wasn't dressed any better, I could hardly make fun of her. Amos," I asked, "you didn't have any pet birds, did you?" "Khufu's eating something with pink feathers." Amos sipped his coffee. Sorry if that disturbed you. Khufu's very picky. He only eats foods that end in O. Doritos, burritos, flamingos. I blinked. Did you say? Carter, Sadie warned. She looked a little queasy, like she'd already had this conversation. Don't ask. Okay, I said. Not asking. Please, Carter, help yourself. Amos waved toward a buffet table piled high with food. Then we can get started with the explanations. I didn't see any flamingo on the buffet table, which was fine by me, but there was just about everything else. I snagged some pancakes with butter and syrup, some bacon, and a glass of OJ. Then I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. I glanced at the swimming pool. Something long and pale was gliding just under the surface of the water. I almost dropped my plate. Is that a crocodile? Amos confirmed. For good luck. He's albino, but please don't mention that. He's sensitive. His name is Philip of Macedonia, Sadie informed me. I wasn't sure how Sadie was taking this all so calmly, but I figured if she wasn't freaking out, I shouldn't either. That's a long name, I said. He's a long crocodile, Sadie said. Oh, and he likes bacon. To prove her point, she tossed a piece of bacon over her shoulder. Philip lunged out of the water and snapped up the treat. His hide was pure white and his eyes were pink. His mouth was so big he could have snapped up an entire pig. He's quite harmless to my friends, Amos assured me. In the old days, no temple would be complete without a lake full of crocodiles. They are powerful magic creatures. Right? I said. So the baboon, the crocodile, any other pets I should know about? Amos thought for a moment. Visible ones? No, I think that's it. I took a seat as far from the pool as possible. Muffin circled my legs and purred. I hoped she had enough sense to stay away from magic crocodiles named Philip. So, Amos, I said between bites of pancake. Explanations. Yes, he agreed. Where to start? Our dad, Sadie suggested. What happened to him? Amos took a deep breath. Julius was attempting to summon a god. Unfortunately, it worked. It was kind of hard to take Amos seriously, talking about summoning gods while he spread butter on a bagel. Any god in particular? I asked casually. Or did he just order a generic god? Sadie kicked me under the table. She was scowling, as if she actually believed what Amos was saying. Amos took a bite of bagel. There are many Egyptian gods, Carter. But your dad was after one in particular. He looked at me meaningfully. Osiris, I remembered. When Dad was standing in front of the Rosetta Stone, he said, Osiris come, but Osiris is a legend. He's make-believe. I wish that were true. Amos stared across the East River at the Manhattan skyline, gleaming in the morning sun. The ancient Egyptians were not fools, Carter. They built the pyramids. They created the first great nation-state. Their civilization lasted thousands of years. Yeah, I said. And now they're gone. Amos shook his head. A legacy that powerful does not disappear. Next to the Egyptians, the Greeks and Romans were babies. Our modern nations like Great Britain and America? Blinks of an eye. The very oldest root of civilization, at least of Western civilization, is Egypt. Look at the pyramid on the dollar bill. Look at the Washington Monument, the world's largest Egyptian obelisk. Egypt is still very much alive. And so, unfortunately, are her gods. Come on, I argued. I mean, even if I believe there's a real thing called magic, believing in ancient gods is totally different. You're joking, right? But as I said it, I thought about the fiery guy in the museum, the way his face had shifted between human and animal. And the statue of Thoth, how its eyes had followed me. Carter, Amos said. The Egyptians would not have been stupid enough to believe in imaginary gods. The beings they described in their myths are very, very real. In the old days, the priests of Egypt would call upon these gods to channel their power and perform great feats. That is the origin of what we now call magic. Like many things, magic was first invented by the Egyptians. Each temple had a branch of magicians called the House of Life. Their magicians were famed throughout the ancient world. And you're an Egyptian magician, Amos nodded. So was your father. You saw it for yourself last night. I hesitated. It was hard to deny my dad had done some weird stuff at the museum. Some stuff that looked like magic. But he's an archaeologist, I said stubbornly. That's his cover story. You'll remember that he specialized in translating ancient spells, which are very difficult to understand unless you work magic yourself. Our family, the Kane family, has been part of the House of Life almost since the beginning. And your mother's family is almost as ancient. The Fausts. I tried to imagine Grandma and Grandpa Faust doing magic, but unless watching rugby on TV and burning cookies was magical, I couldn't see it. They had not practiced magic for many generations, Amos admitted. Not until your mother came along. But yes, a very ancient bloodline. Sadie shook her head in disbelief. So now Mum was magic too. Are you joking? No jokes, Amos promised. The two of you combine the blood of two ancient families, both of which have a long, complicated history with the gods. You are the most powerful Kane children to be born in many centuries. I tried to let that sink in. At the moment, I didn't feel powerful. I felt queasy. You're telling me our parents secretly worshipped animal-headed gods? I asked. Not worshipped, Amos corrected. By the end of the ancient times, Egyptians had learned that their gods were not to be worshipped. They are powerful beings, primeval forces, but they are not divine in the sense one might think of God. They are created entities, like mortals, only much more powerful. We can respect them, fear them, use their power, or even fight them to keep them under control. Fight gods, Sadie interrupted. Constantly, Amos assured her. But we don't worship them. Thoth taught us that. I looked at Sadie for help. The old guy had to be crazy, but Sadie was looking like she believed every word. So, I said, why did Dad break the Rosetta Stone? Oh, I'm sure he didn't mean to break it, Amos said. That would have horrified him. In fact, I imagine my brethren in London have repaired the damage by now. The curators will soon check their vaults and discover that the Rosetta Stone miraculously survived the explosion. But it was blown into a million pieces, I said. How could they repair it? Amos picked up a saucer and threw it onto the stone floor. The saucer shattered instantly. That was to destroy, Amos said. I could have done it by magic, Hadi, but it's simpler just to smash it. And now, Amos held out his hand. Join, Hanem. A blue hieroglyphic symbol burned in the air above his palm. The pieces of the saucer flew into his hand and reassembled like a puzzle, even the smallest bits of dust gluing themselves into place. Amos put the perfect saucer back on the table. Some trick, I managed. I tried to sound calm about it, but I was thinking of all the odd things that had happened to my dad and me over the years, like those gunmen in the Cairo hotel who'd ended up hanging by their feet from a chandelier. Was it possible my dad had made that happen with some kind of spell? Amos poured milk in the saucer and put it on the floor. Muffin came padding over. At any rate, your father would never intentionally damage a relic. He simply didn't realize how much power the Rosetta Stone contained. You see, as Egypt faded, its magic collected and concentrated into its remaining relics. Most of these, of course, are still in Egypt, but you can find some in almost every major museum. A magician can use these artifacts as focal points to work more powerful spells. I don't get it, I said. Amos spread his hands. I'm sorry, Carter. It takes years of study to understand magic, and I'm trying to explain it to you in a single morning. The important thing is, for the past 6 years your father has been looking for a way to summon Osiris, and last night he thought he had found the right artifact to do it. Wait, why did he want Osiris? Sadie gave me a troubled look. Carter, Osiris was the Lord of the Dead. Dad was talking about making things right. He was talking about Mum. Suddenly the morning seemed colder. The fire pit sputtered in the wind coming off the river. He wanted to bring Mom back from the dead? I said. But that's crazy. Amos hesitated. It would have been dangerous, inadvisable, foolish. But not crazy. Your father is a powerful magician. If, in fact, that is what he was after, he might have accomplished it, using the power of Osiris. I stared at Sadie. You're actually buying this? You saw the magic at the museum. The fiery bloke. Dad summoned something from the stone. Yeah, I said, thinking of my dream. But that wasn't Osiris, was it? No, Amos said. Your father got more than he bargained for. He did release the spirit of Osiris. In fact, I think he successfully joined with the god. Joined with? Amos held up his hand. Another long conversation. For now, let's just say he drew the power of Osiris into himself. But he never got the chance to use it because, according to what Sadie has told me, it appears that Julius released 5 gods from the Rosetta Stone. 5 gods who were all trapped together. I glanced at Sadie. You told him everything? He's going to help us, Carter. I wasn't quite ready to trust this guy, even if he was our uncle, but I decided I didn't have much choice. Okay, yeah, I said. The fiery guy said something like, you released all 5. What did he mean? Amos sipped his coffee. The faraway look on his face reminded me of my dad. I don't want to scare you. Too late. The gods of Egypt are very dangerous. For the last 2,000 years or so, we magicians have spent much of our time binding and banishing them whenever they appear. In fact, our most important law, issued by Chief Lector Iskandar in Roman times, forbids unleashing the gods or using their power. Your father broke that law once before. Sadie's face paled. Does this have something to do with Mum's death? Cleopatra's Needle in London. It has everything to do with that, Sadie. Your parents, well, they thought they were doing something good. They took a terrible risk and it cost your mother her life. Your father took the blame. He was exiled, I suppose you would say. Banished. He was forced to move around constantly. Because the house monitored his activities. They feared he would continue his research. As indeed he did. I thought about the times Dad would look over his shoulder as he copied some ancient inscriptions, or wake me up at 3 or 4 in the morning and insist it was time to change hotels, or warn me not to look in his work bag or copy certain pictures from old temple walls, as if our lives depended on it. Is that why you never came round? Sadie asked Amos. Because Dad was banished? The house forbade me to see him. I loved Julius. It hurt me to stay away from my brother, and from you children. But I could not see you, until last night, when I simply had no choice but to try to help. Julius has been obsessed with finding Osiris for years. He was consumed with grief because of what happened to your mother. When I learned that Julius was about to break the law again to try to set things right, I had to stop him. A second offense would have meant a death sentence. Unfortunately, I failed. I should have known he was too stubborn. I looked down at my plate. My food had gotten cold. Muffin leaped onto the table and rubbed against my hand. When I didn't object, she started eating my bacon. Last night at the museum, I said, the girl with the knife, the man with the forked beard, they were magicians too? From the House of Life. Yes, Amos said, keeping an eye on your father. You are fortunate they let you go. The girl wanted to kill us, I remembered. But the guy with the beard said, not yet. They don't kill unless it is absolutely necessary, Amos said. They will wait to see if you are a threat. Why would we be a threat? Sadie demanded. We're children. The summoning wasn't our idea. Amos pushed away his plate. There is a reason you two were raised separately. Because the Fausts took Dad to court, I said matter-of-factly. And Dad lost. It was much more than that, Amos said. The house insisted you two be separated. Your father wanted to keep you both, even though he knew how dangerous it was. Sadie looked like she'd been smacked between the eyes. He did, of course, but the house intervened and made sure your grandparents got custody of you. Sadie, if you and Carter were raised together, you could become very powerful. Perhaps you have already sensed changes over the past day. I thought about the surges of strength I'd been feeling, and the way Sadie suddenly seemed to know how to read ancient Egyptian. Then I thought of something even further back. Your 6th birthday, I told Sadie. The cake, she said immediately, the memory passing between us like an electric spark. At Sadie's 6th birthday party, the last one we'd shared as a family, Sadie and I had a huge argument. I don't remember what it was about, I think I wanted to blow out the candles for her. We started yelling. She grabbed my shirt, pushed her. I remember Dad rushing toward us, trying to intervene, but before he could, Sadie's birthday cake exploded. Icing splattered the walls, our parents, the faces of Sadie's little 6-year-old friends. Dad and Mom separated us. They sent me to my room. Later, they said we must have hit the cake by accident as we were fighting, but I knew we hadn't. Something much weirder had made it explode, as if it had responded to our anger. I remembered Sadie crying with a chunk of cake on her forehead, an upside-down candle stuck to the ceiling with its wick still burning, and an adult visitor, one of my parents' friends, his glasses speckled with white frosting. I turned to Amos. That was you. You were at Sadie's party. Vanilla icing, he recalled. Very tasty. But it was clear even then that you two would be difficult to raise in the same household. And so, I faltered. What happens to us now? I didn't want to admit it, but I couldn't stand the thought of being separated from Sadie again. She wasn't much, but she was all I had. You must be trained properly, Amos said. Whether the house approves or not. Why wouldn't they approve? I asked. I will explain everything, don't worry. But we must start your lessons if we are to stand any chance of finding your father and putting things right. Otherwise, the entire world is in danger. If we only knew where. Phoenix, I blurted out. Amos stared at me. What? Last night I had, well, not a dream, exactly. I felt stupid, but I told him what had happened while I slept. Judging from Amos's expression, the news was even worse than I thought. You're sure he said, birthday present? He asked. Yeah, but what does that mean? And a permanent host, Amos said. He didn't have one yet? Well, that's what the rooster-footed guy said. That was a demon, Amos said. A minion of chaos. And if demons are coming through to the mortal world, we don't have much time. This is bad, very bad. If you live in Phoenix, I said. Carter, our enemy, won't stop in Phoenix. If he's grown so powerful so fast. What did he say about the storm? Exactly. He said, I will summon the greatest storm ever known. Amos scowled. The last time he said that he created the Sahara, a storm that large could destroy North America, generating enough chaos energy to give him an almost invincible form. What are you talking about? Who is this guy? Amos waved away the question. More important right now. Why didn't you sleep with the headrest? I shrugged. It was uncomfortable. I looked at Sadie for support. You didn't use it, did you? Sadie rolled her eyes. Well, of course I did. It was obviously there for a reason. Sometimes I really hate my sister. Ow, that's my foot. Carter, Amos said. Sleep is dangerous. It's a doorway into the do-it. Lovely, Sadie grumbled. Another strange word. Yes, sorry, Amos said. The do-it is the world of spirits and magic. It exists beneath the waking world like a vast ocean, with many layers and regions. We submerged just under its surface last night to reach New York, because travel through the do-it is much faster. Carter, your consciousness also passed through its shallowest currents as you slept, which is how you witnessed what happened in Phoenix. Fortunately, you survived that experience. But the deeper you go into the do-it, the more horrible things you encounter, and the more difficult it is to return. There are entire realms filled with demons, palaces where the gods exist in their pure forms, so powerful their mere presence would burn a human to ashes. There are prisons that hold beings of unspeakable evil, and some chasms so deep and chaotic that not even the gods dare explore them. Now that your powers are stirring, you must not sleep without protection, or you leave yourself open to attacks from the do-it or unintended journeys through it. The headrest is enchanted to keep your consciousness anchored to your body. You mean I actually did? My mouth tasted like metal. Could he have killed me? Amos's expression was grave. The fact that your soul can travel like that means you are progressing faster than I thought. Faster than should be possible. If the Red Lord had noticed you. The Red Lord, Sadie said. That's the fiery bloke? Amos rose. I must find out more. We can't simply wait for him to find you. And if he releases the storm on his birthday, at the height of his powers. You mean you're going to Phoenix? I could barely get the words out. Amos, that fiery man defeated Dad like his magic was a joke. Now he's got demons and he's getting stronger, and you'll be killed. Amos gave me a dry smile, like he'd already weighed the dangers and didn't need a reminder. His expression reminded me painfully of Dad's. Don't count your uncle out so quickly, Carter. I've got some magic of my own. Besides, I must see what is happening for myself if we're to have any chance at saving your father and stopping the Red Lord. I'll be quick and careful. Just stay here. Muffin will guard you. I blinked. The cat will guard us? You can't just leave us here. What about our training? When I return, Amos promised. Don't worry. The mansion is protected. Just do not leave. Do not be tricked into opening the door for anyone. And whatever happens, do not go into the library. I absolutely forbid it. I will be back by sunset. Before we could protest, Amos walked calmly to the edge of the terrace and jumped. No! Sadie screamed. We ran to the railing and looked over. Below was 100-foot drop into the East River. There was no sign of Amos. He'd simply vanished. Philip of Macedonia splashed in his pool. Muffin jumped onto the railing and insisted we pet her. We were alone in a strange mansion with a baboon, a crocodile, and a weird cat. And apparently the entire world was in danger. I looked at Sadie. What do we do now? She crossed her arms. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? We explore the library. Chapter 7. I drop a little man on his head. Honestly, Carter is so thick sometimes I can't believe we're related. I mean, when someone says I forbid it, that's a good sign it's worth doing. I made for the library straight away. Hold on, Carter cried. You can't just. Brother dear, I said. Did your soul leave your body again while Amos was talking? Or did you actually hear him? Egyptian gods real. Red Lord bad. Red Lord's birthday. Very soon, very bad. House of life. Fussy old magicians who hate our family because Dad was a bit of a rebel, whom by the way you could take a lesson from. Which leaves us. Just us, with Dad missing, an evil god about to destroy the world, and an uncle who just jumped off the building. And I can't actually blame him. I took a breath. Yes, Carter. I do have to breathe occasionally. Am I missing anything? Oh yes, I also have a brother who is supposedly quite powerful from an ancient bloodline, blah blah, etc., but is too afraid to visit a library. Now, coming or not? Carter blinked as if I'd just hit him, which I suppose I had in a way. He faltered. I just think we should be careful. I realized the poor boy was quite scared, which I couldn't hold against him, but it did startle me. Carter was my big brother, after all, older, more sophisticated, the one who traveled the world with Dad. Big brothers are the ones who are supposed to pull their punches. Little sisters, well, we should be able to hit as hard as we like, shouldn't we? But I realized that possibly, just possibly, I'd been a bit harsh with him. Look, I said. We need to help Dad, yes? There's got to be some powerful stuff in that library. Otherwise Amos wouldn't keep it locked up. You do want to help Dad? Carter shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, of course. Well, that was one problem sorted, so we headed for the library. But as soon as Khufu saw what we were up to, he scrambled off the sofa with his basketball and jumped in front of the library doors. Who knew baboons were so speedy? He barked at us, and I have to say baboons have enormous fangs. And they're not any prettier when they've been chewing up exotic pink birds. Carter tried to reason with him. Khufu, we're not going to steal anything. We just want... Ack. Khufu dribbled his basketball angrily. Carter, I said. You're not helping. Look here, Khufu. I have... Tada. I held up a little yellow box of cereal I'd taken from the buffet table. Cheerios. Ends with an oh yumsies. Ag. Khufu grunted, more excited now than angry. Want it? I coaxed. Just take it to the couch and pretend you didn't see us, yes? I threw the cereal towards the couch, and the baboon lunged after it. He grabbed the box in midair and was so excited. He ran straight up the wall and sat on the fireplace mantel, where he began gingerly picking out Cheerios and eating them one at a time. Carter looked at me with grudging admiration. How did you? Some of us think ahead. Now let's open these doors. That was not so easily done. They were made of thick wood laced with giant steel chains and padlocked. Complete overkill. Carter stepped forward. He tried to raise the doors by lifting his hand, which had been quite impressive the night before, only now accomplished nothing. He shook the chains the old-fashioned way, then yanked on the padlocks. No good, he said. Ice needles tingled on the back of my neck. It was almost as if someone, or something, was whispering an idea in my head. What was that word Amos used at breakfast with the saucer? For join? Carter said. Hanem or something. No, the other one. For destroy. Hadi. But you'd need to know magic and the hieroglyphics, wouldn't you? And even then. I raised my hand toward the door. I pointed with 2 fingers and my thumb. An odd gesture I'd never made before, like a make-believe gun except with the thumb parallel to the ground. Hadi! Bright gold hieroglyphs burned against the largest padlock. And the doors exploded. Carter hit the floor as chains shattered and splinters flew all over the great room. When the dust cleared, Carter got up, covered in wood shavings. I seemed to be fine. Muffins circled my feet, mewing contentedly, as if this were all very normal. Carter stared at me. How exactly? Don't know, I admitted. But the library's open. Think you overdid it a little? We're going to be in so much trouble. We'll just figure out a way to zap the door back, won't we? No more zapping, please, Carter said. That explosion could have killed us. Oh, do you think if you tried that spell on a person? No. He stepped back nervously. I felt gratified that I could make him squirm, but I tried not to smile. Let's just explore the library, shall we? The truth was, I couldn't have Hadied anyone. As soon as I stepped forward, I felt so faint that I almost collapsed. Carter caught me as I stumbled. You okay? Fine, I managed, though I didn't feel fine. I'm tired. My stomach rumbled. And famished. You just ate a huge breakfast. It was true, but I felt as if I hadn't had food in weeks. Never mind, I told him. I'll manage. Carter studied me skeptically. Those hieroglyphs you created were golden. Dad and Amos both used blue. Why? Maybe everyone has his own color, I suggested. Maybe you'll get hot pink. Very funny. Come on, pink wizard, I said. Inside we go. The library was so amazing, I almost forgot my dizziness. It was bigger than I'd imagined. A round chamber sunk deep into solid rock, like a giant well. This didn't make sense, as the mansion was sitting on top of a warehouse, but then again nothing else about the place was exactly normal. From the platform where we stood, a staircase descended 3 stories to the bottom floor. The walls, floor, and domed ceiling were all decorated with multicolored pictures of people, gods, and monsters. I'd seen such illustrations in Dad's books. Yes, all right, sometimes when I was in the Piccadilly bookshop I'd wander into the Egypt section and sneak a look at Dad's books, just to feel some connection to him, not because I wanted to read them, but the pictures in the books had always been faded and smudged. These in the library looked newly painted, making the entire room a work of art. It's beautiful, I said. A blue starry sky glittered on the ceiling, but it wasn't a solid field of blue. Rather, the sky was painted in a strange swirling pattern. I realized it was shaped like a woman. She lay curled on her side, her body, arms, and legs dark blue and dotted with stars. Below, the library floor was done in a similar way. The green and brown earth shaped into a man's body, dotted with forests and hills and cities. A river snaked across his chest. The library had no books, not even bookshelves. Instead, the walls were honeycombed with round cubbyholes, each one holding a sort of plastic cylinder. At each of the 4 compass points, a ceramic statue stood on a pedestal. The statues were half-size humans wearing kilts and sandals, with glossy black wedge-shaped haircuts and black eyeliner around their eyes. Carter says the eyeliner stuff is called kohl, as if it matters. At any rate, one statue held a stylus and scroll. Another held a box. Another held a short, hooked staff. The last was empty-handed. Sadie. Carter pointed to the center of the room. Sitting on a long stone table was Dad's workbag. Carter started down the stairs, but I grabbed his arm. Hang on. What about traps? He frowned. Traps? Didn't Egyptian tombs have traps? Well, sometimes. But this isn't a tomb. Besides, more often they had curses, like the burning curse, the donkey curse. Oh, lovely. That sounds so much better. He trotted down the steps, which made me feel quite ridiculous, as I'm usually the one to forge ahead. But I supposed if someone had to get cursed with a burning skin rash or attacked by a magical donkey, it was better Carter than me. We made it to the middle of the room with no excitement. Carter opened the bag. Still no traps or curses. He brought out the strange box Dad had used in the British Museum. It was made of wood, and about the right size to hold a loaf of French bread. The lid was decorated much like the library, with gods and monsters and sideways walking people. How did the Egyptians move like that? I wondered. All sideways with their arms and legs out. It seems quite silly. Carter gave me one of his "God, you're stupid" looks. They didn't walk like that in real life, Sadie. Well, why are they painted like that then? They thought paintings were like magic. If you painted yourself, you had to show all your arms and legs. Otherwise, in the afterlife you might be reborn without all your pieces. Then why the sideways faces? They never look straight at you. Doesn't that mean they'll lose the other side of their face? Carter hesitated. I think they were afraid the picture would be too human if it was looking right at you. It might try to become you. So is there anything they weren't afraid of? Little sisters, Carter said. If they talked too much, the Egyptians threw them to the crocodiles. He had me for a second. I wasn't used to him displaying a sense of humor. Then I punched him. Just open the bloody box. The first thing he pulled out was a lump of white gunk. Wax, Carter pronounced. Fascinating. I picked up a wooden stylus and a palette with small indentations in its surface for ink. Then a few glass jars of the ink itself, black, red, and gold, and a prehistoric painting set. Carter pulled out several lengths of brown twine, a small ebony cat statue, and a thick roll of paper. No, not paper. Papyrus. I remember Dad explaining how the Egyptians made it from a river plant because they never invented paper. The stuff was so thick and rough, it made me wonder if the poor Egyptians had had to use toilet papyrus. If so, no wonder they walked sideways. Finally, I pulled out a wax figurine. Ew, I said. He was a tiny man, crudely fashioned, as if the maker had been in a hurry. His arms were crossed over his chest, his mouth was open, and his legs were cut off at the knees. A lock of human hair was wrapped round his waist. Muffin jumped on the table and sniffed the little man. She seemed to think him quite interesting. There's nothing here, Carter said. What do you want? I asked. We've got wax, some toilet papyrus, an ugly statue. Something to explain what happened to Dad. How do we get him back? Who was that fiery man? He summoned. I held up the wax man. You heard him, warty little troll. Tell us what you know. I was just messing about. But the wax man became soft and warm like flesh. He said, I answer the call. I screamed and dropped him on his tiny head. Well, can you blame me? Ow, he said. Muffin came over to have a sniff, and the little man started cursing in another language, possibly ancient Egyptian. When that didn't work, he screeched in English, Go away! I'm not a mouse. I scooped up Muffin and put her on the floor. Carter's face had gone as soft and waxy as the little man's. What are you? He asked. I'm a shabdi, of course. The figurine rubbed his dented head. He still looked quite lumpish, only now he was a living lump. Master calls me Doughboy, though I find the name insulting. You may call me Supreme Force who crushes his enemies. All right, Doughboy, I said. He scowled at me, I think, though it was hard to tell with his mashed-up face. You weren't supposed to trigger me. Only the master does that. The master, meaning Dad, I guessed. Heir, Julius Kane? That's him, Doughboy grumbled. Are we done yet? Have I fulfilled my service? Carter stared at me blankly, but I thought I was beginning to understand. So, Doughboy, I told the lump. You were triggered when I picked you up and gave you a direct order. Tell us what you know. Is that correct? Doughboy crossed his stubby arms. You're just toying with me now. Of course that's correct. Only the master is supposed to be able to trigger me, by the way. I don't know how you did it, but he'll blast you to pieces when he finds out. Carter cleared his throat. Doughboy, the master is our dad, and he's missing. He's been magically sent away somehow, and we need your help. Master is gone? Doughboy smiled so widely, I thought his wax face would split open. Free at last. See you, suckers. He lunged for the end of the table but forgot he had no feet. He landed on his face, then began crawling toward the edge, dragging himself with his hands. Free! Free! He fell off the table and onto the floor with a thud, but that didn't seem to discourage him. Free! Free! He made it another centimeter or two before I picked him up and threw him in Dad's magic box. Doughboy tried to get out, but the box was just tall enough that he couldn't reach the rim. I wondered if it had been designed that way. Trapped! He wailed. Trapped! Oh, shut up, I told him. I'm the mistress now, and you'll answer my questions. Carter raised his eyebrow. How come you get to be in charge? Because I was smart enough to activate him. You were just joking around. I ignored my brother, which is one of my many talents. Now, Doughboy, first off, what's a shabdi? Will you let me out of the box if I tell you? You have to tell me, I pointed out. And no, I won't. He sighed. Shabdi means answerer, as even the stupidest slave could tell you. Carter snapped his fingers. I remember now. The Egyptians made models out of wax or clay. Servants to do every kind of job they could imagine in the afterlife. They were supposed to come to life when their master called, so the deceased person could, kick back and relax and let the shabdi do all his work for eternity. First, Doughboy snipped, that is typical of humans, lazing around while we do all the work. Second, afterlife work is only one function of shabdi. We are also used by magicians for a great number of things in this life, because magicians would be total incompetence without us. Third, if you know so much, why are you asking me? Why did Dad cut off your legs? I wondered. And leave you with a mouth? Doughboy clapped his little hands over his mouth. Oh, very funny, threatened the wax statue. Big bully. He cut my legs off so I wouldn't run away or come to life in perfect form and try to kill him naturally. Magicians are very mean. They maim statues to control them. They are afraid of us. Would you come to life and try to kill him had he made you perfectly? Probably, Doughboy admitted. Are we done? Not by half, I said. What happened to our dad? Doughboy shrugged. How should I know? But I see his wand and staff aren't in the box. No, Carter said. The staff, the thing that turned into a snake, it got incinerated. And the wand? Is that the boomerang thing? The boomerang thing? Doughboy said. Gods of eternal Egypt, you're dense. Of course that's his wand. It got shattered, I said. Tell me how, Doughboy demanded. Carter told him the story. I wasn't sure that was the best idea, but I supposed a 10-centimeter tall statue couldn't do us that much harm. This is wonderful, Doughboy cried. Why? I asked. Is Dad still alive? No, Doughboy said. He's almost certainly dead. The 5 gods of the demon days released. Wonderful. And anyone who duels with the Red Lord. Wait, I said. I order you to tell me what happened. Ha, Doughboy said. I only have to tell you what I know. Making educated guesses is a completely different task. I declare my service fulfilled. With that, he turned back to lifeless wax. Wait. I picked him up again and shook him. Tell me your educated guesses. Nothing happened. Maybe he's got a timer, Carter said. Like only once a day. Or maybe you broke him. Carter, make a helpful suggestion. What do we do now? He looked at the 4 ceramic statues on their pedestals. Maybe other shabdi? Worth a shot. If the statues were answerers, they weren't very good at it. We tried holding them while giving them orders, though they were quite heavy. We tried pointing at them and shouting. We tried asking nicely. They gave us no answers at all. I grew so frustrated I wanted to hadi them into a million pieces, but I was still so hungry and tired. I had the feeling that spell would not be good for my health. Finally, we decided to check the cubbyholes round the walls. The plastic cylinders were the kind you might find at a drive-through bank, the kind that shoot up and down the pneumatic tubes. Inside each case was a papyrus scroll. Some looked new. Some looked thousands of years old. Each canister was labeled in hieroglyphs and, fortunately, in English. "The Book of the Heavenly Cow," Carter read on one. "What kind of name is that? What V you got? The Heavenly Badger?" "No," I said. "The Book of Slaying Apophis." Muffin meowed in the corner. When I looked over, her tail was puffed up. "What's wrong with her?" I asked. "Apophis was a giant snake monster," Carter muttered. "He was bad news." Muffin turned and raced up the stairs, back into the great room. "Cats. No accounting for them." Carter opened another scroll. "Sadie, look at this." He'd found a papyrus that was quite long, and most of the text on it seemed to be lines of hieroglyphs. "Can you read any of this?" Carter asked. I frowned at the writing, and the odd thing was I couldn't read it except for one line at the top. Only that bit where the title should be. Says, "Blood of the Great House." "What does that mean?" "Great House," Carter mused. "What do the words sound like in Egyptian?" "Pharaoh." "Oh, it's Pharaoh, isn't it? But I thought a pharaoh was a king." "It is," Carter said. "The word literally means great house, like the king's mansion, sort of like referring to the president as the White House. So here it probably means more like blood of the pharaohs, all of them, the whole lineage of all the dynasties, not just one guy. So why do I care about the pharaoh's blood? And why can't I read any of the rest?" Carter stared at the lines. Suddenly his eyes widened. "Their names. Look, they're all written inside cartouches." "Excuse me?" I asked because cartouche sounded like a rather rude word, and I pride myself on knowing those. "The circles," Carter explained. "They symbolize magic ropes. They're supposed to protect the holder of the name from evil magic." He eyed me, and possibly also from other magicians reading their names. "Oh, you're mental," I said. But I looked at the lines and saw what he meant. All the other words were protected by cartouches, and I couldn't make sense of them. "Sadie," Carter said, his voice urgent. He pointed to a cartouche at the very end of the list, the last entry in what looked to be a catalog of thousands. Inside the circle were two simple symbols, a basket and a wave. "KN," Carter announced. "I know this one. It's our name, Kane. Missing a few letters, isn't it?" Carter shook his head. "Egyptians usually didn't write vowels, only consonants. You have to figure out the vowel sounds from context. They really were nutters. So that could be KON or IKON or NI or AKNE. "It could be," Carter agreed. "But it's our name, Kane. I asked Dad to write it for me in hieroglyphs once, and that's how he did it. But why are we in this list? And what is blood of the pharaohs?" That icy tingle started on the back of my neck. I remembered what Amos had said about both sides of our family being very ancient. Carter's eyes met mine, and judging from his expression, he was having the same thought. "There's no way," I protested. "Must be some kind of joke," he agreed. "Nobody keeps family records that far back." I swallowed, my throat suddenly very dry. So many odd things had happened to us in the last day. But it was only when I saw our name in that book that I finally began to believe all this mad Egyptian stuff was real. Gods, magicians, monsters, and our family was tied into it. Ever since breakfast, when it occurred to me that Dad had been trying to bring Mum back from the dead, a horrible emotion had been trying to take hold of me. And it wasn't dread. Yes, the whole idea was creepy, much creepier than the shrine my grandparents kept in the hall cupboard to my dead mother. And yes, I told you I try not to live in the past and nothing could change the fact that my mum was gone. But I'm a liar. The truth was, I'd had one dream ever since I was 6, to see my mum again, to actually get to know her, talk to her, go shopping, do anything. Just be with her once so I could have a better memory to hold on to. The feeling I was trying to shake was hope. I knew I was setting myself up for colossal hurt. But if it really were possible to bring her back, then I would have blown up any number of Rosetta Stones to make it happen. Let's keep looking, I said. After a few more minutes, I found a picture of some of animal-headed gods, 5 in a row, with a starry woman figure arching over them protectively like an umbrella. Dad had released 5 gods. Carter, I called. What's this, then? He came to have a look and his eyes lit up. That's it, he announced. These 5, and up here their mother, Nut. I laughed. A goddess named Nut? Is her last name Case? Very funny, Carter said. She was the goddess of the sky. He pointed to the painted ceiling, the lady with the blue star-spangled skin, same as in the scroll. So what about her? I asked. Carter knit his eyebrows. Something about the demon days. It had to do with the birth of these 5 gods. But it's been a long time since Dad told me the story. This whole scroll is written in hieratic, I think. That's like hieroglyph cursive. Can you read it? I shook my head. Apparently, my particular brand of insanity only applied to regular hieroglyphs. I wish I could find the story in English, Carter said. Just then there was a cracking noise behind us. The empty-handed clay statue hopped off his pedestal and marched towards us. Carter and I scrambled to get out of his way, but he walked straight past us, grabbed a cylinder from its cubbyhole and brought it to Carter. It's a retrieval shabdi, I said. A clay librarian. Carter swallowed nervously and took the cylinder. Thanks. The statue marched back to his pedestal, jumped on, and hardened again into regular clay. I wonder. I faced the shabdi. Sandwich and chips, please. Sadly, none of the statues jumped down to serve me. Perhaps food wasn't allowed in the library. Carter uncapped the cylinder and unrolled the papyrus. He sighed with relief. This version is in English. As he scanned the text, his frown got deeper. You don't look happy, I noticed, because I remember the story now. The 5 gods. If Dad really released them, it isn't good news. Hang on, I said. Start from the beginning. Carter took a shaky breath. Okay, so the sky goddess, Nut, was married to the earth god, Geb. That would be this chap on the floor? I tapped my foot on the big green man with the river and hills and forests all over his body. Right, Carter said. Anyway, Geb and Nut wanted to have kids. But the king of the gods, he was the sun god, heard this bad prophecy that a child of Nut. Child of Nut, I snickered. Sorry, go on. A child of Geb and Nut would one day replace as king. So when learned that Nut was pregnant, freaked out. He forbade Nut to give birth to her children on any day or night of the year. I crossed my arms. So what, she had to stay pregnant forever? That's awfully mean. Carter shook his head. Nut figured out a way. She set up a game of dice with the moon god, Khans. Every time Khans lost, he had to give Nut some of his moonlight. He lost so many times, Nut won enough moonlight to create 5 new days and tag them on to the end of the year. Oh, please, I said. First, how can you gamble moonlight? And if you did, how could you make extra days out of it? It's a story, Carter protested. Anyway, the Egyptian calendar had 360 days in the year, just like the 360 degrees in a circle. Nut created 5 days and added them to the end of the year, days that were not part of the regular year. The demon days, I guessed. So the myth explains why a year has 365 days. And I suppose she had her children. During those 5 days, Carter agreed. 1 kid per day. Again, how do you have 5 children in a row, each on a different day? They're gods, Carter said. They can do stuff like that. Makes as much sense as the name Nut. But please go on. So when found out, he was furious, but it was too late. The children were already born. Their names were Osiris. The one Dad was after. Then Horus, Set, Isis, and, Carter consulted his scroll. Nephthys. I always forget that one. And the fiery man in the museum said, "You have released all 5. Exactly. What if they were imprisoned together and Dad didn't realize it? They were born together, so maybe they had to be summoned back into the world together. The thing is, one of these guys Set was a really bad dude. Like the villain of Egyptian mythology. The god of evil and chaos and desert storms. I shivered. Did he perhaps have something to do with fire? Carter pointed to one of the figures in the picture. The god had an animal head, but I couldn't quite make out which sort of animal. Dog? Anteater? Evil bunny rabbit? Whichever it was, his hair and his clothes were bright red. The Red Lord, I said. Sadie, there's more, Carter said. Those 5 days, the demon days, were bad luck in ancient Egypt. You had to be careful, wear good luck charms, and not do anything important or dangerous on those days. And in the British Museum, Dad told Set, they'll stop you before the demon days are over. Surely you don't think he meant us, I said. We're supposed to stop this Set character? Carter nodded. And if the last 5 days of our calendar year still count as the Egyptian demon days, they'd start on December 27th, the day after tomorrow. The Shabti seemed to be staring at me expectantly, but I had not the slightest idea what to do. Demon days and evil bunny gods. If I heard one more impossible thing, my head would explode. And the worst of it? The little insistent voice in the back of my head saying, it's not impossible. To save Dad, we must defeat Set. As if that had been on my to-do list for Christmas hauls. See Dad, check. Develop strange powers, check. Defeat an evil god of chaos, check. The whole idea was mad. Suddenly there was a loud crash, as if something had broken in the great room. Khufu began barking in alarm. Carter and I locked eyes. Then we ran for the stairs. Chapter 8. Muffin Plays with Knives. Our baboon was going completely sky goddess, which is to say, nuts. He swung from column to column, bouncing along the balconies, overturning pots and statues. Then he ran back to the terrace windows, stared outside for a moment, and proceeded to go berserk again. Muffin was also at the window. She crouched on all fours with her tail twitching as if she were stalking a bird. Perhaps it's just a passing flamingo, I suggested hopefully, but I'm not sure Carter could hear me over the screaming baboon. We ran to the glass doors. At first I didn't see any problem. Then water exploded from the pool, and my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. 2 enormous creatures, most definitely not flamingos, were thrashing about with our crocodile, Philip of Macedonia. I couldn't make out what they were, only that they were fighting Philip 2 against 1. They disappeared under the boiling water, and Khufu ran screaming through the great room again, bonking himself on the head with his empty Cheerios box, which I must say was not particularly helpful. Long necks, Carter said incredulously. Sadie, did you see those things? I couldn't find an answer. Then one of the creatures was thrown out of the pool. It slammed into the doors right in front of us, and I jumped back in alarm. On the other side of the glass was the most terrifying animal I'd ever seen. Its body was like a leopard's, lean and sinewy, with golden spotted fur, but its neck was completely wrong. It was green and scaly and at least as long as the rest of its body. It had a cat's head, but no normal cat's. When it turned its glowing red eyes towards us, it howled, showing a forked tongue and fangs dripping with green venom. I realized my legs were shaking and I was making a very undignified whimpering sound. The cat serpent jumped back into the pool to join its companion in beating up Philip, who spun and snapped but seemed unable to hurt his attackers. We have to help Philip, I cried. He'll be killed. I reached for the door handle, but Muffin growled at me. Carter said, Sadie, no. You heard Amos. We can't open the doors for any reason. The house is protected by magic. Philip will have to beat them on his own. But what if he can't? Philip, the old crocodile turned. For a second his pink reptilian eye focused on me as if he could sense my concern. Then the cat snakes bit at his underbelly and Philip rose up so that only the tip of his tail still touched the water. His body began to glow. A low hum filled the air, like an airplane engine starting up. When Philip came down, he slammed into the terrace with all his might. The entire house shook. Cracks appeared in the concrete terrace outside, and the swimming pool split right down the middle as the far end crumbled into empty space. No! I cried. But the edge of the terrace ripped free, plunging Philip and the monsters straight into the East River. My whole body began to tremble. He sacrificed himself. He killed the monsters. Sadie, Carter's voice was faint. What if he didn't? What if they come back? Don't say that. I recognize them, Sadie. Those creatures. Come on. Where? I demanded, but he ran straight back to the library. Carter marched up to the shabdi who'd helped us before. Bring me the... What's it called? What? I asked. Something Dad showed me. It's a big stone plate or something. Had a picture of the first pharaoh, the guy who united Upper and Lower Egypt into one kingdom. His name. His eyes lit up. Narmer. Bring me the Narmer plate. Nothing happened. No, Carter decided. Not a plate. It was one of those things that holds paint. Palette. Bring me the Narmer palette. The empty-handed shabdi didn't move, but across the room, the statue with the little hook came to life. He jumped off his pedestal and disappeared in a cloud of dust. A heartbeat later, he reappeared on the table. At his feet was a wedge of flat gray stone, shaped like a shield and about as long as my forearm. No, Carter protested. I meant a picture of it. Oh great, I think this is the real artifact. The shabdi must have stolen it from the Cairo Museum. We've got to return. Hang on, I said. We might as well have a look. The surface of the stone was carved with the picture of a man smashing another man in the face with what looked like a spoon. That's Narmer with the spoon, I guessed. Angry because the other bloke stole his breakfast cereal? Carter shook his head. He's conquering his enemies and uniting Egypt. See his hat? That's the crown of Lower Egypt, before the two countries united. The bit that looks like a bowling pin? You're impossible, Carter grumbled. He looks like Dad, doesn't he? Sadie, be serious. I am serious. Look at his profile. Carter decided to ignore me. He examined the stone like he was afraid to touch it. I need to see the back, but I don't want to turn it over. We might damage. I grabbed the stone and flipped it over. Sadie, you could have broken it. That's what men's spells are for, yes? We examined the back of the stone, and I had to admit I was impressed by Carter's memory. Two cat-snake monsters stood in the center of the palette, their necks entwined. On either side, Egyptian men with ropes were trying to capture the creatures. They're called serpopards, Carter said. Serpent leopards. Fascinating, I said. But what are serpopards? No one knows exactly. Dad thought they were creatures of chaos, very bad news, and they've been around forever. This stone is one of the oldest artifacts from Egypt. Those pictures were carved 5,000 years ago. So why are 5,000-year-old monsters attacking our house? Last night, in Phoenix, the fiery man ordered his servants to capture us. He said to send the longnecks first. I had a metallic taste in my mouth, and I wished I hadn't chewed my last piece of gum. Well, good thing they're at the bottom of the East River. Just then Khufu rushed into the library, screaming and slapping his head. Suppose I shouldn't have said that, I muttered. Carter told the shabdi to return the Narmer palette, and both statue and stone disappeared. Then we followed the baboon upstairs. The serpopards were back, their fur wet and slimy from the river, and they weren't happy. They prowled the broken ledge of the terrace, their snake necks whipping round as they sniffed the doors, looking for a way in. They spit poison that steamed and bubbled on the glass. Their forked tongues darted in and out. Ack, ack. Khufu picked up Muffin, who was sitting on the sofa, and offered me the cat. I really don't think that will help, I told him. Ack, Khufu insisted. Neither Muffin nor cat ended in, oh, so I guess Khufu was not trying to offer me a snack. But I didn't know what he was on about. I took the cat just to shut him up. Mro. Muffin looked up at me. It'll be all right, I promised, trying not to sound scared out of my mind. The house is protected by magic. Sadie, Carter said. They've found something. The serpopards had converged at the left-hand door and were intently sniffing the handle. Isn't it locked? I asked. Both monsters smashed their ugly faces against the glass. The door shuddered. Blue hieroglyphs glowed along the doorframe, but their light was faint. "I don't like this," Carter murmured. I prayed that the monsters would give up, or that perhaps Philip of Macedonia would climb back to the terrace. Do crocodiles climb? And renew the fight. Instead, the monsters smashed their heads against the glass again. This time a web of cracks appeared. The blue hieroglyphs flickered and died. "Ack!" Khufu screamed. He waved his hand vaguely at the cat. "Maybe if I try the Hadi spell," I said. Carter shook his head. "You almost fainted after you blew up those doors. I don't want you passing out or worse." Carter once again surprised me. He tugged a strange sword from one of Amos's wall displays. The blade had an odd crescent moon curve and looked horribly impractical. "You can't be serious," I said. Unless you've got a better idea," he stammered, his face beading with perspiration. "It's me, you, and the baboon against those things." I'm sure Carter was trying to be brave in his own extremely unbrave way, but he was shaking worse than I was. If anyone was going to pass out, I feared it would be him, and I didn't fancy him doing that while holding a sharp object. Then the serpapard struck a third time, and the door shattered. We backed up to the foot of Thoth's statue as the creatures stalked into the great room. Khufu threw his basketball, which bounced harmlessly off the first monster's head. Then he launched himself at the serpopard. "Khufu, don't!" Carter yelled, but the baboon sank his fangs into the monster's neck. The serpopard lashed around, trying to bite him. Khufu leaped off, but the monster was quick. It used its head like a bat and smacked poor Khufu in midair, sending him straight through the shattered door, over the broken terrace, and into the void. I wanted to sob, but there wasn't time. The serpopards came toward us. We couldn't outrun them. Carter raised his sword. I pointed my hand at the first monster and tried to speak the Hadi spell, but my voice stuck in my throat. "Mro," Muffin said more insistently. Why was the cat still nestled in my arm and not running away in terror? Then I remembered something Amos had said. "Muffin will protect you." Was that what Khufu had been trying to remind me? It seemed impossible, but I stammered, Muffin, I order you to protect us." I tossed her on the floor. Just for a moment, the silver pendant on her collar seemed to gleam. Then the cat arched her back leisurely, sat down, and began licking a front paw. Well, really, what was I expecting, heroics? The two red-eyed monsters bared their fangs. They raised their heads and prepared to strike, and an explosion of dry air blasted through the room. It was so powerful it knocked Carter and me to the floor. The serpopards stumbled and backed away. I staggered to my feet and realized that the center of the blast had been Muffin. My cat was no longer there. In her place was a woman, small and lithe like a gymnast. Her jet-black hair was tied in a ponytail. She wore a skin-tight leopard skin jumpsuit and Muffin's pendant around her neck. She turned and grinned at me, and her eyes were still Muffin's, yellow with black feline pupils. "About time," she chided. The serpopards got over their shock and charged the Catwoman. Their heads struck with lightning speed. They should have ripped her in two, but the cat lady leaped straight up, flipping 3 times and landed above them, perched on the mantel. She flexed her wrists, and 2 enormous knives shot from her sleeves into her hands. Fun! The monsters charged. She launched herself between them, dancing and dodging with incredible grace, letting them lash at her futilely while she threaded their necks together. When she stepped away, the serpopards were hopelessly intertwined. The more they struggled, the tighter the knots became. They trampled back and forth, knocking over furniture and roaring in frustration. "Poor things," the Catwoman purred. "Let me help." Her knives flashed, and the 2 monsters' heads thudded to the floor at her feet. Their bodies collapsed and dissolved into enormous piles of sand. "So much for my playthings," the woman said sadly. "From sand they come, and to sand they return." She turned towards us, and the knives shot back into her sleeves. "Carter, Sadie, we should leave. Worse will be coming." Carter made a choking sound. "Worse? Who? How? What?" "All in good time." The woman stretched her arms above her head with great satisfaction. "So good to be in human form again. Now, Sadie, can you open us a door through the do-it?" Please? I blinked. No. I mean, I don't know how. The woman narrowed her eyes, clearly disappointed. Shame. We'll need more power than an obelisk. But that's in London, I protested. We can't. There's a nearer one in Central Park. I try to avoid Manhattan, but this is an emergency. We'll just pop over and open a portal. A portal to where? I demanded. Who are you, and why are you my cat? The woman smiled. For now, we just want a portal out of danger. As for my name, it's not Muffin. Thank you very much. It's Bast, Carter interrupted. Your pendant. It's the symbol of Bast, goddess of cats. I thought it was just decoration, but that's you, isn't it? Very good, Carter, Bast said. Now come, while we can still make it out of here alive. Chapter 9. We run from 4 guys in skirts. So, yeah, our cat was a goddess. What else is new? She didn't give us much time to talk about it. She ordered me to the library to grab my dad's magic kit, and when I came back she was arguing with Sadie about Khufu and Philip. We have to search for them, Sadie insisted. They'll be fine, said Bast. However, we will not be unless we leave now. I raised my hand. Excuse me, Miss Goddess Lady? Amos told us the house was safe. Bast snorted. Carter, the defenses were too easily breached. Someone sabotaged them. What do you mean? Who? Only a magician of the house could have done it. Another magician? I asked. Why would another magician want to sabotage Amos's house? Oh, Carter, Bast sighed. So young, so innocent. Magicians are devious creatures. Could be a million reasons why one would backstab another, but we don't have time to discuss it. Now, come on. She grabbed our arms and led us out the front door. She'd sheathed her knives, but she still had some wicked sharp claws for fingernails that hurt as they dug into my skin. As soon as we stepped outside, the cold wind stung my eyes. We climbed down a long flight of metal stairs into the industrial yard that surrounded the factory. Dad's work bag was heavy on my shoulder. The curved sword I'd strapped across my back felt cold against my thin linen clothes. I'd started to sweat during the Serpopard attack, and now my perspiration felt like it was turning to ice. I looked around for more monsters, but the yard seemed abandoned. Old construction equipment lay in rusting heaps, a bulldozer, a crane with a wrecking ball, a couple of cement mixers. Piles of sheet metal and stacks of crates made a maze of obstacles between the house and the street a few hundred yards away. We were about halfway across the yard when an old gray tomcat stepped in our path. One of his ears was torn. His left eye was swollen shut. Judging from his scars, he'd spent most of his life fighting. Bast crouched and stared at the cat. He looked up at her calmly. Thank you, Bast said. The old tomcat trotted off toward the river. What was that about? Sadie asked. One of my subjects offering help. He'll spread the news about our predicament. Soon every cat in New York will be on alert. He was so battered, Sadie said. If he's your subject, couldn't you heal him? And take away his marks of honor? A cat's battle scars are part of his identity. I couldn't. Suddenly Bast tensed. She dragged us behind a stack of crates. What is it? I whispered. She flexed her wrists and her knives slid into her hands. She peeped over the top of the crates, every muscle in her body trembling. I tried to see what she was looking at, but there was nothing except the old wrecking ball crane. Bast's mouth twitched with excitement. Her eyes were fixed on the huge metal ball. I'd seen kittens look like that when they stalked catnip toy mice, or pieces of string or rubber balls. No, Bast was an ancient goddess. Surely she wouldn't. This could be it. She shifted her weight. Stay very, very still. There's no one there, Sadie hissed. I started to say, Bast lunged over the crates. She flew 30 feet through the air, knives flashing, and landed on the wrecking ball with such force that she broke the chain. The cat goddess and the huge metal sphere smashed into the dirt and went rolling across the yard. Row! Bast wailed. The wrecking ball rolled straight over her, but she didn't appear hurt. She leaped off and pounced again. Her knives sliced through the metal like wet clay. Within seconds, the wrecking ball was reduced to a mound of scraps. Bast sheathed her blades. Safe now. Sadie and I looked at each other. You saved us from a metal ball, Sadie said. You never know, Bast said. It could have been hostile. Just then a deep boom shook the ground. I looked back at the mansion. Tendrils of blue fire curled from the top windows. Come on, Bast said. Our time is up. I thought maybe she'd whisk us off by magic or at least hail a taxi. Instead, Bast borrowed a silver Lexus convertible. Oh yes, she purred. I like this one. Come along, children. But this isn't yours, I pointed out. My dear, I'm a cat. Everything I see is mine. She touched the ignition and the keyhole sparked. The engine began to purr. No, Sadie. Not like a cat, like an engine. Bast, I said. You can't just. Sadie elbowed me. We'll work out how to return it later, Carter. Right now we've got an emergency. She pointed back toward the mansion. Blue flames and smoke now billowed from every window. But that wasn't the scary part. Coming down the stairs were 4 men carrying a large box, like an oversized coffin with long handles sticking out at both ends. The box was covered with a black shroud and looked big enough for at least 2 bodies. The 4 men wore only kilts and sandals. Their coppery skin glinted in the sun as if made of metal. Oh, that's bad, Bast said. In the car, please. I decided not to ask questions. Sadie beat me to the shotgun seat, so I climbed in back. The 4 metallic guys with the box were racing across the yard, coming straight for us at an unbelievable speed. Before I even had my seat belt on, Bast hit the gas. We tore through the streets of Brooklyn, weaving insanely through traffic, riding over sidewalks, narrowly missing pedestrians. Bast drove with reflexes that were, well, cat-like. Any human trying to drive so fast would have had a dozen wrecks. But she got us safely onto the Williamsburg Bridge. I thought for sure we must have lost our pursuers, but when I looked back, the 4 copper men with the black box were weaving in and out of traffic. They appeared to be jogging at a normal pace, but they passed cars that were doing 50. Their bodies blurred like choppy images in an old movie, as if they were out of sync with the regular stream of time. What are they? I asked. Shapti. No, carriers. Bast glanced in the rearview mirror. Summoned straight from the do-it. They'll stop at nothing to find their victims. Throw them in the sedan. The what? Sadie interrupted. The large box, Bast said. It's a kind of carriage. The carriers capture you, beat you senseless, throw you in, and carry you back to their master. They never lose their prey, and they never give up. But what do they want us for? Trust me, Bast growled. You don't want to know. I thought about the fiery man last night in Phoenix, how he'd fried one of his servants into a grease spot. I was pretty sure I didn't want to meet him face to face again. Bast, I said, if you're a goddess, can't you just snap your fingers and disintegrate those guys? Or wave your hand and teleport us away? Wouldn't that be nice? But my power in this host is limited. You mean Muffin? Sadie asked. But you're not a cat anymore. She's still my host, Sadie, my anchor on this side of the do-it, and a very imperfect one. Your call for help allowed me to assume human shape, but that alone takes a great deal of power. Besides, even when I'm in a powerful host, Set's magic is stronger than mine. Could you please say something I actually understand? Pleaded. Carter, we don't have time for a full discussion on gods and hosts and the limits of magic. We have to get you to safety. Bast floored the accelerator and shot up the middle of the bridge. The 4 carriers with the sedan raced after us, blurring the air as they moved, but no cars swerved to avoid them. No one panicked or even looked at them. How can people not see them? I said. Don't they notice 4 copper men in skirts running up the bridge with a weird black box? Bast shrugged. Cats can hear many sounds you can't. Some animals see things in the ultraviolet spectrum that are invisible to humans. Magic is similar. Did you notice the mansion when you first arrived? Well, no. And you are born to magic, Bast said. Imagine how hard it would be for a regular mortal. Born to magic? I remembered what Amos had said about our family being in the house of life. for a long time. If magic, runs in the family, why haven't I ever been able to do it before? Bast smiled in the mirror. Your sister understands. Sadie's ears turned red. No, I don't. I still can't believe you're a goddess. All these years, you've been eating crunchy treats, sleeping on my head. I made a deal with your father, Bast said. He let me remain in the world as long as I assumed a minor form, a normal house cat, so I could protect and watch over you. It was the least I could do after. She stopped abruptly. A horrible thought occurred to me. My stomach fluttered, and it had nothing to do with how fast we were going. After our mom's death? I guessed. Bast stared straight ahead out the windshield. That's it, isn't it? I said. Dad and Mom did some kind of magic ritual at Cleopatra's Needle. Something went wrong. Our mom died and they released you. That's not important right now, Bast said. The point is I agreed to look after Sadie. And I will. She was hiding something. I was sure of it, but her tone made it clear that the subject was closed. If you gods are so powerful and helpful, I said, why does the House of Life forbid magicians from summoning you? Bast swerved into the fast lane. Magicians are paranoid. Your best hope is to stay with me. We'll get as far away as possible from New York. Then we'll get help and challenge set. What help? Sadie asked. Bast raised an eyebrow. Why, we'll summon more gods, of course. Chapter 10. Bast goes green. Sadie, stop it. Yeah, I'm getting to that part. Sorry. She keeps trying to distract me by setting fire to my... Never mind. Where was I? We barreled off the Williamsburg Bridge into Manhattan and headed north on Clinton Street. They're still following, Sadie warned. Sure enough, the carriers were only a block behind us, weaving around cars and trampling over sidewalk displays of tourist junk. We'll buy some time, Bast growled deep in her throat, a sound so low and powerful it made my teeth buzz. She yanked the wheel and swerved right onto East Houston. I looked back. Just as the carriers turned the corner, a horde of cats materialized all around them. Some jumped from windows. Some ran from the sidewalks and alleys. Some crawled from the storm drains. All of them converged on the carriers in a wave of fur and claws, climbing up their copper legs, scratching their backs, clinging to their faces, and weighing down the sedan box. The carriers stumbled, dropping the box. They began blindly swatting at the cats. 2 cars swerved to avoid the animals and collided, blocking the entire street, and the carriers went down under the mass of angry felines. We turned onto the FDR Drive, and the scene disappeared from view. Nice, I admitted. It won't hold them long, Bast said. Now Central Park. Bast ditched the Lexus at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. We'll run from here, she said. It's just behind the museum. When she said run, she meant it. Sadie and I had to sprint to keep up, and Bast wasn't even breaking a sweat. She didn't stop for little things like hot dog stands or parked cars. Anything under 10 feet tall she leaped over with ease, leaving us to scramble around the obstacles as best we could. We ran into the park on the East Drive. As soon as we turned north, the obelisk loomed above us. A little over 70 feet tall, it looked like an exact copy of the Needle in London. It was tucked away on a grassy hill, so it actually felt isolated, which is hard to achieve in the center of New York. There was no one around except a couple of joggers farther down the path. I could hear the traffic behind us on Fifth Avenue, but even that seemed far away. We stopped at the obelisk's base. Bast sniffed the air as if smelling for trouble. Once I was standing still, I realized just how cold I was. The sun was directly overhead, but the wind ripped right through my borrowed linen clothes. I wish I'd grabbed something warmer, I muttered. A wool coat would be nice. No, it wouldn't, Bast said, scanning the horizon. You're dressed for magic. Sadie shivered. We have to freeze to be magical? Magicians avoid animal products, Bast said absently. Fur, leather, wool, any of that. The residual life aura can interfere with spells. My boots seem all right, Sadie noted. Leather, Bast said with distaste. You may have a higher tolerance, so a bit of leather won't bother your magic. I don't know. But linen clothing is always best, or cotton, plant material. At any rate, Sadie, I think we're clear for the moment. There's a window of auspicious time starting right now, at 11:30, but it won't last long. Get started. Sadie blinked. Me? Why me? You're the goddess. I'm not good at portals, Bast said. Cats are protectors. Just control your emotions. Panic or fear will kill a spell. We have to get out of here before Set summons the other gods to his cause. I frowned. You mean Set's got, like, other evil gods on speed dial? Bast glanced nervously toward the trees. Evil and good may not be the best way to think of it, Carter. As a magician, you must think about chaos and order. Those are the two forces that control the universe. Set is all about chaos. But what about the other gods Dad released? I persisted. Aren't they good guys? Isis, Osiris, Horus, Nephthys. Where are they? Bast fixed her eyes on me. That's a good question, Carter. A Siamese cat broke through the bushes and ran up to Bast. They looked at each other for a moment. Then the Siamese dashed away. The carriers are close, Bast announced. And something else, something much stronger, closing in from the east. I think the carrier's master has grown impatient. My heart did a flip. Set is coming? No, Bast said. Perhaps a minion. Or an ally. My cats are having trouble describing what they're seeing, and I don't want to find out. Sadie, now is the time. Just concentrate on opening a gateway to the do-it. I'll keep off the attackers. Combat magic is my specialty. Like what you did in the mansion? I asked. Bast showed her pointed teeth. No, that was just combat. The woods rustled, and the carriers emerged. Their sedan chair's shroud had been shredded by cat claws. The carriers themselves were scratched and dented. One walked with a limp, his leg bent backward at the knee. Another had a car fender wrapped around his neck. The four metal men carefully set down their sedan chair. They looked at us and drew golden metal clubs from their belts. Sadie, get to work, Bast ordered. Carter, you're welcome to help me. The cat goddess unsheathed her knives. Her body began to glow with a green hue. An aura surrounded her, growing larger, like a bubble of energy, and lifting her off the ground. The aura took shape until Bast was encased in a holographic projection about 4 times her normal size. It was an image of the goddess in her ancient form, a 20-foot-tall woman with the head of a cat. Floating in midair in the center of the hologram, Bast stepped forward. The giant cat goddess moved with her. It didn't seem possible that a see-through image could have substance, but its foot shook the ground. Bast raised her hand. The glowing green warrior did the same, unsheathing claws as long and sharp as rapiers. Bast swiped the sidewalk in front of her and shredded the pavement to concrete ribbons. She turned and smiled at me. The giant cat's head did likewise, bearing horrible fangs that could have bitten me in half. This, Bast said, is combat magic. At first I was too stunned to do anything but watch as Bast launched her green war machine into the middle of the carriers. She slashed one carrier to pieces with a single swipe, then stepped on another and flattened him into a metal pancake. The other 2 carriers attacked her holographic legs, but their metal clubs bounced harmlessly off the ghostly light with showers of sparks. Meanwhile, Sadie stood in front of the obelisk with her arms raised, shouting, "Open, you stupid piece of rock." Finally, I drew my sword. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to charge into battle, but I felt like I should help. And if I had to fight, I figured having a 20-foot-tall glowing cat warrior on my side was the way to do it. Sadie, I'm going to help Bast. Keep trying. I am. I ran forward just as Bast sliced the other 2 carriers apart like loaves of bread. With relief, I thought, well, that's it. Then all 4 carriers began to reform. The flat one peeled himself off the pavement. The sliced one's pieces clicked together like magnets, and the carriers stood up good as new. Carter, help me hack them apart, Bast called. They need to be in smaller pieces. I tried to stay out of Bast's way as she sliced and stomped. Then, as soon as she disabled a carrier, I went to work chopping its remains into smaller pieces. They seemed more like Play-Doh than metal, because my blade mashed them up pretty easily. Another few minutes and I was surrounded by piles of coppery rubble. Bast made a glowing fist and smashed the sedan into kindling. "That wasn't so hard," I said. "What were we running for?" Inside her glowing shell, Bast's face was coated with sweat. It hadn't occurred to me that a goddess could get tired, but her magic avatar must have taken a lot of effort. "We're not safe yet," she warned. "Sadie, how's it coming?" "It's not," Sadie complained. "Isn't there another way?" Before Bast could answer, the bushes rustled with a new sound, like rain, except more slithery. A chill ran up my back. What is that?" "No," Bast murmured. "It can't be. Not her." Then the bushes exploded. 1,000 brown creepy crawlies poured from the woods in a carpet of grossness, all pincers and stinging tails. I wanted to yell, "Scorpions!" but my voice wouldn't work. My legs started trembling. I hate scorpions. They're everywhere in Egypt. Many times I'd found them in my hotel bed or shower. Once I'd even found one in my sock. "Sadie," Bast called urgently. "Nothing," Sadie moaned. The scorpions kept coming, thousands upon thousands. Out of the woods a woman appeared, walking fearlessly through the middle of the arachnids. She wore brown robes with gold jewelry glinting around her neck and arms. Her long black hair was cut ancient Egyptian style with a strange crown on top. Then I realized it wasn't a crown. She had a live, supersized scorpion nesting on her head. Millions of the little nasties swirled around her like she was the center of their storm. "Circuit," Bast growled. "The scorpion goddess," I guessed. Maybe that should have terrified me, but I was already pretty much at my maximum. "Can you take her?" Bast's expression didn't reassure me. "Carter, Sadie," she said. "This is going to get ugly. Get to the museum. Find the temple. It may protect you." "What temple?" I asked. "And what about you?" Sadie added. "I'll be fine. I'll catch up." But when Bast looked at me, I could tell she wasn't sure. She was just buying us time. "Go," she ordered. She turned her giant green cat warrior to face the mass of scorpions. Embarrassing truth? In the face of those scorpions, I didn't even pretend to be brave. I grabbed Sadie's arm and we ran. Chapter 11. We meet the human flamethrower. Right? I'm taking the microphone. There is no chance Carter would tell this part properly, as it's about Zia. "Shut up, Carter. You know it's true." "Oh, who is Zia?" "Sorry, getting ahead of myself." We raced to the entrance of the museum, and I had no idea why, except that a giant glowing catwoman had told us to. Now, you must realize I was already devastated by everything that had happened. First, I'd lost my father. Second, my loving grandparents had kicked me out of the flat. Then I discovered I was apparently blood of the pharaohs, born to a magical family, and all sorts of rubbish that sounded quite impressive but only brought me loads of trouble. And as soon as I'd found a new home, a mansion with proper breakfast and friendly pets and quite a nice room for me, by the way, Uncle Amos disappeared, my lovely new crocodile and baboon friends were tossed in a river, and the mansion was set on fire. And if that wasn't enough, my faithful cat Muffin had decided to engage in a hopeless battle with a swarm of scorpions. Do you call it a swarm for scorpions? A herd? A gaggle? Oh, never mind. The point is I couldn't believe I'd been asked to open a magic doorway when clearly I had no such skill, and now my brother was dragging me away. I felt like an utter failure. And no comments from you, Carter. As I recall, you weren't much help at the time either. "We can't just leave Bast," I shouted. "Look!" Carter kept running, dragging me along, but I could see quite clearly what was happening back at the obelisk. A mass of scorpions had crawled up Bast's glowing green legs and were wriggling into the hologram like it was gelatin. Bast smashed hundreds of them with her feet and fists, but there were simply too many. Soon they were up to her waist, and her ghostly shell began to flicker. Meanwhile, the brown-robed goddess advanced slowly, and I had a feeling she would be worse than any number of scorpions. Carter pulled me through a row of bushes and I lost sight of Bast. We burst onto Fifth Avenue, which seemed ridiculously normal after the magic battle. We ran down the sidewalk, shoved through a knot of pedestrians, and climbed the steps of the Met. A banner above the entrance announced some sort of special Christmas event, which I suppose is why the museum was open on a holiday, but I didn't bother reading the details. We pushed straight inside. What did it look like? Well, it was a museum, huge entry hall, lots of columns and so on. I can't claim I spent much time admiring the decor. I do remember it had queues for the ticket windows because we ran right past them. There were also security guards because they yelled at us as we dashed into the exhibits. By luck, we ended up in the Egyptian area, in front of a reconstructed tomb sort of place with narrow corridors. Carter probably could have told you what the structure was supposed to be, but honestly I didn't care. "Come on," I said. We slipped inside the exhibit, which proved quite enough to lose the security guards, or perhaps they had better things to do than pursue naughty children. When we popped out again, we sneaked around until we were sure we weren't being followed. The Egypt wing wasn't crowded. Just a few clumps of old people and a foreign tour group with a guide explaining a sarcophagus in French. Et voici la momie. Strangely, no one seemed to notice the enormous sword on Carter's back, which surely must have been a security issue and much more interesting than the exhibits. A few old people did give us odd looks, but I suspect that was because we were dressed in linen pajamas, drenched in sweat and covered in grass and leaves. My hair was probably a nightmare as well. I found an empty room and pulled Carter aside. The glass cases were full of shabti. A few days earlier I wouldn't have given them a second thought. Now, I kept glancing at the statues, sure they'd come to life any minute and try to bash me on the head. "What now?" I asked Carter. "Did you see any temple?" "No," he knit his eyebrows as if trying hard to remember. "I think there's a rebuilt temple down that hall? Or is that in the Brooklyn Museum? Maybe the one in Munich? Sorry. I've been to so many museums with Dad that they all get mixed together." I sighed in exasperation. Poor boy, forced to travel the world, skip school, and spend time with Dad, while I get a whole 2 days a year with him. "Hey!" Carter turned on me with surprising force. "You get a home. You get friends and a normal life and don't wake up each morning wondering what country you're in. You don't." The glass case next to us shattered, spraying glass at our feet. Carter looked at me, bewildered. "Did we just? Like my exploding birthday cake?" I grumbled, trying not to let on how startled I was. "You need to control your temper." "Me?" Alarms began to blare. Red lights pulsed through the corridor. A garbled voice came on the loudspeaker and said something about proceeding calmly to the exits. The French tour group ran past us, screaming in panic, followed by a crowd of remarkably fast old people with walkers and canes. "Let's finish arguing later, shall we?" I told Carter. "Come on." We ran down another corridor, and the sirens died as suddenly as they'd started. The blood-red lights kept pulsing in eerie silence. Then I heard it. The slithering, clacking sounds of scorpions. "What about Bast?" My voice choked up. "Is she?" "Don't think about it," Carter said, though, judging from his face, that's exactly what he was thinking about. "Keep moving." Soon we were hopelessly lost. As far as I could tell, the Egyptian part of the museum was designed to be as confusing as possible, with dead ends and halls that doubled back on themselves. We passed hieroglyphic scrolls, gold jewelry, sarcophagi, statues of pharaohs, and huge chunks of limestone. Why would someone display a rock? Aren't there enough of those in the world? We saw no one, but the slithering sounds grew louder no matter which way we ran. Finally, I rounded a corner and smacked straight into someone. I yelped and scrambled backwards, only to stumble into Carter. We both fell on our bums in a most unflattering way. It's a miracle Carter didn't impale himself on his own sword. At first, I didn't recognize the girl standing in front of us, which seemed strange, looking back on it. Perhaps she was using some sort of magic aura, or perhaps I just didn't want to believe it was her. She looked a bit taller than me, probably older too, but not by much. Her black hair was trimmed along her jawline and longer in the front so that it swept over her eyes. She had caramel-colored skin and pretty, vaguely Arab features. Her eyes, lined in black coal, Egyptian style, were a strange amber color that was either quite beautiful or a bit scary. I couldn't decide which. She had a backpack on her shoulder, and wore sandals and loose-fitting linen clothes like ours. She looked as if she were on her way to a martial arts class. God, now that I think of it, we probably looked the same way. How embarrassing. I slowly began to realize I'd seen her before. She was the girl with the knife from the British Museum. Before I could say anything, Carter sprang to his feet. He moved in front of me and brandished his sword as if trying to protect me. Can you believe the nerve? Get back, he stammered. The girl reached into her sleeve and produced a curved white piece of ivory, an Egyptian wand. She flicked it to one side, and Carter's sword flew out of his hands and clattered to the floor. Don't embarrass yourself, the girl said sternly. Where is Amos? Carter looked too stunned to speak. The girl turned towards me. Her golden eyes were both beautiful and scary, I decided, and I didn't like her a bit. Well? She demanded. I didn't see why I needed to tell her a bloody thing, but an uncomfortable pressure started building in my chest, like a burp trying to get free. I heard myself say, Amos is gone. He left this morning. And the cat demon? That's my cat, I said. And she's a goddess, not a demon. She saved us from the scorpions. Carter unfroze. He snatched up his sword and pointed it at the girl again. Full credit for persistence, I suppose. Who are you? He demanded. What do you want? My name is Zia Rashid. She tilted her head as if listening. Right on cue, the entire building rumbled. Dust sprinkled from the ceiling, and the slithering sounds of scorpions doubled in volume behind us. And right now, Zia continued, sounding a bit disappointed, I must save your miserable lives. Let's go. I suppose we could have refused, but our choices seemed to be Zia or the scorpions, so we ran after her. She passed a case full of statues and casually tapped the glass with her wand. Tiny granite pharaohs and limestone gods stirred at her command. They hopped off their pedestals and crashed through the glass. Some wielded weapons. Others simply cracked their stone knuckles. They let us pass, but stared down the corridor behind us as if waiting for the enemy. Hurry, Zia told us. These will only buy us time, I guessed. Yes, we've heard that before. You talk too much, Zia said without stopping. I was about to make a withering retort. Honestly, I would have put her in her place quite properly. But just then we emerged into an enormous room and my voice abandoned me. Whoa, Carter said. I couldn't help agreeing with him. The place was extremely whoa. The room was the size of a football stadium. One wall was made completely of glass and looked out on the park. In the middle of the room, on a raised platform, an ancient building had been reconstructed. There was a freestanding stone gateway about 8 meters tall, and behind that an open courtyard and square structure made of uneven sandstone blocks carved all over on the outside with images of gods and pharaohs and hieroglyphs. Flanking the building's entrance were 2 columns bathed in eerie light. An Egyptian temple, I guessed. The Temple of Dender, Zia said. Actually, it was built by the Romans. When they occupied Egypt, Carter said. Like this was delightful information. Augustus commissioned it. Yes, Zia said. Fascinating, I murmured. Would you two like to be left alone with a history textbook? Zia scowled at me. At any rate, the temple was dedicated to Isis, so it will have enough power to open a gate. To summon more gods? I asked. Zia's eyes flashed angrily. Accuse me of that again, and I will cut out your tongue. I meant a gateway to get you out of here. I felt completely lost, but I was getting used to that. We followed Zia up the steps and through the temple stone gateway. The courtyard was empty, abandoned by the fleeing museum visitors, which made it feel quite creepy. Giant carvings of gods stared down at me. Hieroglyphic inscriptions were everywhere, and I was afraid that if I concentrated too hard, I might be able to read them. Zia stopped at the front steps of the temple. She held up her wand and wrote in the air. A familiar hieroglyph burned between the columns. Open, the same symbol Dad had used at the Rosetta Stone. I waited for something to blow up, but the hieroglyph simply faded. Zia opened her backpack. We'll make our stand here until the gate can be opened. Why not just open it now? Carter asked. Portals can only appear at auspicious moments, Zia said. Sunrise? Sunset, midnight, eclipses, astrological alignments, the exact time of a god's birth. Oh, come on, I said. How can you possibly know all that? It takes years to memorize the complete calendar, Zia said. But the next auspicious moment is easy, high noon. 10.5 minutes from now. She didn't check a watch. I wondered how she knew the time so precisely, but I decided it wasn't the most important question. Why should we trust you? I asked. As I recall, at the British Museum, you wanted to gut us with a knife. That would have been simpler. Zia sighed. Unfortunately, my superiors think you might be innocents. So for now, I can't kill you. But I also can't allow you to fall into the hands of the Red Lord. And so, you can trust me. Well, I'm convinced, I said. I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Zia reached in her bag and took out 4 little statues. Animal-headed men, each about 5 centimeters tall. She handed them to me. Put the sons of Horus around us at the cardinal points. Excuse me? North, south, east, west. She spoke slowly, as if I were an idiot. I know compass directions, but that's north. Zia pointed out the wall of glass. Figure out the rest. I did what she asked, though I didn't see how the little men would help. Meanwhile, Zia gave Carter a piece of chalk and told him to draw a circle around us, connecting the statues. Magic protection, Carter said. Like what Dad did at the British Museum. Yes, I grumbled. And we saw how well that worked. Carter ignored me. What else is new? He was so eager to please Zia that he jumped right to the task of drawing his sidewalk art. Then Zia took something else from her bag. A plain wooden rod like the one our dad had used in London. She spoke a word under her breath, and the rod expanded into a 2-meter-long black staff topped with a carved lion's head. She twirled it around single-handedly like a baton, just showing off, I was sure, while holding the wand in her other hand. Carter finished the chalk circle as the first scorpions appeared at the gallery's entrance. How much longer on that gate? I asked, hoping I didn't sound as terrified as I felt. Stay inside the circle no matter what, Zia said. When the gate opens, jump through. And keep behind me. She touched her wand to the chalk circle, spoke another word, and the circle began to glow dark, red. Hundreds of scorpions swarmed towards the temple, turning the floor into a living mass of claws and stingers. Then the woman in brown, Circuit, entered the gallery. She smiled at us coldly. Zia, I said, that's a goddess. She defeated Bast. What chance do you have? Zia held up her staff and the carved lion's head burst into flames. A small red fireball so bright, it lit the entire room. I am a scribe in the House of Life, Sadie Kane. I am trained to fight gods. Chapter 12. A Jump Through the Hourglass. Well, that was all very impressive, I suppose. You should have seen Carter's face. He looked like an excited puppy. Oh, stop shoving me. You did. But I felt much less sure of Miss Zia. I'm so magical, Rashid, when the army of scorpions scuttled towards us. I wouldn't have thought it possible so many scorpions existed in the world, much less in Manhattan. The glowing circle round us seemed like insignificant protection against the millions of arachnids crawling over one another, many layers deep, and the woman in brown, who was even more horrible. From a distance she looked all right, but as she got closer I saw that Circuit's pale skin glistened like an insect shell. Her eyes were beady black. Her long, dark hair was unnaturally thick, as if made from a million bristling bug antennae. And when she opened her mouth, sideways mandibles snapped and retracted outside her regular human teeth. The goddess stopped about 20 meters away, studying us, her hateful black eyes fixed on Zia. Give me the younglings. Her voice was harsh and raspy, as if she hadn't spoken in centuries. Zia crossed her staff and wand. I am mistress of the elements, scribe of the first gnome. Leave or be destroyed. Circuit clicked her mandibles in a gruesome foamy grin. Some of her scorpions advanced, but when the first one touched the glowing lines of our protective circle, it sizzled and turned to ashes. Mark my words, nothing smells worse than burned scorpion. The rest of the horrible things retreated, swirling round the goddess and crawling up her legs. With a shudder, I realized they were wriggling into her robes. After a few seconds, all the scorpions had disappeared into the brown folds of her clothes. The air seemed to darken behind Circuit, as if she were casting an enormous shadow. Then the darkness rose up and took the form of a massive scorpion tail, arcing over Circuit's head. It lashed down at us at blazing speed, but Zia raised her wand and the sting glanced off the ivory tip with a hissing sound. Steam rolled off Zia's wand, smelling of sulfur. Zia pointed her staff towards the goddess, engulfing her body in fire. Circuit screamed and staggered backwards, but the fire died almost instantly. It left Circuit's robes seared and smoking, but the goddess looked more enraged than hurt. "Your days are past, magician. The house is weak. Lord Set will lay waste to this land." Zia threw her wand like a boomerang. It smashed into the shadowy scorpion tail and exploded in a blinding flash of light. Circuit lurched back and averted her eyes, and as she did, Zia reached into her sleeve and brought out something small. Something closed inside her fist. The wand was a diversion, I thought, a magician's sleight of hand. Then Zia did something reckless. She leaped out of the magic circle, the very thing she'd warned us not to do. "Zia!" Carter called. "The gate!" I glanced behind me, and my heart almost stopped. The space between the two columns at the temple's entrance was now a vertical tunnel of sand, as if I were looking into the funnel of an enormous sideways hourglass. I could feel it tugging at me, pulling me towards it with magical gravity. "I'm not going in there," I insisted. But another flash of light brought my attention back to Zia. She and the goddess were involved in a dangerous dance. Zia twirled and spun with her fiery staff, and everywhere she passed, she left a trail of flames burning in the air. I had to admit it. Zia was almost as graceful and impressive as Bast. I had the oddest desire to help. I wanted very badly, in fact, to step outside the circle and engage in combat. It was a completely mad urge, of course. What could I possibly have done? But still I felt I shouldn't or couldn't jump through the gate without helping Zia. "Sadie!" Carter grabbed me and pulled me back. Without my even realizing it, my foot had almost stepped across the line of chalk. "What are you thinking?" I didn't have an answer, but I stared at Zia and mumbled in a sort of trance. "She's going to use ribbons. They won't work." "What?" Carter demanded. "Come on, we've got to go through the gate." Just then Zia opened her fist and small red tendrils of cloth fluttered into the air. Ribbons. How had I known? They zipped about like living things, like eels in water, and began to grow larger. Circuit was still concentrating on the fire, trying to keep Zia from caging her. At first she didn't seem to notice the ribbons, which grew until they were several meters long. I counted 5, 6, 7 of them in all. They zipped around, orbiting Circuit, ripping through her shadow scorpion as if it were a harmless illusion. Finally they wrapped around Circuit's body, pinning her arms and legs. She screamed as if the ribbons burned her. She dropped to her knees, and the shadow scorpion disintegrated into an inky haze. Zia spun to a stop. She pointed her staff at the goddess's face. The ribbons began to glow, and the goddess hissed in pain, cursing in a language I didn't know. "I bind you with the 7 ribbons of Hathor," Zia said. "Release your host or your essence will burn forever. Your death will last forever." Circuit snarled. "You have made an enemy of Set." Zia twisted her staff, and Circuit fell sideways, writhing and smoking. "I will not," the goddess hissed. But then her black eyes turned milky white, and she lay still. "The gate," Carter warned. "Zia, come on. I think it's closing." He was right. The tunnel of sand seemed to be moving a bit more slowly. The tug of its magic did not feel as strong. Zia approached the fallen goddess. She touched Circuit's forehead, and black smoke billowed from the goddess's mouth. Circuit transformed and shrank until we were looking at a completely different woman wrapped in red ribbons. She had pale skin and black hair, but otherwise she didn't look anything like Circuit. She looked, well, human. "Who is that?" I asked. "The host," Zia said. "Some poor mortal who—" She looked up with a start. The black haze was no longer dissipating. It was getting thicker and darker again, swirling into a more solid form. Impossible, Zia said. The ribbons are too powerful. Circuit can't reform unless... Well, she is reforming, Carter yelled. And our exit is closing. Let's go. I couldn't believe he was willing to jump into a churning wall of sand, but as I watched the black cloud take the shape of a 2-story tall scorpion, a very angry scorpion, I made my decision. Coming, I yelled. Zia, Carter yelled. Now, perhaps you're right, the magician decided. She turned, and together we ran and plunged straight into the swirling vortex. Chapter 13. I faced the killer turkey. My turn. First of all, Sadie's puppy dog comment was totally out of line. I was not starry-eyed about Zia. It's just that I don't meet a lot of people who can throw fireballs and battle gods. Stop making faces at me, Sadie. You look like Khufu. Anyway, we plunged into the sand tunnel. Everything went dark. My stomach tingled with that top-of-the-roller-coaster weightlessness as I hurtled forward. Hot winds whipped around me, and my skin burned. Then I tumbled out onto a cold tile floor, and Sadie and Zia crashed on top of me. Ow! I grumbled. The first thing I noticed was the fine layer of sand covering my body like powdered sugar. Then my eyes adjusted to the harsh light. We were in a big building like a shopping mall with crowds bustling around us. No, not a mall. It was a 2-level airport concourse with shops, lots of windows, and polished steel columns. Outside it was dark, so I knew we must be in a different time zone. Announcements echoed over the intercom in a language that sounded like Arabic. Sadie spit sand out of her mouth. Yuck! Come on, Zia said. We can't stay here. I struggled to my feet. People were streaming past, some in Western clothes, some in robes and headscarves. A family arguing in German rushed by and almost ran over me with their suitcases. Then I turned and saw something I recognized. In the middle of the concourse stood a life-size replica of an ancient Egyptian boat made from glowing display cases. A sales counter for perfume and jewelry. This is the Cairo airport, I said. Yes, Zia said. Now let's go. Why the rush? Can Circuit? Can she follow us through that sand gate? Zia shook her head. An artifact overheats whenever it creates a gate. It requires a 12-hour cooldown before it can be used again. But we still have to worry about airport security. Unless you'd like to meet the Egyptian police, you'll come with me now. She grabbed our arms and steered us through the crowd. We must have looked like beggars in our old-fashioned clothes, covered head to toe in sand. People gave us a wide berth, but nobody tried to stop us. Why are we here? Sadie demanded. To see the ruins of Heliopolis, Zia said. Inside an airport? Sadie asked. I remembered something Dad had told me years ago, and my scalp tingled. Sadie, the ruins are under us. I looked at Zia. That's right, isn't it? She nodded. The ancient city was pillaged centuries ago. Some of its monuments were carted away, like Cleopatra's 2 needles. Most of its temples were broken down to make new buildings. What was left disappeared under Cairo's suburbs. The largest section is under this airport. And how does that help us? Sadie asked. Zia kicked open a maintenance door. On the other side was a broom closet. Zia muttered a command, Sahid, and the image of the closet shimmered and disappeared, revealing a set of stone steps leading down. Because not all Heliopolis is in ruins, Zia said. Follow closely, and touch nothing. The stairs must have led down about 7 million miles because we descended forever. The passage had been made for miniature people, too. We had to crouch and crawl most of the way, and even so, I bonked my head on the ceiling a dozen times. The only light was from a ball of fire in Zia's palm, which made shadows dance across the walls. I'd been in places like this before. Tunnels inside pyramids, tombs my dad had excavated, but I've never liked them. Millions of tons of rock above me seemed to crush the air out of my lungs. Finally, we reached the bottom. The tunnel opened up, and Zia stopped abruptly. After my eyes adjusted, I saw why. We were standing at the edge of a chasm. A single wooden plank spanned the void. On the opposite ledge, Two jackal-headed granite warriors flanked a doorway. Their spears crossed over the entrance. Sadie sighed. "Please, no more psychotic statues." "Do not joke," Zia warned. "This is an entrance to the first gnome, the oldest branch of the House of Life, headquarters for all magicians. My job was to bring you here safely, but I cannot help you cross. Each magician must unbar the path for herself, and the challenge is different for each supplicant." She looked at Sadie expectantly, which annoyed me. First Bast, now Zia. Both of them treated Sadie like she should have some kind of superpowers. I mean, okay, so she'd been able to blast the library doors apart. But why didn't anyone look at me to do cool tricks? Plus, I was still annoyed with Sadie for the comments she'd made at the museum in New York. How I had it so good traveling the world with Dad. She had no idea how often I wanted to complain about the constant traveling. How many days I wished I didn't have to get on a plane and could just be like a normal kid going to school and making friends. But I couldn't complain. "You always have to look impeccable," Dad had told me. And he didn't just mean my clothes. He meant my attitude. With Mom gone, I was all he had. Dad needed me to be strong. Most days I didn't mind. I loved my dad. But it was also hard. Sadie didn't understand that. She had it easy. And now she seemed to be getting all the attention, as if she were the special one. It wasn't fair. Then I heard Dad's voice in my head. "Fairness means everyone gets what they need. And the only way to get what you need is to make it happen yourself." I don't know what got into me, but I drew my sword and marched across the plank. It was like my legs were working by themselves, not waiting for my brain. Part of me thought, this is a really bad idea. But part of me answered, "No, we do not fear this." And the voice didn't sound like mine. "Carter," Sadie cried. I kept walking. I tried not to look down at the yawning void under my feet, but the sheer size of the chasm made me dizzy. I felt like one of those gyroscope toys, spinning and wobbling as I crossed the narrow plank. As I got closer to the opposite side, the doorway between the two statues began to glow, like a curtain of red light. I took a deep breath. Maybe the red light was a portal like the Gate of Sand. If I just charged through fast enough, then the first dagger shot out of the tunnel. My sword was in motion before I realized it. The dagger should have impaled me in the chest, but somehow I deflected it with my blade and sent it sailing into the abyss. Two more daggers shot out of the tunnel. I'd never had the best reflexes, but now they sped up. I ducked one dagger and hooked the other with the curved blade of my sword, turned the dagger and flung it back into the tunnel. How the heck did I do that? I advanced to the end of the plank and slashed through the red light, which flickered and died. I waited for the statues to come alive, but nothing happened. The only sound was a dagger clattering against the rocks in the chasm far below. The doorway began to glow again. The red light coalesced into a strange form, a 5-foot-tall bird with a man's head. I raised my sword, but Zia yelled, "Carter, no!" The bird creature folded his wings. His eyes, lined with kohl, narrowed as they studied me. A black ornamental wig glistened on his head, and his face was etched with wrinkles. One of those fake braided pharaoh beards was stuck on his chin like a backward ponytail. He didn't look hostile except for the red flickering light all around him, and the fact that from the neck down he was the world's largest killer turkey. Then a chilling thought occurred to me. This was a bird with a human head, the same form I'd imagined taking when I slept in Amos's house, when my soul left my body and flew to Phoenix. I had no idea what that meant, but it scared me. The bird creature scratched at the stone floor. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. "Peri Niswanefer," he told me, or at least that's what it sounded like. Zia gasped. She and Sadie were standing behind me now, their faces pale. Apparently they'd managed to cross the chasm without my noticing. Finally Zia seemed to collect herself. She bowed to the bird creature. Sadie followed her example. The creature winked at me, as if we just shared a joke. Then he vanished. The red light faded. The statues retracted their arms, uncrossing their spears from the entrance. "That's it?" I asked. "What did the turkey say?" Zia looked at me with something like fear. "That was not a turkey, Carter. That was a BA. I'd heard my dad use that word before, but I couldn't place it. Another monster? A human soul," Zia said. In this case, a spirit of the dead, a magician from ancient times, come back to serve as a guardian. They watched the entrances of the house. She studied my face as if I'd just developed some terrible rash. "What?" I demanded. "Why are you looking at me that way?" "Nothing," she said. "We must hurry." She squeezed by me on the ledge and disappeared into the tunnel. Sadie was staring at me too. "All right," I said. "What did the bird guy say? You understood it?" She nodded uneasily. "He mistook you for someone else. He must have bad eyesight. Because he said, 'Go forth, good king.'" I was in a daze after that. We passed through the tunnel and entered a vast underground city of halls and chambers, but I only remember bits and pieces of it. The ceilings soared to 20 or 30 feet, so it didn't feel like we were underground. Every chamber was lined with massive stone columns like the ones I'd seen in Egyptian ruins, but these were in perfect condition, brightly painted to resemble palm trees, with carved green fronds at the top, so I felt like I was walking through a petrified forest. Fires burned in copper braziers. They didn't seem to make any smoke, but the air smelled good, like a marketplace for spices. Cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, and others I couldn't identify. The city smelled like Zia. I realized that this was her home. We saw a few other people, mostly older men and women. Some wore linen robes, some modern clothes. One guy in a business suit walked past with a black leopard on a leash, as if that were completely normal. Another guy barked orders to a small army of brooms, mops, and buckets that were scuttling around, cleaning up the city. "Like that cartoon," Sadie said, "where Mickey Mouse tries to do magic and the brooms keep splitting and toting water." "The Sorcerer's Apprentice," Zia said. "You do know that was based on an Egyptian story, don't you?" Sadie just stared back. I knew how she felt. It was too much to process. We walked through a hall of jackal-headed statues, and I could swear their eyes watched us as we passed. A few minutes later, Zia led us through an open-air market, if you can call anything open-air underground, with dozens of stalls selling weird items like boomerang wands, animated clay dolls, parrots, cobras, papyrus scrolls, and hundreds of different glittering amulets. Next, we crossed a path of stones over a dark river teeming with fish. I thought they were perch until I saw their vicious teeth. "Are those piranhas?" I asked. "Tiger fish from the Nile," Zia said. "Like piranhas, except these can weigh up to 16 pounds. I watched my step more closely after that. We turned a corner and passed an ornate building carved out of black rock. Seated pharaohs were chiseled into the walls, and the doorway was shaped like a coiled serpent. "What's in there?" Sadie asked. We peeked inside and saw rows of children, maybe 24 in all, about 6 to 10 years old or so, sitting cross-legged on cushions. They were hunched over brass bowls, peering intently into some sort of liquid and speaking under their breath. At first I thought it was a classroom, but there was no sign of a teacher, and the chamber was lit only by a few candles. Judging by the number of empty seats, the room was meant to hold twice as many kids. "Our initiates," Zia said, "learning to scry. The first gnome must keep in contact with our brethren all over the world. We use our youngest as operators, I suppose you would say. So you've got bases like this all over the world?" "Most are much smaller, but yes." I remembered what Amos had told us about the gnomes. Egypt is the first gnome. New York is the 21st. What's the last one, the 360th? "That would be Antarctica," Zia said. "A punishment assignment. Nothing there but a couple of cold magicians and some magic penguins." "Magic penguins?" "Don't ask." Sadie pointed to the children inside. "How does it work?" "They see images in the water." "It's oil," Zia said. "But yes." "So few," Sadie said. "Are these the only initiates in the whole city?" "In the whole world," Zia corrected. "There were more before." She stopped herself. "Before what?" I asked. "Nothing," Zia said darkly. "Initiates do our scrying because young minds are most receptive. Magicians begin training no later than the age of 10, with a few dangerous exceptions." "You mean us?" I said. She glanced at me apprehensively, and I knew she was still thinking about what the bird spirit had called me. A good king. It seemed so unreal, like our family name in that Blood of the Pharaoh scroll. How could I be related to some ancient kings? And even if I was, I certainly wasn't a king. I had no kingdom. I didn't even have my single suitcase anymore. "They'll be waiting for you," Zia said. "Come along." We walked so far, my feet began to ache. Finally, we arrived at a crossroads. On the right was a massive set of bronze doors with fires blazing on either side. On the left, a 20-foot-tall sphinx carved into the wall. A doorway nestled between its paws, but it was bricked in and covered in cobwebs. "That looks like the Sphinx at Giza," I said. "That's because we are directly under the real Sphinx," Zia said. "That tunnel leads straight up to it. Or it used to before it was sealed. But I did some quick calculations in my head. The Sphinx is like 20 miles from the Cairo airport. Roughly. No way we've walked that far." Zia actually smiled, and I couldn't help noticing how pretty her eyes were. "Distance changes in magic places, Carter. Surely you've learned that by now." Sadie cleared her throat. "So why is the tunnel closed, then?" "The Sphinx was too popular with archaeologists," Zia said. "They kept digging around. Finally, in the 1980s, they discovered the first part of the tunnel under the Sphinx." "Dad told me about that," I said. "But he said the tunnel was a dead end. It was when we got through with it. We couldn't let the archaeologists know how much they're missing." Egypt's leading archaeologist recently speculated that they've only discovered 30% of the ancient ruins in Egypt. In truth, they've only discovered 1/10, and not even the interesting 10th. "What about King Tut's tomb?" I protested. "That boy king." Zia rolled her eyes. "Boring. You should see some of the good tombs." I felt a little hurt. Dad had named me after Howard Carter, the guy who discovered King Tut's tomb, so I'd always felt a personal attachment to it. If that wasn't a good tomb, I wondered what was. Zia turned to face the bronze doors. "This is the Hall of Ages." She placed her palm against the seal, which bore the symbol of the House of Life. The hieroglyphs began to glow, and the doors swung open. Zia turned to us, her expression deadly serious. "You are about to meet the chief lector. Behave yourselves, unless you wish to be turned into insects." Chapter 14. A French guy almost kills us. The last couple of days I'd seen a lot of crazy things, but the Hall of Ages took the prize. Double rows of stone pillars held up a ceiling so high, you could have parked a blimp under it with no trouble. A shimmering blue carpet that looked like water ran down the center of the hall, which was so long, I couldn't see the end even though it was brightly lit. Balls of fire floated around like helium basketballs, changing color whenever they bumped into one another. Millions of tiny hieroglyphic symbols also drifted through the air, randomly combining into words and then breaking apart. I grabbed a pair of glowing red legs. They walked across my palm before jumping off and dissolving. But the weirdest things were the displays. I don't know what else to call them. Between the columns on either side of us, images shifted, coming into focus and then blurring out again like holograms in a sandstorm. "Come on," Zia told us, "and don't spend too much time looking." It was impossible not to. The first 20 feet or so, the magical scenes cast a golden light across the hall. A blazing sun rose above an ocean. A mountain emerged from the water, and I had the feeling I was watching the beginning of the world. Giants strode across the Nile Valley. A man with black skin and the head of a jackal, a lioness with bloody fangs, a beautiful woman with wings of light. Sadie stepped off the rug. In a trance, she reached toward the images. "Stay on the carpet." Zia grabbed Sadie's hand and pulled her back toward the center of the hall. "You are seeing the age of the gods. No mortal should dwell on these images." "But," Sadie blinked, "they're only pictures, aren't they? Memories," Zia said. "So powerful they could destroy your mind." "Oh," Sadie said in a small voice. We kept walking. The images changed to silver. I saw armies clashing, Egyptians in kilts and sandals and leather armor, fighting with spears. A tall, dark-skinned man in red and white armor placed a double crown on his head, Narmer. the king who united Upper and Lower Egypt. Sadie was right, he did look a bit like Dad. This is the Old Kingdom, I guessed. The first great age of Egypt. Zia nodded. As we walked down the hall, we saw workers building the first step pyramid out of stone. Another few steps, and the biggest pyramid of all rose from the desert at Giza. Its outer layer of smooth white casing stones gleamed in the sun. 10,000 workers gathered at its base and knelt before the pharaoh, who raised his hands to the sun, dedicating his own tomb. Khufu, I said. The baboon? Sadie asked, suddenly interested. No, the pharaoh who built the Great Pyramid, I said. It was the tallest structure in the world for almost 4,000 years. Another few steps, and the images turned from silver to coppery. The Middle Kingdom, Zia announced. A bloody, chaotic time. And yet this is when the House of Life came to maturity. The scenes shifted more rapidly. We watched armies fighting, temples being built, ships sailing on the Nile, and magicians throwing fire. Every step covered hundreds of years, and yet the hall still went on forever. For the first time I understood just how ancient Egypt was. We crossed another threshold, and the light turned bronze. The new kingdom, I guessed. The last time Egypt was ruled by Egyptians. Zia said nothing, but I watched scenes passing that my dad had described to me. Hatshepsut, the greatest female pharaoh, putting on a fake beard and ruling Egypt as a man. Ramesses the Great leading his chariots into battle. I saw magicians dueling in a palace. A man in tattered robes, with a shaggy black beard and wild eyes, threw down his staff, which turned into a serpent and devoured a dozen other snakes. I got a lump in my throat. Is that Musa? Zia said. Or Moshe, as his own people knew him. You call him Moses, the only foreigner ever to defeat the house in a magic duel. I stared at her. You're kidding, right? We would not kid about such a thing. The scene shifted again. I saw a man standing over a table of battle figurines. Wooden toy ships, soldiers, and chariots. The man was dressed like a pharaoh, but his face looked oddly familiar. He looked up and seemed to smile right at me. With a chill, I realized he had the same face as the BA, the bird-faced spirit who'd challenged me on the bridge. Who is that? I asked. Nectanebo too, Zia said. The last native Egyptian king and the last sorcerer pharaoh. He could move entire armies, create or destroy navies by moving pieces on his board, but in the end it was not enough. We stepped over another line and the images shimmered blue. These are the Ptolemaic times, Zia said. Alexander the Great conquered the known world, including Egypt. He set up his general Ptolemy as the new pharaoh, and founded a line of Greek kings to rule over Egypt. The Ptolemaic section of the hall was shorter, and seemed sad compared to all the others. The temples were smaller. The kings and queens looked desperate, or lazy, or simply apathetic. There were no great battles, except toward the end. I saw Romans march into the city of Alexandria. I saw a woman with dark hair and a white dress drop a snake into her blouse. Cleopatra, Zia said, the seventh queen of that name. She tried to stand against the might of Rome, and she lost. When she took her life, the last line of pharaohs ended. Egypt, the great nation, faded. Our language was forgotten. The ancient rites were suppressed. The House of Life survived, but we were forced into hiding. We passed into an area of red light, and history began to look familiar. I saw Arab armies riding into Egypt, then the Turks. Napoleon marched his army under the shadow of the pyramids. The British came and built the Suez Canal. Slowly Cairo grew into a modern city, and the old ruins faded farther and farther under the sands of the desert. Each year, Zia said, the Hall of Ages grows longer to encompass our history, up until the present. I was so dazed I didn't even realize we'd reached the end of the hall until Sadie grabbed my arm. In front of us stood a dais and on it an empty throne, a gilded wooden chair with a flail and a shepherd's crook carved in the back, the ancient symbols of the pharaoh. On the step below the throne sat the oldest man I'd ever seen. His skin was like lunchbag paper, brown, thin, and crinkled. White linen robes hung loosely off his small frame. A leopard skin was draped around his shoulders, and his hand shakily held a big wooden staff, which I was sure he was going to drop any minute. But weirdest of all, the glowing hieroglyphs in the air seemed to be coming from him. Multicolored symbols popped up all around him and floated away as if he were some sort of magic bubble machine. At first I wasn't sure he was even alive. His milky eyes stared into space. Then he focused on me, and electricity coursed through my body. He wasn't just looking at me. He was scanning me, reading my entire being. "Hide," something inside me said. I didn't know where the voice came from, but my stomach clenched. My whole body tensed as if I were bracing for a hit, and the electrical feeling subsided. The old man raised an eyebrow as if I'd surprised him. He glanced behind him and said something in a language I didn't recognize. A second man stepped out of the shadows. I wanted to yelp. He was the guy who'd been with Zia in the British Museum, the one with the cream-colored robes and the forked beard. The bearded man glared at Sadie and me. "I am Desjardins," he said with a French accent. "My master, Chief Lector Iskandar, welcomes you to the House of Life." I couldn't think what to say to that, so of course I asked a stupid question. "He's really old. Why isn't he sitting on the throne?" Desjardins' nostrils flared, but the old dude, Iskandar, just chuckled and said something else in that other language. Desjardins translated stiffly. "The master says thank you for noticing. He is in fact really old, but the throne is for the pharaoh. It has been vacant since the fall of Egypt to Rome. It is, commented on, symbolic. The chief lector's role is to serve and protect the pharaoh. Therefore he sits at the foot of the throne." I looked at Iskandar a little nervously. I wondered how many years he'd been sitting on that step. If he can understand English, what language is he speaking?" Desjardins sniffed. "The chief lector understands many things, but he prefers to speak Alexandrian Greek, his birth tongue." Sadie cleared her throat. "Sorry, his birth tongue? Wasn't Alexander the Great way back in the blue section, thousands of years ago? You make it sound like Lord Salamander is." "Lord Iskandar," Desjardins hissed. "Show respect." Something clicked in my mind. Back in Brooklyn, Amos had talked about the magician's law against summoning gods, a law made in Roman times by the chief lector, Iskandar. Surely it had to be a different guy. Maybe we were talking to Iskandar the XXVII or something. The old man looked me in the eyes. He smiled, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. He said something else in Greek, and Desjardins translated. "The master says not to worry. You will not be held responsible for the past crimes of your family. At least, not until we have investigated you further." "Gee, thanks," I said. "Do not mock our generosity, boy," Desjardins warned. "Your father broke our most important law twice. Once at Cleopatra's Needle when he tried to summon the gods and your mother died, assisting him. Then again at the British Museum, when your father was foolish enough to use the Rosetta Stone itself. Now your uncle too is missing. You know what's happened to Amos?" Sadie blurted out. Desjardins scowled. "Not yet," he admitted. "You have to find him," Sadie cried. "Don't you have some sort of GPS magic or—" "We are searching," Desjardins said. "But you cannot worry about Amos. You must stay here. You must be trained." I got the impression he was going to say a different word, something not as nice as trained. Iskandar spoke directly to me. His tone sounded kindly. "The master warns that the demon days begin tomorrow at sunset," Desjardins translated. "You must be kept safe." "But we have to find our dad," I said. "Dangerous gods are on the loose out there. We saw Circuit and Set." At these names, Iskandar's expression tightened. He turned and gave Desjardins what sounded like an order. Desjardins protested. Iskandar repeated his statement. Desjardins clearly didn't like it, but he bowed to his master. Then he turned toward me. "The chief lector wishes to hear your story." So I told him, with Sadie jumping in whenever I stopped to take a breath. The funny thing was, we both left out certain things without planning to. We didn't mention Sadie's magic abilities, or the encounter with the BA who'd called me a king. It was like I literally couldn't mention those things. Whenever I tried, The voice inside my head whispered, "Not that part. Be silent." When I was done, I glanced at Zia. She said nothing, but she was studying me with a troubled expression. Iskandar traced a circle on the step with the butt of his staff. More hieroglyphs popped into the air and floated away. After several seconds, Desjardins seemed to grow impatient. He stepped forward and glared at us. "You are lying. That could not have been set. He would need a powerful host to remain in this world. Very powerful." "Look, you," Sadie said. "I don't know what all this rubbish is about hosts, but I saw Set with my own eyes. You were there at the British Museum, you must have done too. And if Carter saw him in Phoenix, Arizona, then—" She looked at me doubtfully. "Then he's probably not crazy." "Thanks, sis," I mumbled. But Sadie was just getting started. "And as for Circuit, she's real too. Our friend, my cat, Bast, died protecting us." "So," Desjardins said coldly, "you admit to consorting with gods. That makes our investigation much easier. Bast is not your friend. The gods caused the downfall of Egypt. It is forbidden to call on their powers. Magicians are sworn to keep the gods from interfering in the mortal world. We must use all our power to fight them." "Bast said you were paranoid," Sadie added. The magician clenched his fists, and the air tingled with the weird smell of ozone, like during a thunderstorm. The hairs on my neck stood straight up. Before anything bad could happen, Zia stepped in front of us. "Lord Desjardins," she pleaded. "There was something strange. When I ensnared the scorpion goddess, she reformed almost instantly. I could not return her to the Duat, even with the 7 ribbons. I could only break her hold on the host for a moment. Perhaps the rumors of other escapes." "What other escapes?" I asked. She glanced at me reluctantly. "Other gods, many of them, released since last night from artifacts all over the world. Like a chain reaction." "Zia," Desjardins snapped. "That information is not for sharing." "Look," I said. "Lord, sir, whatever. Bast warned us this would happen. She said Set would release more gods." "Master," Zia pleaded, "if Ma'at is weakening, if Set is increasing chaos, perhaps that is why I could not banish Circuit." "Ridiculous," Desjardins said. "You are skilled, Zia, but perhaps you were not skilled enough for this encounter. And as for these two, the contamination must be contained." Zia's face reddened. She turned her attention to Iskandar. "Master, please, give me a chance with them." "You forget your place," Desjardins snapped. "These two are guilty and must be destroyed." My throat started closing up. I looked at Sadie. If we had to make a run for it down that long hall, I didn't like our chances. The old man finally looked up. He smiled at Zia with true affection. For a second, I wondered if she were his great-great-great-granddaughter or something. He spoke in Greek, and Zia bowed deeply. Desjardins looked ready to explode. He swept his robes away from his feet and marched behind the throne. "The chief lector will allow Zia to test you," he growled. "Meanwhile, I will seek out the truth, or the lies in your story. You will be punished for the lies." I turned to Iskandar and copied Zia's bow. Sadie did the same. "Thank you, master," I said. The old man studied me for a long time. Again I felt as if he were trying to burn into my soul, not in an angry way, more out of concern. Then he mumbled something and I understood 2 words, Nectanibo and Ba. He opened his hand and a flood of glowing hieroglyphs poured out, swarming around the dais. There was a blinding flash of light, and when I could see again, the dais was empty. The 2 men were gone. Zia turned toward us, her expression grim. "I will show you to your quarters. In the morning, your testing begins. We will see what magic you know and how you know it." I wasn't sure what she meant by that, but I exchanged an uneasy look with Sadie. "Sounds fun," Sadie ventured. "And if we fail this test?" Zia regarded her coldly. "This is not the sort of test you fail, Sadie Kane. You pass or you die." Chapter 15. A Godly Birthday Party. They took Carter to a different dormitory, so I don't know how he slept, but I couldn't get a wink. It would have been hard enough with Zia's comments about passing our tests or dying. But the girls' dormitory just wasn't as posh as Amos's mansion. The stone walls sweated moisture. Creepy pictures of Egyptian monsters danced across the ceiling in the torchlight. I got a floating cot to sleep in, and the other girls in training, initiates Zia had called them, were much younger than me, so when the old dorm matron told them to go to sleep straight away, they actually obeyed. The matron waved her hand and the torches went out. She shut the door behind her, and I could hear the sound of locks clicking. Lovely. Imprisoned in a nursery school dungeon. I stared into the dark until I heard the other girls snoring. A single thought kept bothering me, an urge I just couldn't shake. Finally, I crept out of bed and tugged on my boots. I felt my way to the door. I tugged at the handle. Locked as I suspected. I was tempted to kick it till I remembered what Zia had done in the Cairo airport broom closet. I pressed my palm against the door and whispered, "Sahid." Locks clicked. The door swung open. Handy trick. Outside, the corridors were dark and empty. Apparently, there wasn't much nightlife in the first gnome. I sneaked through the city back the way we'd come and saw nothing but an occasional cobra slithering across the floor. After the last couple of days, that didn't even faze me. I thought about trying to find Carter, but I wasn't sure where they'd taken him, and honestly, I wanted to do this on my own. After our last argument in New York, I wasn't sure how I felt about my brother. The idea that he could be jealous of my life while he got to travel the world with Dad. Please. And he had the nerve to call my life normal? All right, I had a few mates at school like Liz and Emma, but my life was hardly easy. If Carter made a social faux pas or met people he didn't like, he could just move on. I had to stay put. I couldn't answer simple questions like, "Where are your parents?" Or "What does your family do?" Or even "Where are you from?" without exposing just how odd my situation was. I was always the different girl. The mixed-race girl, the American who wasn't American, the girl whose mother had died, the girl with the absent father, the girl who made trouble in class, the girl who couldn't concentrate on her lessons. After a while, one learns that blending in simply doesn't work. If people are going to single me out, I might as well give them something to stare at. Red stripes in my hair? Why not? Combat boots with the school uniform? Absolutely. Headmaster says, "I'll have to call your parents, young lady." I say, "Good luck." Carter didn't know anything about my life. But enough of that. The point was, I decided to do this particular bit of exploring alone, and after a few wrong turns, I found my way back to the Hall of Ages. What was I up to, you may ask? I certainly didn't want to meet Monsieur Evil again or creepy old Lord Salamander. But I did want to see those images, memories Zia had called them. I pushed open the bronze doors. Inside, the hall seemed deserted. No balls of fire floated around the ceiling. No glowing hieroglyphs, but images still shimmered between the columns, washing the hall with strange, multicolored light. I took a few nervous steps. I wanted another look at the age of the gods. On our first trip through the hall, something about those images had shaken me. I knew Carter thought I'd gone into a dangerous trance, and Zia had warned that the scenes would melt my brain, but I had a feeling she was just trying to scare me off. I felt a connection to those images, like there was an answer within, a vital piece of information I needed. I stepped off the carpet and approached the curtain of golden light. I saw sand dunes shifting in the wind, storm clouds brewing, crocodiles sliding down the Nile. I saw a vast hall full of revelers. I touched the image, and I was in the palace of the gods. Huge beings swirled around me, changing shape from human to animal to pure energy. On a throne in the center of the room sat a muscular African man in rich black robes. He had a handsome face and warm brown eyes. His hands looked strong enough to crush rocks. The other gods celebrated round him. Music played, a sound so powerful that the air burned. At the man's side stood a beautiful woman in white, her belly swollen as if she were a few months pregnant. Her form flickered. At times she seemed to have multicolored wings. Then she turned in my direction and I gasped. She had my mother's face. She didn't seem to notice me. In fact, none of the gods did, until a voice behind me said, "Are you a ghost?" I turned and saw a good-looking boy of about 16, dressed in black robes. His complexion was pale, but he had lovely brown eyes like the man on the throne. His black hair was long and tousled. Rather wild, but it worked for me. He tilted his head, and it finally occurred to me that he'd asked me a question. I tried to think of something to say. Excuse me? Hello? Marry me? Anything would have done. But all I could manage was a shake of the head. Not a ghost, eh? He mused. A BA then? He gestured towards the throne. Watch, but do not interfere. Somehow I wasn't interested in watching the throne so much, but the boy in black dissolved into a shadow and disappeared, leaving me no further distraction. Isis, said the man on the throne. The pregnant woman turned towards him and beamed. My Lord Osiris, happy birthday. Thank you, my love. And soon we shall mark the birth of our son, Horus, the Great One. His new incarnation shall be his greatest yet. He shall bring peace and prosperity to the world. Isis took her husband's hand. Music kept playing around them, gods celebrating, the very air swirling in a dance of creation. Suddenly the palace doors blew open. A hot wind made the torches sputter. A man strode into the hall. He was tall and strong, almost a twin to Osiris, but with dark red skin, blood-colored robes, and a pointed beard. He looked human except when he smiled. Then his teeth turned to fangs. His face flickered, sometimes human, sometimes strangely wolf-like. I had to stifle a scream because I'd seen that wolfish face before. The dancing stopped. The music died. Osiris rose from his throne. Set, he said in a dangerous tone. Why have you come? Set laughed, and the tension in the room broke. Despite his cruel eyes, he had a wonderful laugh. Nothing like the screeching he'd done at the British Museum. It was carefree and friendly, as if he couldn't possibly mean any harm. I come to celebrate my brother's birthday, of course, he exclaimed. And I bring entertainment. He gestured behind him. For huge men with the heads of wolves marched into the room, carrying a jewel-encrusted golden coffin. My heart began to race. It was the same box set had used to imprison my dad at the British Museum. No, I wanted to scream. Don't trust him. But the assembled gods oohed and awed, admiring the box, which was painted with gold and red hieroglyphs, trimmed with jade and opals. The wolfmen set down the box, and I saw it had no lid. The interior was lined with black linen. This sleeping casket, Set announced, was made by my finest craftsmen, using the most expensive materials. Its value is beyond measure. The god who lies within, even for a night, will see his powers increase tenfold. His wisdom will never falter. His strength will never fail. It is a gift, he smiled slyly at Osiris. For the one and only god who fits within perfectly. I wouldn't have queued up first, but the gods surged forward. They pushed each other out of the way to get at the golden coffin. Some climbed in but were too short. Others were much too big. Even when they tried to change their shapes, the gods had no luck, as if the magic of the box were thwarting them. No one fit exactly. Gods grumbled and complained as others, anxious to try, pushed them to the floor. Set turned to Osiris with a good-natured laugh. Well, brother, we have no winner yet. Will you try? Only the best of the gods can succeed. Osiris's eyes gleamed. Apparently he wasn't the god of brains, because he seemed completely taken in by the box's beauty. All the other gods looked at him expectantly, and I could see what he was thinking. If he fit in the box, what a brilliant birthday present. Even Set, his wicked brother, would have to admit that he was the rightful king of the gods. Only Isis seemed troubled. She laid her hand on her husband's shoulder. My lord, do not. Set does not bring presents. I am offended. Set sounded genuinely hurt. Can I not celebrate my brother's birthday? Are we so estranged that I cannot even apologize to the king? Osiris smiled at Isis. My dear, it is only a game. Fear nothing. He rose from his throne. The gods applauded as he approached the box. All hail Osiris, Set cried. The king of the gods lowered himself into the box, and when he glanced in my direction, just for a moment, he had my father's face. No, I thought again. Don't do it. But Osiris lay down. The coffin fit him exactly. A cheer went up from the gods, But before Osiris could rise, Set clapped his hands. A golden lid materialized above the box and slammed down on top of it. Osiris shouted in rage, but his cries were muffled. Golden latches fastened around the lid. The other gods surged forward to intervene. Even the boy in black I'd seen earlier reappeared, but Set was faster. He stamped his foot so hard, the stone floor trembled. The gods toppled over each other like dominoes. The wolf men drew their spears, and the gods scrambled away in terror. Set said a magic word, and a boiling cauldron appeared out of thin air. It poured its contents over the coffin, molten lead, coating the box, sealing it shut, probably heating the interior to 1,000 degrees. "Villain!" Isis wailed. She advanced on Set and began to speak a spell, but Set held up his hand. Isis rose from the floor, clawing at her mouth, her lips pressed as if an invisible force were suffocating her. "Not today, lovely Isis," Set purred. "Today I am king, and your child shall never be born." Suddenly, another goddess, a slender woman in a blue dress, charged out of the crowd. "Husband, no!" She tackled Set, who momentarily lost his concentration. Isis fell to the floor, gasping. The other goddess yelled, "Flee!" Isis turned and ran. Set rose. I thought he would hit the goddess in blue, but he only snarled, "Foolish wife, whose side are you on?" He stamped his foot again, and the golden coffin sank into the floor. Set raced after Isis. At the edge of the palace, Isis turned into a small bird of prey and soared into the air. Set sprouted demon's wings and launched himself in pursuit. Then suddenly I was the bird. I was Isis, flying desperately over the Nile. I could sense Set behind me, closing. "You must escape," the voice of Isis said in my mind. "Avenge Osiris. Crown Horus king." Just when I thought my heart would burst, I felt a hand on my shoulder. The images evaporated. The old master, Iskandar, stood next to me, his face pinched with concern. Glowing hieroglyphs danced round him. "Forgive the interruption," he said in perfect English. "But you were almost dead." That's when my knees turned to water, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I was curled at Iskandar's feet on the steps below the empty throne. We were alone in the hall, which was mostly dark except for the light from the hieroglyphs that always seemed to glow around him. "Welcome back," he said. "You're lucky you survived." I wasn't so sure. My head felt like it had been boiled in oil. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't mean to." "Look at the images? And yet you did. Your BA left your body and entered the past. Hadn't you been warned?" "Yes," I admitted. "But I was drawn to the pictures." Iskandar stared into space, as if remembering something from long ago. "They are hard to resist." "You speak perfect English," I noticed. Iskandar smiled. "How do you know I'm speaking English? Perhaps you are speaking Greek." I hoped he was kidding, but I couldn't tell. He seemed so frail and warm, and yet, it was like sitting next to a nuclear reactor. I had a feeling he was full of more danger than I wanted to know. "You're not really that old, are you?" I asked. "I mean, old enough to remember Ptolemaic times?" "I am exactly that old, my dear. I was born in the reign of Cleopatra VII. "Oh, please. I assure you it's true. It was my sorrow to behold the last days of Egypt, before that foolhardy queen lost our kingdom to the Romans. I was the last magician to be trained before the house went underground. Many of our most powerful secrets were lost, including the spells my master used to extend my life. Magicians these days still live long, sometimes centuries, but I have been alive for 2 millennia. "So you're immortal?" His chuckle turned into a racking cough. He doubled over and cupped his hands over his mouth. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure how. The glowing hieroglyphs flickered and dimmed around him. Finally, the coughing subsided. He took a shaky breath. "Hardly immortal, my dear. In fact," his voice trailed off. "But never mind that. What did you see in your vision?" I probably should have kept quiet. I didn't want to be turned into a bug for breaking any rules, and the vision had terrified me. especially the moment when I changed into the bird of prey. But Iskandar's kindly expression made it hard to hold back. I ended up telling him everything. Well, almost everything. I left out the bit about the good-looking boy, and yes, I know it was silly, but I was embarrassed. I reckon that part could have been my own crazed imagination at work, as ancient Egyptian gods could not have been that gorgeous. Iskandar sat for a moment, tapping his staff against the steps. You saw a very old event, Sadie. Set taking the throne of Egypt by force. He hid Osiris's coffin, you know, and Isis searched the entire world to find it. So she got him back eventually? Not exactly. Osiris was resurrected, but only in the underworld. He became the king of the dead. When their son, Horus, grew up, Horus challenged Set for the throne of Egypt and won after many hard battles. That is why Horus was called the Avenger. As I said, an old story, but one that the gods have repeated many times in our history. Repeated. The gods follow patterns. In some ways they are quite predictable, acting out the same squabbles, the same jealousies down through the ages. Only the settings change, and the hosts. There was that word again, hosts. I thought about the poor woman in the New York Museum who'd turned into the goddess circuit. In my vision, I said, Isis and Osiris were married. Horus was about to be born as their son. But in another story Carter told me, all three of them were siblings, children of the sky goddess. Yes, Iskandar agreed. This can be confusing for those who do not know the nature of gods. They cannot walk the earth in their pure form, at least not for more than a few moments. They must have hosts. Humans, you mean? Or powerful objects such as statues, amulets, monuments, certain models of cars. But they prefer human form. You see, gods have great power, but only humans have creativity, the power to change history rather than simply repeat it. Humans can, how do you moderns say it? Think outside the cup. The box, I suggested. Yes, the combination of human creativity and godly power can be quite formidable. At any rate, when Osiris and Isis first walked the earth, their hosts were brother and sister. But mortal hosts are not permanent. They die, they wear out. Later in history, Osiris and Isis took new forms, humans who were husband and wife. Horus, who in one lifetime was their brother, was born into a new life as their son. That's confusing, I said, and a little gross. Iskandar shrugged. The gods do not think of relationships the way we humans do. Their hosts are merely like changes of clothes. This is why the ancient stories seem so mixed up. Sometimes the gods are described as married, or siblings, or parent and child, depending on their hosts. The pharaoh himself was called a living god, you know. Egyptologists believe this was just a lot of propaganda, but in fact it was often literally true. The greatest of the pharaohs became hosts for gods, usually Horus. He gave them power and wisdom, and let them build Egypt into a mighty empire. But that's good, isn't it? Why is it against the law to host a god? Iskandar's face darkened. Gods have different agendas than humans do, Sadie. They can overpower their hosts, literally burn them out. That is why so many hosts die young. Tutankhamun, poor boy, died at 19. Cleopatra VII was even worse. She tried to host the spirit of Isis without knowing what she was doing, and it shattered her mind. In the old days, the House of Life taught the use of divine magic. Initiates could study the path of Horus, or Isis, or Sekhmet, or any number of gods, learning to channel their powers. We had many more initiates back then. Iskandar looked round the empty hall, as if imagining it filled with magicians. Some adepts could call upon the gods only from time to time. Others attempted to host their spirits, with varying degrees of success. The ultimate goal was to become the eye of the god, a perfect union of the two souls, mortal and immortal. Very few achieved this, even among the pharaohs who were born to the task. Many destroyed themselves trying. He turned up his palm, which had the most deeply etched lifeline I'd ever seen. When Egypt finally fell to the Romans, it became clear to us, to me, that mankind, our rulers, even the strongest magicians, no longer had the strength of will to master a god's power. The only ones who could. His voice faltered. What? Nothing, my dear. I talk too much. An old man's weakness. It's the blood of the pharaohs, isn't it? He fixed me in his gaze. His eyes no longer looked milky. They burned with intensity. You are a remarkable young girl. You remind me of your mother. My mouth fell open. You knew her? Of course. She trained here, as did your father. Your mother... Well, aside from being a brilliant scientist, she had the gift of divination. One of the most difficult forms of magic, and she was the first in centuries to possess it. Divination. Seeing the future. Tricky business, never perfect. But she saw things that made her seek advice from unconventional places. Things that made even this old man question some long-held beliefs. He drifted off into memory land again, which was infuriating enough when my grandparents did it. But when it's an all-powerful magician who has valuable information, it's enough to drive one mad. Iskandar. He looked at me with mild surprise, as if he'd forgotten I was there. I'm sorry, Sadie. I should come to the point. You have a hard path ahead of you, but I'm convinced now it's a path you must take, for all our sakes. Your brother will need your guidance. I was tempted to laugh. Carter, need my guidance? For what? What path do you mean? All in good time. Things must take their course. Typical adult answer. I tried to bite back my frustration. And what if I need guidance? Zia, he said without hesitation. She is my best pupil and she is wise. When the time comes, she will know how to help you. Right? I said, a bit disappointed. Zia, for now you should rest, my dear. And it seems I, too, can rest at last. He sounded sad but relieved. I didn't know what he was talking about, but he didn't give me the chance to ask. I am sorry our time together was so brief, he said. Sleep well, Sadie Kane. But Iskandar touched my forehead, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 16. How Zia lost her eyebrows. I woke to a bucket of ice water in my face. Sadie, get up, Zia said. God, I yelled. Was that necessary? No, Zia admitted. I wanted to strangle her, except I was dripping wet, shivering, and still disoriented. How long had I slept? Felt like only a few minutes, but the dormitory was empty. All the other cots were made. The girls must have already gone to their morning lessons. Zia tossed me a towel and some fresh linen clothes. We'll meet Carter in the cleansing room. I just got a bath. Thanks very much. What I need is a proper breakfast. The cleansing prepares you for magic. Zia slung her bag of tricks over her shoulder and unfolded the long black staff she'd used in New York. If you survive, we'll see about food. I was tired of being reminded that I might die, but I got dressed and followed her out. After another endless series of tunnels, we came to a chamber with a roaring waterfall. There was no ceiling, just a shaft above us that seemed to go up forever. Water fell from the darkness into a fountain, splashing over a 5-meter-tall statue of that bird-headed god. What was his name, Tooth? No, Thoth. The water cascaded over his head, collected in his palms, then spilled out into the pool. Carter stood beside the fountain. He was dressed in linen with Dad's work bag over one shoulder and his sword strapped to his back. His hair was rumpled, as if he hadn't slept well. At least he hadn't been doused in ice water. Seeing him, I felt a strange sense of relief. I thought about Iskandar's words last night. Your brother will need your guidance. What? Carter asked. You're staring at me funny. Nothing, I said quickly. How'd you sleep? Badly. I'll tell you about it later. Was it my imagination? Or did he frown in Zia's direction? Possible romantic trouble between Miss Magic and my brother? I made a mental note to interrogate him next time we were alone. Zia went to a nearby cabinet. She brought out 2 ceramic cups, dipped them into the fountain, then offered them to us. Drink. I glanced at Carter. After you. It's only water, Zia assured me, but purified by contact with Thoth. It will focus your mind. I didn't see how a statue could purify water. Then I remembered what Iskandar had said, how gods could inhabit anything. I took a drink. Immediately I felt like I'd had a good strong cup of Grand's tea. My brain buzzed. My eyesight sharpened. I felt so hyperactive I almost didn't miss my chewing gum. Almost. Carter sipped from his cup. Wow! Now the tattoos, Zia announced. Brilliant, I said. On your tongue, she added. Excuse me? Zia stuck out her tongue. Right in the middle was a blue hieroglyph. Nithith not, she tried to say with her tongue out. Then she realized her mistake and stuck her tongue back in. I mean, this is Ma'at, the symbol of order and harmony. It will help you speak magic clearly. One mistake with a spell. Let me guess, I said. We'll die. From her cabinet of horrors, Zia produced a fine-tipped paintbrush and a bowl of blue dye. It doesn't hurt, and it's not permanent. How does it taste? Carter wondered. Zia smiled. Stick out your tongue. To answer Carter's question, the tattoo tasted like burning car tires. Ugh! I spit a blue gob of order and harmony into the fountain. Never mind breakfast. Lost my appetite. Zia pulled a leather satchel out of the cabinet. Carter will be allowed to keep your father's magic implements, plus a new staff and wand. Generally speaking, the wand is for defense, the staff is for offense, although, Carter, you may prefer to use your khopesh. Khopesh? The curved sword, Zia said. A favored weapon of the Pharaoh's guard. Can be used in combat magic. As for Sadie, you will need a full kit. How come he gets Dad's kit? I complained. He is the eldest, she said, as if that explained everything. Typical. Zia tossed me the leather satchel. Inside was an ivory wand, a rod that I suppose turned into a staff, some paper, an ink set, a bit of twine, and a lovely chunk of wax. I was less than thrilled. What about a little wax man? I asked. I want a doughboy. If you mean a figurine, you must make one yourself. You will be taught how if you have the skill. We will determine your specialty later. Specialty? Carter asked. You mean like Nectanebo specialized in statues? Zia nodded. Nectanebo was extremely skilled in statuary magic. He could make Shabdi so lifelike they could pass for human. No one has ever been greater at statuary, except perhaps Iskandar. But there are many other disciplines: healer, amulet maker, animal charmer, elementalist, combat magician, necromancer, diviner, I asked. Zia looked at me curiously. Yes, although that is quite rare. Why do you? I cleared my throat. So how do we know our specialty? It will become clear soon enough, Zia promised. But a good magician knows a bit of everything, which is why we start with a basic test. Let us go to the library. The first gnome's library was like Amos's, but 100 times bigger, with circular rooms lined with honeycomb shelves that seemed to go on forever, like the world's largest beehive. Clay Shabdi statues kept popping in and out, retrieving scroll canisters and disappearing, but we saw no other people. Zia brought us to a wooden table and spread out a long, blank papyrus scroll. She picked up a stylus and dipped it in ink. The Egyptian word shesh means scribe or writer, but it can also mean magician. This is because magic, at its most basic, turns words into reality. You will create a scroll. Using your own magic, you will send power into the words on paper. When spoken, the words will unleash the magic. She handed the stylus to Carter. I don't get it, he protested. A simple word, she suggested. It can be anything. In English, Zia curled her lip. If you must, any language will work, but hieroglyphics are best. They are the language of creation, of magic, of Ma'at. You must be careful, however. Before she could explain, Carter drew a simple hieroglyph of a bird. The picture wriggled, peeled itself off the papyrus, and flew away. It splattered Carter's head with some hieroglyphic droppings on its way out. I couldn't help laughing at Carter's expression. A beginner's mistake, Zia said, scowling at me to be quiet. If you use a symbol that stands for something alive, it is wise to write it only partially. Leave off a wing or the legs. Otherwise, the magic you channel could make it come alive. And poop on its creator. Carter sighed, wiping off his hair with a bit of scrap papyrus. That's why our father's wax statue Doughboy has no legs, right? The same principle, Zia agreed. Now try again. Carter stared at Zia's staff, which was covered in hieroglyphics. He picked the most obvious one and copied it on the papyrus, the symbol for fire. Oh, I thought. But the word did not come alive, which would have been rather exciting. Simply dissolved. Keep trying, Zia urged. Why am I so tired? Carter wondered. He definitely looked exhausted. His face was beaded with sweat. You're channeling magic from within, Zia said. For me, fire is easy, but it may not be the most natural type of magic for you. Try something else. Summon a sword. Zia showed him how to form the hieroglyph and Carter wrote it on the papyrus. Nothing happened. Speak it, Zia said. Sword, Carter said. The word glowed and vanished, and a butter knife lay on the papyrus. I laughed. Terrifying. Carter looked like he was about to pass out, but he managed a grin. He picked up the knife and threatened to poke me with it. Very good for a first time, Zia said. Remember, you are not creating the knife yourself. You are summoning it from Ma'at, the creative power of the universe. Hieroglyphs are the code we use. That's why they are called divine words. The more powerful the magician, the easier it becomes to control the language. I caught my breath. Those hieroglyphs floating in the Hall of Ages. They seemed to gather around Iskandar. Was he summoning them? Not exactly, Zia said. His presence is so strong. He makes the language of the universe visible simply by being in the room. No matter what our specialty, each magician's greatest hope is to become a speaker of the divine words, to know the language of creation so well that we can fashion reality simply by speaking, not even using a scroll. Like saying shatter, I ventured, and having a door explode. Zia scowled. Yes, but such a thing would take years of practice. Really? Well, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Carter shaking his head, silently warning me to shut up. I stammered. Someday, I'll learn to do that. Zia raised an eyebrow. First, master the scroll. I was getting tired of her attitude, so I picked up the stylus and wrote fire in English. Zia leaned forward and frowned. You shouldn't. Before she could finish, a column of flame erupted in her face. I screamed. Sure, I'd done something horrible, but when the fire died, Zia was still there, looking astonished, her eyebrows singed and her bangs smoldering. Oh God, I said. Sorry. Do I die now? For 3 heartbeats, Zia stared at me. Now, she announced. I think you are ready to duel. We used another magic gateway which Zia summoned right on the library wall. We stepped into a circle of swirling sand and popped out the other side, covered in dust and grit, in the front of some ruins. The harsh sunlight almost blinded me. I hate portals, Carter muttered, brushing the sand out of his hair. Then he looked around and his eyes widened. This is Luxor. That's like hundreds of miles south of Cairo. I sighed. And that amazes you after teleporting from New York? He was too busy checking out our surroundings to answer. I suppose the ruins were all right, though once you've seen one pile of crumbly Egyptian stuff, you've seen them all, I say. We stood on a wide avenue flanked by human-headed beasties, most of which were broken. The road went on behind us as far as I could see, but in front of us it ended at a temple much bigger than the one in the New York Museum. The walls were at least 6 stories high. Big stone pharaohs stood guard on either side of the entrance, and a single obelisk stood on the left-hand side. It looked as if one used to stand on the right as well, but it was now gone. Luxor is a modern name, Zia said. This was once the city of Thebes. This temple was one of the most important in Egypt. It is the best place for us to practice. Because it's already destroyed? I asked. Zia gave me one of her famous scowls. No, Sadie, because it is still full of magic. And it was sacred to your family. Our family? Carter asked. Zia didn't explain as usual. She just gestured for us to follow. I don't like those ugly sphinxes, I mumbled as we walked down the path. Those ugly sphinxes are creatures of law and order, Zia said. Protectors of Egypt. They are on our side. If you say so, Carter nudged me as we passed the obelisk. You know the missing one is in Paris. I rolled my eyes. Thank you, Mr. Wikipedia. I thought they were in New York and London. That's a different pair, Carter said, like I was supposed to care. The other Luxor obelisk is in Paris. Wish I was in Paris, I said. Lot better than this place. We walked into a dusty courtyard surrounded by crumbling pillars and statues with various missing body parts. Still, I could tell the place had once been quite impressive. Where are the people? I asked. Middle of the day, winter holidays. Shouldn't there be loads of tourists? Zia made a distasteful expression. Usually, yes. I have encouraged them to stay away for a few hours. How? Common minds are easy to manipulate. She looked pointedly at me, and I remembered how she'd forced me to talk in the New York Museum. Oh yes, she was just begging for more scorched eyebrows. Now to the duel. She summoned her staff and drew 2 circles in the sand about 10 meters apart. She directed me to stand in one of them and Carter in the other. I've got to duel him? I asked. I found the idea preposterous. The only thing Carter had shown aptitude for was summoning butter knives and pooping birds. Well, all right, and that bit on the chasm bridge deflecting the daggers, but still, what if I hurt him? As annoying as Carter might be, I didn't want to accidentally summon that glyph I'd made in Amos's house and explode him to bits. Perhaps Carter was thinking the same thing because he'd started to sweat. What if we do something wrong? He asked. I will oversee the duel, Zia promised. We will start slowly. The first magician to knock the other out of his or her circle wins. But we haven't been trained, I protested. One learns by doing, Zia said. This is not school, Sadie. You cannot learn magic by sitting at a desk and taking notes. You can only learn magic by doing magic. But summon whatever power you can, Zia said. Use whatever you have available. Begin. I looked at Carter doubtfully. Use whatever I have? I opened the leather satchel and looked inside. A lump of wax? Probably not. I drew the wand and rod. Immediately, the rod expanded until I was holding a 2-meter-long white staff. Carter drew his sword, though I couldn't imagine what he'd do with it. Rather hard to hit me from 10 meters away. I wanted this over, so I raised my staff like I'd seen Zia do. I thought the word fire. A small flame sputtered to life on the end of the staff. I willed it to get bigger. The fire momentarily brightened, but then my eyesight went fuzzy. The flame died. I fell to my knees, feeling as if I'd run a marathon. You okay? Carter called. No, I complained. If she knocks herself out, do I win? He asked. Shut up, I said. Sadie, you must be careful, Zia called. You drew from your own reserves, not from the staff. You can quickly deplete your magic. I got shakily to my feet. Explain. A magician begins a duel full of magic, the way you might be full after a good meal. Which I never got, I reminded her. Each time you do magic, Zia continued, you expend energy. You can draw energy from yourself, but you must know your limits. Otherwise you could exhaust yourself, or worse. I swallowed and looked at my smoldering staff. How much worse? You could literally burn up. I hesitated, thinking how to ask my next question without saying too much. But I've done magic before. Sometimes it doesn't exhaust me. Why? From around her neck, Zia unclasped an amulet. She threw it into the air, and with a flash it turned into a giant vulture. The massive black bird soared over the ruins. As soon as it was out of sight, Zia extended her hand and the amulet appeared in her palm. Magic can be drawn from many sources, she said. It can be stored in scrolls, wands, or staffs. Amulets are especially powerful. Magic can also be drawn straight from Ma'at using the divine words, but this is difficult. Or, she locked eyes with me, it can be summoned from the gods. Why are you looking at me? I demanded. I didn't summon any gods. They just seemed to find me. She put on her necklace but said nothing. Hold on, Carter said. You claimed this place was sacred to our family. It was, Zia agreed. But wasn't this? Carter frowned. Didn't the pharaohs have a yearly festival here or something? Indeed, she said. The pharaoh would walk down the processional path all the way from Karnak to Luxor. He would enter the temple and become one with the gods. Sometimes this was purely ceremonial. Sometimes, with the great pharaohs like Ramesses here, Zia pointed to one of the huge crumbling statues. They actually hosted the gods, I interrupted, remembering what Iskandar had said. Zia narrowed her eyes. And yet you claim to know nothing of your family's past. Wait a second, Carter protested. You're saying we're related to? The gods choose their hosts carefully, Zia said. They always prefer the blood of the pharaohs. When a magician has the blood of two royal families. I exchanged looks with Carter. Something Bast said came back to me. Your family was born to magic. And Amos had told us that both sides of our family had a complicated history with the gods, and that Carter and I were the most powerful children to be born in centuries. A bad feeling settled over me, like an itchy blanket prickling against my skin. Our parents were from different royal lines, I said. Dad, he must have been descended from Narmer, the first pharaoh. I told you he looked like that picture. That's not possible, Carter said. That was 5,000 years ago. But I could see his mind was racing. Then the Fausts. He turned to Zia. Ramesses the Great built this courtyard. You're telling me our mom's family is descended from him? Zia sighed. Don't tell me your parents kept this from you. Why do you think you are so dangerous to us? You think we're hosting gods? I said, absolutely stunned. That's what you're worried about. Just because of something our great times 1,000 grandparents did? That's completely daft. Then prove it, Zia said. Duel, and show me how weak your magic is. She turned her back on us, as if we were completely unimportant. Something inside me snapped. I'd had the worst 2 days ever. I'd lost my father, my home, and my cat, been attacked by monsters and had ice water dumped on my head. Now this which was turning her back on me. She didn't want to train us. She wanted to see how dangerous we were. Well, fine. Sadie? Carter called. He must have seen from my expression that I was beyond reason. I focused on my staff. Maybe not fire. Cats have always liked me. Maybe. I threw my staff straight at Zia. It hit the ground at her heels and immediately transformed into a snarling she-lion. Zia whirled in surprise, but then everything went wrong. The lion turned and charged at Carter, as if she knew I was supposed to be dueling him. I had a split second to think, what have I done? Then the cat lunged, and Carter's form flickered. He rose off the ground, surrounded by a golden holographic shell like the one Bast had used, except that his giant image was a warrior with the head of a falcon. Carter swung his sword, and the falcon warrior did likewise, slicing the lion with a shimmering blade of energy. The cat dissolved in midair, and my staff clattered to the ground, cut neatly in half. Carter's avatar shimmered, then disappeared. He dropped to the ground and grinned. Fun. He didn't even look tired. Once I got over my relief that I hadn't killed him, I realized I didn't feel tired either. If anything, I had more energy. I turned defiantly to Zia. Well, better, right? Her face was ashen. The falcon. He summoned. Before she could finish, footsteps pounded on the stones. A young initiate raced into the courtyard, looking panicked. Tears streaked his dusty face. He said something to Zia in hurried Arabic. When Zia got his message, she sat down hard in the sand. She covered her face and began to tremble. Carter and I left our dueling circles and ran to her. Zia, Carter said. What's wrong? She took a deep breath, trying to gather her composure. When she looked up, her eyes were red. She said something to the adept, who nodded and ran back the way he'd come. News from the first gnome, she said shakily. Iskandar. Her voice broke. I felt as if a giant fist had punched me in the stomach. I thought about Iskandar's strange words last night. It seems I, too, can rest at last. He's dead, isn't he? That's what he meant. Zia stared at me. What do you mean, that's what he meant? I was about to say that I'd spoken with Iskandar the night before. Then I realized this might not be a good thing to mention. Nothing. How did it happen? In his sleep, Zia said. He had been ailing for years, of course. But still. It's okay, Carter said. I know he was important to you. She wiped at her tears, then rose unsteadily. You don't understand. Desjardins is next in line. As soon as he is named Chief Lector, he will order you executed. But we haven't done anything, I said. Zia's eyes flashed with anger. You still don't realize how dangerous you are? You are hosting gods. Ridiculous. I insisted, but an uneasy feeling was building inside me. If it were true, no, it couldn't be. Besides, how could anyone, even a poxy old nutter like Desjardins, seriously execute children for something they weren't even aware of? He will order me to bring you in, Zia warned, and I will have to obey. You can't, Carter cried. You saw what happened in the museum. We're not the problem, said Iz, and if Desjardins isn't taking that seriously, well, maybe he's part of the problem too. Zia gripped her staff. I was sure she was going to fry us with a fireball, but she hesitated. Zia, I decided to take a risk. Iskandar talked with me last night. He caught me sneaking around the Hall of Ages. She looked at me in shock. I reckoned I had only seconds before that shock turned to anger. He said you were his best pupil, I recalled. He said you were wise. He also said Carter and I have a difficult path ahead of us, and you would know how to help us when the time came. Her staff smoldered. Her eyes reminded me of glass about to shatter. Desjardins will kill us, I persisted. Do you think that's what Iskandar had in mind? I counted to 5, 6, 7. Just when I was sure she was going to blast us, she lowered her staff. Use the obelisk. What? I asked. The obelisk at the entrance, fool. You have 5 minutes, perhaps less, before Desjardins sends orders for your execution. Flee and destroy Set. The demon days begin at sundown. All portals will stop working. You need to get as close as possible to Set before that happens. Hold on, I said. I meant you should come with us and help us. We can't even use an obelisk, much less destroy Set. I cannot betray the house, she said. You have 4 minutes now. If you can't operate the obelisk, you'll die. That was enough incentive for me. I started to drag Carter off, but Zia called, Sadie. When I looked back, Zia's eyes were full of bitterness. Desjardins will order me to hunt you down, she warned. Do you understand? Unfortunately, I did. The next time we met, we would be enemies. I grabbed Carter's hand and ran. Chapter 17. A Bad Trip to Paris. Okay, before I get to the demon fruit bats, I should back up. The night before we fled Luxor, I didn't get much sleep. First because of an out-of-body experience, then a run-in with Zia. Stop smirking, Sadie. It wasn't a good run-in. After lights out, I tried to sleep. Honest. I even used the stupid magic headrest they gave me instead of a pillow. But it didn't help. As soon as I managed to shut my eyes, my BA decided to take a little trip. Just like before, I felt myself floating above my body, taking on a winged form. Then the current of the Duet swept me away at blurring speed. When my vision cleared, I found myself in a dark cavern. Uncle Amos was sneaking through it, finding his way with a faint blue light that flickered on the top of his staff. I wanted to call to him, but my voice didn't work. I'm not sure how he could miss me, floating a few feet away in glowing chicken form, but apparently I was invisible to him. He stepped forward and the ground at his feet suddenly blazed to life with a red hieroglyph. Amos cried out, but his mouth froze half open. Coils of light wrapped around his legs like vines. Soon red tendrils completely entwined him, and Amos stood petrified, his unblinking eyes staring straight ahead. I tried to fly to him, but I was stuck in place, floating helplessly so I could only observe. Laughter echoed through the cavern. A horde of things emerged from the darkness. Toad creatures, animal-headed demons, and even stranger monsters half hidden in the gloom. They'd been lying in ambush, I realized, waiting for Amos. In front of them appeared a fiery silhouette, Set, but his form was much clearer now, and this time it wasn't human. His body was emaciated, slimy, and black, and his head was that of a feral beast. "Bonsoir, Amos," Set said. "How nice of you to come. We're going to have so much fun." I sat bolt upright in bed, back in my own body with my heart pounding. Amos had been captured. I knew it for certain. And even worse, Set had known somehow that Amos was coming. I thought back to something Bast had said about how the Serpopards had broken into the mansion. She'd said the defenses had been sabotaged, and only a magician of the house could have done it. A horrible suspicion started building inside me. I stared into the dark for a long time, listening to the little kid next to me mumbling spells in his sleep. When I couldn't stand it any longer, I opened the door with a push of my mind, the way I'd done at Amos's mansion, and I sneaked out. I was wandering through the empty marketplace, thinking about Dad and Amos, replaying the events over and over, trying to figure out what I could have done differently to save them, when I spotted Zia. She was hurrying across the courtyard as if she were being chased. But what really caught my attention was the shimmering black cloud around her, as if someone had wrapped her in a glittery shadow. She came to a section of blank wall and waved her hand. Suddenly a doorway appeared. Zia glanced nervously behind her and ducked inside. Of course I followed. I moved quietly up to the doorway. I could hear Zia's voice inside, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Then the doorway began to solidify, turning back into a wall, and I made a split-second decision. I jumped through. Inside, Zia was alone with her back to me. She was kneeling at a stone altar, chanting something under her breath. The walls were decorated with ancient Egyptian drawings and modern photographs. The glittery shadow no longer surrounded Zia, but something even stranger was happening. I'd been planning to tell Zia about my nightmare, but that went completely out of my thoughts when I saw what she was doing. She cupped her palms, the way you might hold a bird, and a glowing blue sphere appeared, about the size of a golf ball. Still chanting, she raised her hands. The sphere flew up, straight through the ceiling, and vanished. Some instinct told me this was not something I was supposed to see. I thought about backing out of the room. Only problem, the door was gone. No other exits. It was only a matter of time before, maybe I'd made a noise. Maybe her magical senses had kicked in. But faster than I could react, Zia pulled her wand and turned on me, flames flickering down the edge of the boomerang. "Hi," I said nervously. Her expression turned from anger to surprise, then back to anger. "Carter, what are you doing here?" "Just walking around. I saw you in the courtyard, so—" "What do you mean you saw me?" "Well, you were running, and you had this black shimmery stuff around you, and you saw that? Impossible." "Why? What was it?" She dropped her wand and the fire died. "I don't appreciate being followed, Carter. Sorry. I thought you might be in trouble." She started to say something, but apparently changed her mind. "In trouble. That's true enough." She sat down heavily and sighed. In the candlelight, her amber eyes looked dark and sad. She stared at the photos behind the altar, and I realized she was in some of them. There she was as a little girl, standing barefoot outside a mud brick house, squinting resentfully at the camera as if she didn't want her picture taken. Next to that, a wider shot showed a whole village on the Nile, the kind of place my dad took me to sometimes, where nothing had changed much in the last 2,000 years. A crowd of villagers grinned and waved at the camera as if they were celebrating, and above them little Zia rode on the shoulders of a man who must have been her father. Another photo was a family shot, Zia holding hands with her mother and father. They could have been any Fellahin family anywhere in Egypt, but her dad had especially kindly, twinkling eyes. I thought he must have a good sense of humor. Her mom's face was unveiled, and she laughed as if her husband had just cracked a joke. "Your folks look cool," I said. "Is that home?" Zia seemed like she wanted to get angry, but she kept her emotions under control. Or maybe she just didn't have the energy. "It was my home. The village no longer exists." I waited, not sure I dared to ask. We locked eyes, and I could tell she was deciding how much to tell me. "My father was a farmer," she said, "but he also worked for archaeologists. In his spare time he'd scour the desert for artifacts and new sites where they might want to dig." I nodded. What Zia described was pretty common. Egyptians have been making extra money that way for centuries. One night when I was 8, my father found a statue, she said. Small but very rare. A statue of a monster, carved from red stone. It had been buried in a pit with a lot of other statues that were all smashed. But somehow this one survived. He brought it home. He didn't know. He didn't realize magicians imprison monsters and spirits inside such statues and break them to destroy their essence. My father brought the unbroken statue into our village and accidentally unleashed. Her voice faltered. She stared at the picture of her father smiling and holding her hand. Zia, I'm sorry. She knit her eyebrows. Iskandar found me. He and the other magicians destroyed the monster. But not in time. They found me curled in a fire pit under some reeds where my mother had hidden me. I was the only survivor. I tried to imagine how Zia would have looked when Iskandar found her. A little girl who'd lost everything, alone in the ruins of her village. It was hard to picture her that way. So this room is a shrine to your family, I guessed. You come here to remember them. Zia looked at me blankly. That's the problem, Carter. I can't remember. Iskandar tells me about my past. He gave me these pictures, explained what happened. But I have no memory at all. I was about to say, you were only 8. Then I realized I'd been the same age when my mom died, when Sadie and I were split up. I remembered all of that so clearly. I could still see our house in Los Angeles and the way the stars looked at night from our back porch overlooking the ocean. My dad would tell us wild stories about the constellations. Then every night before bed, Sadie and I would cuddle up with Mom on the sofa, fighting for her attention, and she'd tell us not to believe a word of Dad's stories. She'd explain the science behind the stars, talk about physics and chemistry as if we were her college students. Looking back on it, I wondered if she'd been trying to warn us. Don't believe in those gods and myths. They're too dangerous. I remembered our last trip to London as a family, how nervous Mom and Dad seemed on the plane. I remembered our dad coming back to our grandparents' flat after Mom had died, and telling us there had been an accident. Even before he explained, I knew it was bad, because I'd never seen my dad cry before. The little details that did fade drove me crazy, like the smell of Mom's perfume, or the way her voice sounded. The older I got, the harder I held on to those things. I couldn't imagine not remembering anything. How could Zia stand it? Maybe. I struggled to find the right words. Maybe you just. She held up her hand. Carter, believe me, I've tried to remember. It's no use. Iskandar is the only family I've ever had. What about friends? Zia stared at me as if I'd used a foreign term. I realized I hadn't seen anyone close to our age in the first gnome. Everyone was either much younger or much older. I don't have time for friends, she said. Besides, when initiates turn 13, they're assigned to other gnomes around the world. I am the only one who stayed here. I like being alone. It's fine. The hairs stood up on the back of my neck. I'd said almost the same thing many times when people asked me what it was like being homeschooled by my dad. Didn't I miss having friends? Didn't I want a normal life? I like being alone. It's fine. I tried to picture Zia going to a regular public high school, learning a locker combination, hanging out in the cafeteria. I couldn't picture it. I imagined she would be as lost as I would. Tell you what, I said. After the testing, after the demon days, when things settle down, things won't settle down. I'm going to take you to the mall. She blinked. The mall? For what reason? To hang out, I said. We'll get some hamburgers. See a movie. Zia hesitated. Is this what you'd call a date? My expression must have been priceless, because Zia actually cracked a smile. You look like a cow hit with a shovel. I didn't mean. I just meant. She laughed, and suddenly it was easier to imagine her as a regular high school kid. I will look forward to this mall, Carter, she said. You are either a very interesting person or a very dangerous one. Let's go with interesting. She waved her hand, and the door reappeared. Go now, and be careful. The next time you sneak up on me, you might not be so fortunate. At the doorway I turned. Zia, What was that black shimmery stuff? Her smile faded. An invisibility spell. Only very powerful magicians are able to see through it. You should not have. She stared at me for answers, but I didn't have any. Maybe it was wearing off or something, I managed. And can I ask, the blue sphere? She frowned. The what? The thing you released that went into the ceiling. She looked mystified. I don't know what you mean. Perhaps the candlelight was playing tricks on your eyes. Awkward silence. Either she was lying to me or I was going crazy, or I didn't know what. I realized I hadn't told her about my vision of Amos and Set, but I felt that I'd already pushed her as far as I could for one night. Okay, I said. Good night. I made my way back to the dorm, but I didn't get to sleep again for a long time. Fast forward to Luxor. Maybe now you understand why I didn't want to leave Zia behind, and why I didn't believe Zia would actually hurt us. On the other hand, I knew she wasn't lying about Desjardins. That guy wouldn't think twice about turning us into escargots. And the fact that Set had spoken French in my dream, bonsoir, Amos. Was that just a coincidence? Or was something a lot worse going on? Anyway, when Sadie tugged on my arm, I followed. We ran out of the temple and headed for the obelisk. But naturally, it wasn't that simple. We're the Kane family. Nothing is ever that simple. Just as we reached the obelisk, I heard the slishangy sound of a magic portal. About 100 yards down the path, a bald magician in white robes stepped out of a whirling sand vortex. Hurry, I told Sadie. I grabbed the staff rod from my bag and threw it to her. Since I cut yours in half, I'll stick with the sword. But I don't know what I'm doing, she protested, searching the obelisk's base as if she hoped to find a secret switch. The magician regained his balance and spit the sand out of his mouth. Then he spotted us. Stop. Yeah, I muttered. That's gonna happen. Paris. Sadie turned to me. You said the other obelisk is in Paris, right? Right. Not to rush you, but... The magician raised his staff and started chanting. I fumbled for the hilt of my sword. My legs felt like they were turning to butter. I wondered if I could pull off that hawk warrior thing again. That had been cool, but it had also been just a duel. And the test at the chasm bridge when I'd deflected those daggers that hadn't seemed like me. Every time I'd drawn this sword so far, I'd had help. Zia had been there or Bast. I'd never felt completely alone. This time it was just me. I was crazy to think I could hold off a full-fledged magician. I was no warrior. Everything I knew about swords came from reading books, the history of Alexander the Great, the Three Musketeers, as if that could help. With Sadie occupied at the obelisk, I was on my own. No, you're not, said a voice inside me. Great, I thought. I'm on my own and going crazy. At the far end of the avenue, the magician called out, "Serve the House of Life." But I got the feeling he wasn't talking to me. The air between us began to shimmer. Waves of heat flowed from the double lines of sphinxes, making them look as if they were moving. Then I realized they were moving. Each one cracked down the middle, and ghostly apparitions appeared from the stone like locusts breaking out of their shells. Not all of them were in good shape. The spirit creatures from broken statues had missing heads or feet. Some limped along on only 3 legs. But at least a dozen attack sphinxes were in perfect condition, and they all came toward us, each one the size of a Doberman, made of milky white smoke and hot vapor. So much for the sphinxes being on our side. Soon, I warned Sadie. Paris, she called and raised her staff and wand. I want to go there now. 2 tickets. First, class would be nice. The sphinxes advanced. The nearest one launched itself toward me, and with sheer luck I managed to slice it in half. The monster evaporated into smoke, but it let out a blast of heat so intense I thought my face was going to melt right off. 2 more sphinx ghosts loped toward me. A dozen more were only a few steps behind. I could feel my pulse pounding in my neck. Suddenly the ground shook. The sky darkened, and Sadie yelled, "Yes!" The obelisk glowed with purple light, humming with power. Sadie touched the stone and yelped. She was sucked inside and disappeared. "Sadie!" I yelled. In my moment of distraction, 2 of the sphinxes slammed into me, knocking me to the ground. My sword skittered away. My rib cage went crack, and my chest erupted in pain. The heat coming off the creatures was unbearable. It was like being crushed under a hot oven. I stretched out my fingers toward the obelisk, just a few inches too far. I could hear the other sphinxes coming, the magician chanting, "Hold him! Hold him!" With my last bit of strength, I lurched toward the obelisk, every nerve in my body screaming with pain. My fingertips touched the base and the world went black. Suddenly I was lying on cold, wet stone. I was in the middle of a huge public plaza. Rain was pouring down, and the chilly air told me I was no longer in Egypt. Sadie was somewhere close by, yelling in alarm. The bad news: I'd brought the two sphinxes with me. One jumped off me and bounded after Sadie. The other was still on my chest, glaring down at me, its back steaming in the rain, its smoky white eyes inches from my face. I tried to remember the Egyptian word for fire. Maybe if I could set the monster ablaze. But my mind was too full of panic. I heard an explosion off to my right, in the direction Sadie had run. I hoped she'd gotten away, but I couldn't be sure. The Sphinx opened its mouth and formed smoky fangs that had no business on an ancient Egyptian king. It was about to chomp my face when a dark form loomed up behind it and shouted, "Mange de muffins!" Slice. The Sphinx dissolved into smoke. I tried to rise but couldn't. Sadie stumbled over. "Carter! Oh God! Are you okay?" I blinked at the other person, the one who had saved me. A tall, thin figure in a black, hooded raincoat. What had she yelled? "Eat muffins." What kind of battle cry was that? She threw off her coat, and a woman in a leopard skin acrobatic suit grinned down at me, showing off her fangs and her lamp-like yellow eyes. "Miss me?" asked Bast. Chapter 18. When Fruit Bats Go Bad. We huddled under the eaves of a big white government building and watched the rain pour down on the Place de la Concorde. It was a miserable day to be in Paris. The winter skies were heavy and low, and the cold, wet air soaked right into my bones. There were no tourists, no foot traffic. Everyone with any sense was inside by a fire enjoying a hot drink. To our right, the River Seine wound sluggishly through the city. Across the enormous plaza, the gardens of the Tuileries were shrouded in a soupy haze. The Egyptian obelisk rose up lonely and dark in the middle of the square. We waited for more enemies to pop out of it, but none came. I remembered what Zia had said about artifacts needing a 12-hour cooldown before they could be used again. I hoped she was right. "Hold still," Bast told me. I winced as she pressed her hand against my chest. She whispered something in Egyptian, and the pain slowly subsided. "Broken rib," she announced. "Better now, but you should rest for at least a few minutes." "What about the magicians?" "I wouldn't worry about them just yet. The house will assume you teleported somewhere else." "Why?" "Paris is the 14th Gnome, Desjardins' headquarters. You would be insane trying to hide in his home territory." "Great," I sighed. "And your amulets do shield you," Bast added. "I could find Sadie anywhere because of my promise to protect her. But the amulets will keep you veiled from the eyes of Set and from other magicians." I thought about the dark room in the first gnome with all the children looking into bowls of oil. Were they looking for us right now? The thought was creepy. I tried to sit up and winced again. "Stay still," Bast ordered. "Really, Carter, you should learn to fall like a cat." "I'll work on that," I promised. "How are you even alive? Is it that 9 lives thing?" "Oh, that's just a silly legend. I'm immortal." "But the scorpions." Sadie scrunched in closer, shivering and drawing Bast's raincoat around her shoulders. "We saw them overwhelm you." Bast made a purring sound. "Dear Sadie, you do care. I must say I've worked for many children of the pharaohs, but you too." She looked genuinely touched. "Well, I'm sorry if I worried you. It's true the scorpions reduced my power to almost nothing. I held them off as long as I could. Then I had just enough energy to revert to Muffin's form and slip into the Duet." "I thought you weren't good at portals," I said. "Well, first off, Carter, there are many ways in and out of the Duet. It has many different regions and layers, The abyss, the river of night, the land of the dead, the land of demons. Sounds lovely, Sadie muttered. Anyway, portals are like doors. They pass through the do-it to connect one part of the mortal world to another. And yes, I'm not good at those, but I am a creature of the do-it. If I'm on my own, slipping into the nearest layer for a quick escape is relatively easy. And if they'd killed you? I asked. I mean, killed Muffin? That would have banished me deep into the do-it. It would have been rather like putting my feet in concrete and dropping me into the middle of the sea. It would have taken years, perhaps centuries, before I would have been strong enough to return to the mortal world. Fortunately, that didn't happen. I came back straight away, but by the time I got to the museum, the magicians had already captured you. We weren't exactly captured, I said. Really, Carter? How long were you in the first gnome before they decided to kill you? About 24 hours. Bast whistled. They've gotten friendlier. They used to blast godlings to dust in the first few minutes. We're not, wait, what did you call us? Sadie answered, sounding as if in a trance. Godlings. That's what we are, aren't we? That's why Zia was so frightened of us. Why Desjardins wants to kill us. Bast patted Sadie's knee. You always were bright, dear. Hold on, I said. You mean hosts for gods? That's not possible. I think I'd know if. Then I thought about the voice in my head, warning me to hide when I met Iskandar. I thought about all the things I was suddenly able to do, like fight with a sword and summon a magical shell of armor. Those were not things I'd covered in homeschool. Carter, Sadie said, when the Rosetta Stone shattered, it let out 5 gods, right? Dad joined with Osiris. Amos told us that. Set. I don't know. He got away somehow. But you and I, the amulets protected us. I clutched the Eye of Horus around my neck. Dad said they would. If we had stayed out of the room as Dad told us to, Sadie recalled. But we were there, watching. We wanted to help him. We practically asked for power, Carter. Bast nodded. That makes all the difference. An invitation. And since then, Sadie looked at me tentatively, almost daring me to make fun of her. I've had this feeling, like a voice inside me. By now the cold rain had soaked right through my clothes. If Sadie hadn't said something, maybe I could have denied what was happening a little longer. But I thought about what Amos had said about our family having a long history with the gods. I thought about what Zia had told us about our lineage. The gods choose their hosts carefully. They always prefer the blood of the pharaohs. Okay, I admitted. I've been hearing a voice too. So either we're both going crazy. The amulet. Sadie pulled it from her shirt collar and held it for Bast to see. It's the symbol of a goddess, isn't it? I hadn't seen her amulet in a long time. It was different from mine. It reminded me of an ankh, or maybe some kind of fancy tie. That is a tie-it, Bast said. A magic knot. And yes, it is often called the knot of Isis, Sadie said. I didn't see how she could know that, but she looked absolutely certain. In the Hall of Ages, I saw an image of Isis, and then I was Isis trying to get away from Set and, oh God, that's it. Isn't it? I'm her. She grabbed her shirt like she physically wanted to pull the goddess away from her. All I could do was stare. My sister, with her ratty red highlighted hair and her linen pajamas and her combat boots. How could she possibly worry about being possessed by a goddess? What goddess would want her except maybe the goddess of chewing gum? But then, I'd been hearing a voice inside me too. A voice that was definitely not mine. I looked at my amulet, the Eye of Horus. I thought about the myths I knew, how Horus, the son of Osiris, had to avenge his father by defeating Set. And at Luxor I'd summoned an avatar with the head of a falcon. I was afraid to try it, but I thought, Horus? Well, it's about time, the other voice said. Hello, Carter. Oh, no, I said, panic rising in my chest. No, no, no. Somebody get a can opener. I've got a god stuck in my head. Bast's eyes lit up. You communicated with Horus directly? That's excellent progress. Progress. I banged my palms against my head. Get him out. Calm down, Horus said. Don't tell me to calm down. Bast frowned. I didn't. Talking to him. I pointed at my forehead. This is awful, Sadie wailed. How do I get rid of her? Bass sniffed. First off, Sadie, you don't have all of her. Gods are very powerful. We can exist in many places at once. But yes, part of Isis's spirit now resides inside you, just as Carter now carries the spirit of Horus. And frankly, you both should feel honored. Right, very honored, I said. Always wanted to be possessed. Bast rolled her eyes. Please, Carter, it's not possession. Besides, you and Horus want the same thing, to defeat Set, just as Horus did millennia ago when Set first killed Osiris. If you don't, your father is doomed, and Set will become king of the earth. I glanced at Sadie, but she was no help. She ripped the amulet off her neck and threw it down. Isis got in through the amulet, didn't she? Well, I really wouldn't do that, Bast warned. But Sadie pulled out her wand and smashed the amulet. Blue sparks shot up from the ivory boomerang. Sadie yelped and dropped her wand, which was now smoking. Her hand was covered in black scorch marks. The amulet was fine. Ow, she said. Bast sighed. She put her hand on Sadie's, and the burn marks faded. I did tell you. Isis channeled her power through the amulet. Yes, but she's not there now. She's in you. And even so, magical amulets are practically indestructible. So what are we supposed to do? Sadie said. Well, for starters, Bast said, Carter must use the power of Horus to defeat Set. Oh, is that all? I said. All by myself? No. Sadie can help. Oh, super. I'll guide you as much as possible, Bast promised. But in the end, the two of you must fight. Only Horus and Isis can defeat Set and avenge the death of Osiris. That's the way it was before. That's the way it must be now. Then we get our dad back? I asked. Bast's smile wavered. If all goes well. She wasn't telling us everything. No surprise. But my brain was too fuzzy to figure out what I was missing. I looked down at my hands. They didn't seem any different, no stronger, no godlier. If I've got the powers of a god, then why am I so lame? Sadie offered. Shut up, I said. Why can't I use my powers better? Takes practice, Bast said. Unless you wish to give over control to Horus. Then he would use your form, and you would not have to worry. I could, a voice said inside me. Let me fight Set. You can trust me. Yeah, right, I told him. How can I be sure you wouldn't get me killed and just move on to some other host? How can I be sure you're not influencing my thoughts right now? I would not do that, the voice said. I chose you because of your potential, Carter, and because we have the same goal. Upon my honor, if you let me control. No, I said. I realized I'd spoke aloud. Sadie and Bast were both looking at me. I mean, I'm not giving up control, I said. This is our fight. Our dad's locked in a coffin. Our uncle's been captured. Captured? Sadie asked. I realized with a shock that I hadn't told her about my last little BA trip. There just hadn't been time. When I gave her the details, she looked stricken. God, no. Yeah, I agreed. And Set spoke in French. Bonsoir. Sadie, what you said about Set getting away, maybe he didn't. If he was looking for a powerful host. Desjardins, Sadie finished. Bast growled deep in her throat. Desjardins was in London the night your father broke the Rosetta Stone. Wasn't he? Desjardins has always been full of anger, full of ambition. In many ways, he would be the perfect host for Set. If Set managed to possess Desjardins' body, that would mean the Red Lord now controls the man who is chief lector of the house. By Ra's throne, Carter, I hope you're wrong. The two of you will have to learn to use the power of the gods quickly. Whatever Set is planning, he'll do it on his birthday when he's strongest. That's the third demon day, 3 days from now. But I've already used Isis's powers, haven't I? Sadie asked. I've summoned hieroglyphs. I activated the obelisk at Luxor. Was that her or me? Both, dear, Bast said. You and Carter have great abilities on your own, but the power of the gods has hastened your development and given you an extra reservoir to draw on. What would have taken you years to learn, you've accomplished in days. The more you channel the power of the gods, the more powerful you will become. And the more dangerous it gets, I guessed. The magicians told us hosting the gods can burn you out, kill you, drive you crazy. Bast fixed her eyes on me. Just for a second they were the eyes of a predator, ancient, powerful, dangerous. Not everyone can host a god, Carter. That's true. But you two are both blood of the pharaohs. You combine two ancient bloodlines. That's very rare, very powerful. And besides, if you think you can survive without the power of the gods, think again. Don't repeat your mother's. She stopped herself. What? Sadie demanded. What about our mother? I shouldn't have said that. Tell us, cat, Sadie said. I was afraid Bast might unsheath her knives. Instead, she leaned against the wall and stared out at the rain. When your parents released me from Cleopatra's Needle, there was much more energy than they expected. Your father spoke the actual summoning spell, and the blast would have killed him instantly, but your mother threw up a shield. In that split second, I offered her my help. I offered to merge our spirits and help protect them. But she would not accept my help. She chose to tap her own reservoir. Her own magic, Sadie murmured. Bast nodded sadly. When a magician commits herself to a spell, there is no turning back. If she overreaches her power, well, your mother used her last bit of energy protecting your father. To save him, she sacrificed herself. She literally burned up, I said. That's what Zia warned us about. The rain kept pouring down. I realized I was shivering. Sadie wiped a tear from her cheek. She picked up her amulet and glared at it resentfully. We've got to save Dad. If he's really got the spirit of Osiris. She didn't finish, but I knew what she was thinking. I thought about Mom when I was little, her arm around my shoulders as we stood on the back deck of our house in L.A. She'd pointed out the stars to me. Polaris, Orion's belt, Sirius. Then she'd smile at me, and I'd feel like I was more important than any constellation in the sky. My mom had sacrificed herself to save Dad's life. She'd used so much magic. She literally burned up. How could I ever be that brave? Yet I had to try to save Dad. Otherwise I'd feel like Mom's sacrifice had been for nothing. And maybe if we could rescue Dad, he could set things right, even bring back our mom. Is that possible? I asked Horace, but his voice was silent. All right, I decided. So how do we stop Set? Bast thought for a moment, then smiled. I got the feeling that whatever she was about to suggest, I wasn't going to like it. There might be a way without completely giving yourself over to the gods. There's a book by Thoth, one of the rare spell books written by the god of wisdom himself. The one I'm thinking of details a way to overcome Set. It is the prized possession of a certain magician. All we need to do is sneak into his fortress, steal it, and leave before sunset, while we can still create a portal to the United States. Perfect, Sadie said. Hold up, I said. Which magician? And where's the fortress? Bast stared at me as if I were a bit slow. Why, I think we already discussed him. Desjardins. His house is right here in Paris. Once I saw Desjardins' house. I hated him even more. It was a huge mansion on the other side of the Tuileries, on the Rue de Pyramids. Pyramids Road? Sadie said. Obvious much? Maybe he couldn't find a place on stupid evil Magician Street, I suggested. The house was spectacular. The spikes atop its wrought iron fence were gilded. Even in the winter rain, the front garden was bursting with flowers. 5 stories of white marble walls and black, shuttered windows loomed before us. The whole thing topped off by a roof garden. I'd seen royal palaces smaller than this place. I pointed to the front door, which was painted bright red. Isn't red a bad color in Egypt? The color of Set. Bast scratched her chin. Now that you mention it, yes. It's the color of chaos and destruction. I thought black was the evil color, Sadie said. No, dear. As usual, modern folk have it backward. Black is the color of good soil, like the soil of the Nile. You can grow food in black soil. Food is good. Therefore black is good. Red is the color of desert sand. Nothing grows in the desert. Therefore red is evil. She frowned. It is strange that Desjardins has a red door. Well, I'm excited, Sadie grumbled. Let's go knock. There will be guards, Bess said. And traps. And alarms. You can bet the house is heavily charmed to keep out gods. Magicians can do that? I asked. I imagined a big can of pesticide labeled "Got Away." Alas, yes, Bess said. I will not be able to cross the threshold uninvited. You, however, I thought were gods too, Sadie said. That's the beauty of it, Bess said. As hosts, you are still quite human. I have taken full possession of Muffin, so I am pretty much me, a goddess. But you are still, well, yourselves. Clear? No, I said. I suggest you turn into birds, Bess said. You can fly to the roof garden and make your way in. Plus, I like birds. First problem, I said. We don't know how to turn into birds. Easily fixed. And a good test at channeling godly power. Both Isis and Horus have bird forms. Simply imagine yourselves as birds, and birds you shall become. Just like that, Sadie said. You won't pounce on us? Bast looked offended. Perish the thought. I wished she hadn't used the word perish. Okay, I said. Here goes. I thought, you in there, Horace? What? He said testily. Bird form, please. Oh, I see. You don't trust me. But now you need my help. Man, come on. Just do the falcon thing. Would you settle for an emu? I decided talking wasn't going to help. So I closed my eyes and imagined I was a falcon. Right away, my skin began to burn. I had trouble breathing. I opened my eyes and gasped. I was really short, eye level with Bast's shins. I was covered in feathers, and my feet had turned into wicked claws, kind of like my BA form, but this was real flesh and blood. My clothes and bag were gone, as if they'd melted into my feathers. My eyesight had completely changed, too. I could see 180 degrees around, and the detail was incredible. Every leaf on every tree popped out. I spotted a cockroach 100 yards away, scurrying into a sewer drain. I could see every pore on Bast's face, now looming above me and grinning. Better late than never, she said. Took you almost 10 minutes. Huh? The change had seemed instantaneous. Then I looked next to me and saw a beautiful gray bird of prey, a little bit smaller than me, with black-tipped wings and golden eyes. I'm not sure how, but I knew it was a kite, like the bird kite, not the kind with a string. The kite let out a chirping sound. Ha, ha, ha. Sadie was laughing at me. I opened my own beak, but no sound came out. Oh, you two look delicious, Bass said, licking her lips. No, I mean wonderful. Now, off you go. I spread my majestic wings. I had really done it. I was a noble falcon, lord of the sky. I launched myself off the sidewalk and flew straight into the fence. Ha ha ha, Sadie chirped behind me. Bast crouched down and began making weird chittering noises. Oh, she was imitating birds. I'd seen enough cats do this when they were stalking. Suddenly my own obituary flashed in my head. Carter Kane, 14, died tragically in Paris when he was eaten by his sister's cat, Muffin. I spread my wings, kicked off with my feet, and with 3 strong flaps, I was soaring through the rain. Sadie was right behind me. Together we spiraled up into the air. I have to admit, it felt amazing. Ever since I was a little kid, I'd had dreams in which I was flying, and I always hated waking up. Now it wasn't a dream or even a BA trip. It was 100% real. I sailed on the cold air currents above the rooftops of Paris. I could see the river, the Louvre Museum, the gardens and palaces. And a mouse, yum. Hang on, Carter, I thought. Not hunting mice. I zeroed in on Desjardins' mansion, tucked in my wings, and shot downward. I saw the rooftop garden, the double glass doors leading inside, and the voice inside me said, "Don't stop. It's an illusion. You've got to punch through their magic barriers." It was a crazy thought. I was plummeting so fast I would smack against the glass and become a feathery pancake. But I didn't slow down. I rammed straight into the doors and sailed through them as if they didn't exist. I spread my wings and landed on a table. Sadie sailed in right behind me. We were alone in the middle of a library. So far, so good. I closed my eyes and thought about returning to my normal form. When I opened my eyes again, I was regular old Carter, sitting on a table in my regular clothes, my work bag back on my shoulder. Sadie was still a kite. "You can turn back now," I told her. She tilted her head and regarded me quizzically. She let out a frustrated croak. I cracked a smile. "You can't, can you? You're stuck." She pecked my hand with her extremely sharp beak. "Ow," I complained. "It's not my fault. Keep trying." She closed her eyes and ruffled her feathers until she looked like she was going to explode, but she stayed a kite. "Don't worry," I said, trying to keep a straight face. "Bast will help once we get out of here. Ha ha ha. Just keep watch. I'm going to look around." The room was huge, more like a traditional library than a magician's lair. The furniture was dark mahogany. Every wall was covered with floor-to-ceiling bookcases. Books overflowed onto the floor. Some were stacked on tables or stuffed into smaller shelves. A big easy chair by the window looked like the kind of place Sherlock Holmes would sit smoking a pipe. Every step I took, the floorboards creaked, which made me wince. I couldn't hear anyone else in the house, but I didn't want to take any chances. Aside from the glass doors to the rooftop, the only other exit was a solid wooden door that locked from the inside. I turned the deadbolt. Then I wedged a chair up under the handle. I doubted that would keep magicians out for very long, but it might buy me a few seconds if things went bad. I searched the bookshelves for what seemed like ages. All different types of books were jammed together, nothing alphabetized, nothing numbered. Most of the titles weren't in English. None were in hieroglyphics. I was hoping for something with big gold lettering that said the Book of Thoth, but no such luck. What would a Book of Thoth even look like? I wondered. Sadie turned her head and glared at me. I was pretty sure she was telling me to hurry up. I wished there were Shabti to fetch things, like the ones in Amos's library, but I didn't see any. Or maybe, I slung Dad's bag off my shoulder. I set his magic box on the table and slid open the top. The little wax figure was still there, right where I'd left him. I picked him up and said, "Doughboy, help me find the Book of Thoth in this library." His waxy eyes opened immediately. "And why should I help you?" "Because you have no choice." "I hate that argument." "Fine, hold me up. I can't see the shelves." I walked him around the room, showing him the books. I felt pretty stupid giving the wax doll a tour, but probably not as stupid as Sadie felt. She was still in bird form, scuttling back and forth on the table and snapping her beak in frustration as she tried to change back. "Hold it," Doughboy announced. "This one is ancient, right here." I pulled down a thin volume bound in linen. It was so tiny, I would have missed it, but sure enough, the front cover was inscribed in hieroglyphics. I brought it over to the table and carefully opened it. It was more like a map than a book, unfolding into 4 parts until I was looking at a wide, long papyrus scroll with writing so old I could barely make out the characters. I glanced at Sadie. "I bet you could read this to me if you weren't a bird." She tried to peck me again, but I moved my hand. "Doughboy," I said. "What is this scroll?" "A spell lost in time," he pronounced. "Ancient words of tremendous power." "Well," I demanded, "does it tell how to defeat Set?" "Better. The title reads, The Book of Summoning Fruit Bats." I stared at him. "Are you serious? Would I joke about such a thing? Who would want to summon fruit bats?" "Ha ha ha," Sadie croaked. I pushed the scroll away and we went back to searching. After about 10 minutes, Doughboy squealed with delight. "Oh, look! I remember this painting." It was a small oil portrait in a gilded frame, hanging on the end of a bookshelf. It must have been important, because it was bordered by little silk curtains. A light shone upon the portrait dude's face, so he seemed about to tell a ghost story. "Isn't that the guy who plays Wolverine?" I asked because he had some serious jowl hair going. "You disgust me," Doughboy said. "That is Jean-Francois Champollion." Took me a second, but I remembered the name. The guy who deciphered hieroglyphics from the Rosetta Stone. Of course, Desjardins' great-uncle. I looked at Champollion's picture again, and I could see the resemblance. They had the same fierce black eyes. Great-uncle? But wouldn't that make Desjardins about 200 years old? Doughboy confirmed. Still a youngster. You know that when Champollion first deciphered hieroglyphics, he fell into a coma for 5 days? He became the first man outside the House of Life to ever unleash their magic, and it almost killed him. Naturally, that got the attention of the first gnome. Champollion died before he could join the House of Life, but the chief lector accepted his descendants for training. Desjardins is very proud of his family, but a little sensitive too, because he's such a newcomer. That's why he didn't get along with our family, I guessed. We're like ancient. Doughboy cackled. And your father breaking the Rosetta Stone? Desjardins would have viewed that as an insult to his family honor. Oh, you should have seen the arguments Master Julius and Desjardins had in this room. You've been here before? Many times. I've been everywhere. I'm all-knowing. I tried to imagine Dad and Desjardins having an argument in here. It wasn't hard. If Desjardins hated our family, and if gods tended to find hosts who shared their goals, then it made total sense that Set would try to merge with him. Both wanted power, both were resentful and angry, both wanted to smash Sadie and me to a pulp. And if Set was now secretly controlling the chief lector, a drop of sweat trickled down the side of my face. I wanted to get out of this mansion. Suddenly there was a banging sound below us, like someone closing a door downstairs. Show me where the Book of Thoth is, I ordered Doughboy. Quick! As we moved down the shelves, Doughboy grew so warm in my hands, I was afraid he would melt. He kept a running commentary on the books. Ah, Mastery of the 5 Elements. Is that the one we want? I asked. No, but a good one. How to tame the 5 essential elements of the universe. Earth, air, water, fire, and cheese. Cheese. He scratched his wax head. I'm pretty sure that's the 5th, yes. But moving right along, we turned to the next shelf. No, he announced. No. Boring. Boring. Oh, Clive Cussler. No. No. I was about to give up hope when he said, there. I froze. Where here? The blue book with the gold trim, he said. The one that's... I pulled it out, and the entire room began to shake. Trapped, Doughboy continued. Sadie squawked urgently. I turned and saw her take flight. Something small and black swooped down from the ceiling. Sadie clashed with it in midair, and the black thing disappeared down her throat. Before I could even register how gross that was, alarms blared downstairs. More black forms dropped from the ceiling and seemed to multiply in the air, swirling into a funnel cloud of fur and wings. There's your answer, Doughboy told me. Desjardins would want to summon fruit bats. You mess with the wrong books, you trigger a plague of fruit bats. That's the trap. The things were on me like I was a ripe mango, diving at my face, clawing at my arms. I clutched the book and ran to the table, but I could hardly see. Sadie, get out of here, I yelled. Saw, she cried, which I hoped meant yes. I found Dad's work bag and shoved the book and Doughboy inside. The library door rattled. Voices yelled in French. Horace, bird time, I thought desperately. And no emu, please. I ran for the glass doors. At the last second, I found myself flying. Once again a falcon, bursting into the cold rain. I knew with the senses of a predator that I was being followed by approximately 4,000 angry fruit bats. But falcons are wicked fast. Once outside, I raced north, hoping to draw the bats away from Sadie and Bast. I outdistanced the bats easily but let them keep close enough that they wouldn't give up. Then, with a burst of speed, I turned in a tight circle and shot back toward Sadie and Bast in a 100-mile-an-hour dive. Bast looked up in surprise as I plummeted to the sidewalk, tumbling over myself as I turned back into a human. Sadie caught my arm, and only then did I realize she was back to normal as well. That was awful, she announced. Exit strategy, quick. I pointed at the sky, where an angry black cloud of fruit bats was getting closer and closer. The Louvre. Bast grabbed our hands. It's got the closest portal. 3 blocks away. We'd never make it. Then the red door of Desjardins' house blasted open, but we didn't wait to see what came out of it. We ran for our lives down the Rue des Pyramids. Chapter 19. Picnic in the Sky. Right, Carter. Give me the mic. So I'd been to the Louvre once before on holiday, but I hadn't been chased by vicious fruit bats. I would have been terrified, except I was too busy being angry with Carter. I couldn't believe the way he'd treated my bird problem. Honestly, I thought I would be a kite forever, suffocating inside a little feathery prison. And he had the nerve to make fun. I promised myself I'd get revenge, but for the time being we had enough worries staying alive. We raced along in the cold rain. It was all I could do to avoid slipping on the slick pavements. I glanced back and saw two figures chasing us. Men with shaved heads and goatees and black raincoats. They might have passed for normal mortals, except they each carried a glowing staff. Not a good sign. The bats were literally at our heels. One nipped my leg. Another buzzed my hair. I had to force myself to keep running. My stomach still felt queasy from eating one of the little pests when I was a kite. And no, that had not been my idea. Totally a defensive instinct. Sadie, Bass called as we ran. You'll have only seconds to open the portal. Where is it? I yelled. We dashed across the Rue de Rivoli into a wide plaza surrounded by the wings of the Louvre. Bast made straight for the glass pyramid at the entrance, glowing in the dusk. You can't be serious, I said. That isn't a real pyramid. Of course it's real, Bast said. The shape gives a pyramid its power. It is a ramp to the heavens. The bats were all around us now, biting our arms, flying around our feet. As their numbers increased, it got harder to see or move. Carter reached for his sword, then apparently remembered it wasn't there anymore. He'd lost it at Luxor. He swore and rummaged around in his work bag. Don't slow down, Bast warned. Carter pulled out his wand. In total frustration, he threw it at a bat. I thought this a pointless gesture, but the wand glowed white-hot and thumped the bat solidly on the head, knocking it out of the air. The wand ricocheted through the swarm, thumping 6, 7, 8 of the little monsters before returning to Carter's hand. Not bad, I said. Keep it up. We arrived at the base of the pyramid. The plaza was thankfully empty. The last thing I wanted was my embarrassing death by fruit bats posted on YouTube. 1 minute until sundown, Bast warned. Our last chance for summoning is now. She unsheathed her knives and started slicing bats out of the air, trying to keep them away from me. Carter's wand flew wildly, knocking fruit bats every which way. I faced the pyramid and tried to think of a portal the way I'd done at Luxor, but it was almost impossible to concentrate. Where do you wish to go? Isis said in my mind. God, I don't care. America. I realized I was crying. I hated to, but shock and fear were starting to overwhelm me. Where did I want to go? Home, of course. Back to my flat in London. Back to my own room, my grandparents, my mates at school, and my old life. But I couldn't. I had to think about my father and our mission. We had to get to Set. America, I thought. Now. My burst of emotion must have had some effect. The pyramid trembled. Its glass walls shimmered and the top of the structure began to glow. A swirling sand vortex appeared, all right. Only one problem. It was hovering above the very top of the pyramid. Climb, Bass said. Easy for her, she was a cat. The side is too steep, Carter objected. He'd done a good job with the bats. Dazed heaps littered the pavement, but more still flew round us, biting every bit of exposed skin, and the magicians were closing in. I'll toss you, Bass said. Excuse me, Carter protested, but she picked him up by his collar and pants and tossed him up the side of the pyramid. He skittered to the top in a very undignified manner and slipped straight through the portal. Now you, Sadie, Bass said. Come on. Before I could move, a man's voice yelled, Stop! Stupidly, I froze. The voice was so powerful, it was hard not to. The two magicians were approaching. The taller one spoke in perfect English. Surrender, Miss Kane, and return our master's property. Sadie, don't listen, Bast warned. Come here. The cat goddess deceives you, the magician said. She abandoned her post. She endangered us all. She will lead you to ruin. I could tell he meant it. He was absolutely convinced of what he said. I turned to Bast. Her expression had changed. She looked wounded, even grief-stricken. "What does he mean?" I said. "What did you do wrong?" "We have to leave," she warned, "or they will kill us." I looked at the portal. Carter was already through. That decided it. I wasn't going to be separated from him. As annoying as he was, Carter was the only person I had left. How is that for depressing? "Toss me," I said. Bast grabbed me. "See you in America." Then she chucked me up the side of the pyramid. I heard the magician roar, "Surrender!" and an explosion rattled the glass next to my head. Then I plunged into the hot vortex of sand. I woke in a small room with industrial carpeting, gray walls, and metal-framed windows. I felt as if I were inside a high-tech refrigerator. I sat up groggily and discovered I was coated in cold, wet sand. "Ugh," I said. "Where are we?" Carter and Bast stood by the window. Apparently they'd been conscious for a while, because they'd both brushed themselves off. "You've got to see this view," Carter said. I got shakily to my feet and nearly fell down again when I saw how high we were. An entire city spread out below us, far below, well over 100 meters. I could almost believe we were still in Paris because a river curved off to our left, and the land was mostly flat. There were white government buildings clustered around networks of parks and circular roads, all spread out under a winter sky. But the light was wrong. It was still afternoon here, so we must have traveled west. And as my eyes made their way to the other end of a long rectangular green space, I found myself staring at a mansion that looked oddly familiar. "Is that the White House?" Carter nodded. "You got us to America, all right. Washington, D.C. But we're sky high." Bass chuckled. "You didn't specify any particular American city, did you?" "Well, no. So you got the default portal for the U.S., the largest single source of Egyptian power in North America." I stared at her uncomprehendingly. "The biggest obelisk ever constructed," she said. "The Washington Monument." I had another moment of vertigo and moved away from the window. Carter grabbed my shoulder and helped me sit down. "You should rest," he said. "You passed out for how long, Bast?" 2 hours and 32 minutes, she said. "I'm sorry, Sadie. Opening more than one portal a day is extremely taxing, even with ISIS helping." Carter frowned. "But we need her to do it again, right? It's not sunset here yet. We can still use portals. Let's open one and get to Arizona. That's where Set is." Bast pursed her lips. "Sadie can't summon another portal. It would overextend her powers. I don't have the talent. And you, Carter, well, your abilities lie elsewhere. No offense." "Oh no," he grumbled. "I'm sure you'll call me next time you need to boomerang some fruit bats." "Besides," Bast said, "when a portal is used, it needs time to cool down. No one will be able to use the Washington Monument for another 12 hours. Carter cursed. "I forgot about that." Bast nodded. "And by then, the demon days will have begun. So we need another way to Arizona," Carter said. I suppose he didn't mean to make me feel guilty, but I did. I hadn't thought things through, and now we were stuck in Washington. I glanced at Bast out the corner of my eye. I wanted to ask her what the men at the Louvre had meant about her leading us to ruin, but I was afraid to. I wanted to believe she was on our side. Perhaps if I gave her a chance, she'd volunteer the information. "At least those magicians can't follow us," I prompted. Bast hesitated. "Not through the portal, no. But there are other magicians in America. And worse, Set's minions." My heart climbed into my throat. The House of Life was scary enough, but when I remembered Set, and what his minions had done to Amos's house, "What about Thoth's spellbook?" I said. "Did we at least find a way to fight Set?" Carter pointed to the corner of the room. Spread out on Bast's raincoat was Dad's magic toolbox and the blue book we'd stolen from Desjardins. "Maybe you can make sense of it," Carter said. Bast and I couldn't read it. Even Doughboy was stumped. I picked up the book, which was actually a scroll folded into sections. The papyrus was so brittle I was afraid to touch it. Hieroglyphs and illustrations crowded the page, but I couldn't make sense of them. My ability to read the language seemed to be switched off. "ISIS?" I asked. "A little help?" Her voice was silent. Maybe I'd worn her out. Or maybe she was cross with me for not letting her take over my body, the way Horus had asked Carter to do. Selfish of me, I know. I closed the book in frustration. All that work for nothing. Now, Bass said. It's not so bad. Right? I said. We're stuck in Washington, D.C. We have 2 days to make it to Arizona and stop a god we don't know how to stop. And if we can't, we'll never see our dad or Amos again, and the world might end. That's the spirit, Bass said brightly. Now, let's have a picnic. She snapped her fingers. The air shimmered, and a pile of Friskies cans and 2 jugs of milk appeared on the carpet. Carter said. Can you conjure any people food? Bass blinked. Well, no accounting for taste. The air shimmered again. A plate of grilled cheese sandwiches and crisps appeared, along with a 6-pack of Coke. Yum, I said. Carter muttered something under his breath. I suppose grilled cheese wasn't his favorite, but he picked up a sandwich. We should leave soon, he said between bites. I mean, tourists and all. Bass shook her head. The Washington Monument closes at 6 o'clock. The tourists are gone now. We might as well stay the night. If we must travel during the demon days, best to do it in daylight hours. We all must have been exhausted, because we didn't talk again until we'd finished our food. I ate 3 sandwiches and drank 2 Cokes. Bast made the whole place smell like fish Friskies, then started licking her hand as if preparing for a cat bath. Could you not do that? I asked. It's disturbing. Oh, she smiled. Sorry. I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall. Felt good to rest, but I realized the room wasn't actually quiet. The entire building seemed to be humming ever so slightly, sending a tremble through my skull that made my teeth buzz. I opened my eyes and sat up. I could still feel it. What is that? I asked. The wind. Magic energy, Bass said. I told you, this is a powerful monument. But it's modern, like the Louvre Pyramid. Why is it magic? The ancient Egyptians were excellent builders, Sadie. They picked shapes, obelisks, pyramids that were charged with symbolic magic. An obelisk represents a sunbeam frozen in stone. A life-giving ray from the original king of the gods, Ra. It doesn't matter when the structure was built. It is still Egyptian. That's why any obelisk can be used for opening gates to the Duat, or releasing great beings of power. Or trapping them, I said. The way you were trapped in Cleopatra's Needle. Her expression darkened. I wasn't actually trapped in the obelisk. My prison was a magically created abyss deep in the Duat, and the obelisk was the door your parents used to release me. But yes, all symbols of Egypt are concentrated nodes of magic power. So an obelisk can definitely be used to imprison gods. An idea was nagging at the back of my mind, but I couldn't quite pin it down. Something about my mother, and Cleopatra's Needle, and my father's last promise in the British Museum. I'll put things right. Then I thought back to the Louvre and the comment the magician had made. Bast looked so cross at the moment I was almost afraid to ask, but it was the only way I'd get an answer. The magician said you abandoned your post. What did he mean? Carter frowned. When was this? I told him what had happened after Bast chucked him through the portal. Bast stacked her empty Friskies cans. She didn't look eager to reply. When I was imprisoned, she said at last. I wasn't alone. I was locked inside with a creature of chaos. Is that bad? I asked. Judging from Bast's expression, the answer was yes. Magicians often do this. Lock a god up together with a monster so we have no time to try escaping our prison. For eons I fought this monster. When your parents released me, the monster got out? Bast hesitated a little too long for my taste. No, my enemy couldn't have escaped. She took a deep breath. Your mother's final act of magic sealed that gate. The enemy was still inside. But that's what the magician meant. As far as he was concerned, my post was battling that monster forever. It had the ring of truth, as if she were sharing a painful memory, but it didn't explain the other bit the magician had said. She endangered us all. I was getting up the nerve to ask exactly what the monster had been, when Bass stood up. I should go scout, she said abruptly. I'll be back. We listened to her footsteps echo down the stairwell. She's hiding something, Carter said. Work that out yourself, did you? I asked. He looked away, and immediately I felt bad. I'm sorry, I said. It's just, what are we going to do? Rescue Dad. What else can we do? He picked up his wand and turned it in his fingers. Do you think he really meant to, bring Mom back? I wanted to say yes. More than anything, I wanted to believe that was possible. But I found myself shaking my head. Something about it didn't seem right. Iskandar told me something about Mom, I said. She was a diviner. She could see the future. He said she made him rethink some old ideas. It was my first chance to tell Carter about my conversation with the old magician, so I gave him the details. Carter knit his eyebrows. You think that has something to do with why Mom died? She saw something in the future? I don't know. I tried to think back to when I was 6, but my memory was frustratingly fuzzy. When they took us to England the last time, did she and Dad seem like they were in a hurry? Like they were doing something really important? Definitely. Would you say freeing Bast was really important? I mean, I love her, of course. But worth dying for important? Carter hesitated. Probably not. Well, there you are. I think Dad and Mum were up to something bigger, something they didn't complete. Possibly that's what Dad was after at the British Museum, completing the task, whatever it was, making things right, and this whole business about our family going back 1 billion years to some god-hosting pharaohs. Why didn't anyone tell us? Why didn't Dad? Carter didn't answer for a long time. Maybe Dad was protecting us, he said. The House of Life doesn't trust our family, especially after what Dad and Mom did. Amos said we were raised apart for a reason, so we wouldn't, trigger each other's magic. Bloody awful reason to keep us apart, I muttered. Carter looked at me strangely, and I realized what I'd said might have been construed as a compliment. I just mean they should have been honest, I rushed on. Not that I wanted more time with my annoying brother, of course. He nodded seriously. Of course. We sat listening to the magic hum of the obelisk. I tried to remember the last time Carter and I had simply spent time like this together, talking. Is your, I tapped the side of my head. Your friend being any help? Not much, he admitted. Yours? I shook my head. Carter, are you scared? A little. He dug his wand into the carpet. No, a lot. I looked at the blue book we'd stolen. Pages full of wonderful secrets I couldn't read. What if we can't do it? I don't know, he said. That book about mastering the element of cheese would have been more helpful. Or summoning fruit bats. Please, not the fruit bats. We shared a weary smile, and it felt rather good. But it changed nothing. We were still in serious trouble with no clear plan. Why don't you sleep on it? He suggested. You used a lot of energy today. I'll keep watch until Bast gets back. He actually sounded concerned for me. How cute. I didn't want to sleep. I didn't want to miss anything. But I realized my eyelids were incredibly heavy. All right then, I said. Don't let the bedbugs bite. I lay down to sleep, but my soul, my BA, had other ideas. Chapter 20. I visit the Star-Spangled Goddess. I hadn't realized how unsettling it would be. Carter had explained how his BA left his body while he slept, but having it happen to me was another thing altogether. It was much worse than my vision in the Hall of Ages. There I was, floating in the air as a glowing bird-like spirit, and there was my body below me, fast asleep. Just trying to describe it gives me a headache. My first thought as I gazed down on my sleeping form, God, I look awful. Bad enough looking in a mirror or seeing pictures of myself on my friends' web pages. Seeing myself in person was simply wrong. My hair was a rat's nest. The linen pajamas were not in the least flattering, and the spot on my chin was enormous. My second thought as I examined the strange shimmering form of my BA. This won't do at all. I didn't care if I was invisible to the mortal eye or not. After my bad experience as a kite, I simply refused to go about as a glowing sadie-headed chicken. That's fine for Carter, but I have standards. I could feel the currents of the duet tugging at me, trying to pull my BA to wherever souls go when they have visions, but I wasn't ready. I concentrated hard and imagined my normal appearance. Well, all right, perhaps my appearance as I'd like it to be, a bit better than normal. And voila, my BA morphed into a human form, still see-through and glowing, mind you, but more like a proper ghost. Well, at least that's sorted, I thought, and I allowed the currents to sweep me away. The world melted to black. At first, I was nowhere, just a dark void. Then a young man stepped out of the shadows. "You again," he said. I stammered. Honestly, you know me well enough by now. That's not like me." But this was the boy I'd seen in my Hall of Ages vision, the very handsome boy with the black robes and tousled hair. His dark brown eyes had the most unnerving effect on me, and I was very glad I'd changed out of my glowing chicken outfit. I tried again and managed 3 entire words. "What are you doing here?" he said, gallantly finishing my sentence. "Spirit travel and death are very similar." "Not sure what that means," I said. "Should I be worried?" He tilted his head as if considering the question. "Not this trip. She only wants to talk to you. Go ahead." He waved his hand and a doorway opened in the darkness. I was pulled towards it. "See you again?" I asked, but the boy was gone. I found myself standing in a luxury flat in the middle of the sky. It had no walls, no ceiling, and a see-through floor looking straight down at city lights from the height of an airplane. Clouds drifted below my feet. The air should have been freezing cold and too thin to breathe, but I felt warm and comfortable. Black leather sofas made round a glass coffee table on a blood-red rug. A fire burned in a slate fireplace. Bookshelves and paintings hovered in the air where the walls should have been. A black granite bar stood in the corner, and in the shadows behind it, a woman was making tea. "Hello, my child," she said. She stepped into the light and I gasped. She wore an Egyptian kilt from the waist down. From the waist up, she wore only a bikini top, and her skin was dark blue, covered with stars. I don't mean painted stars. She had the entire cosmos living on her skin. Gleaming constellations, galaxies too bright to look at, glowing nebulae of pink and blue dust. Her features seemed to disappear into the stars that shifted across her face. Her hair was long and as black as midnight. "You're the nut," I said. Then I realized maybe that had come out wrong. "I mean, the sky goddess." The goddess smiled. Her bright white teeth were like a new galaxy bursting into existence. "Nut is fine. And believe me, I've heard all the jokes about my name." She poured a second cup from her teapot. "Let's sit and talk. Care for some salab?" It's not tea?" "No, an Egyptian drink. You've heard of hot chocolate? This is rather like hot vanilla." I would have preferred tea, as I hadn't had a proper cup in ages. But I supposed one didn't turn down a goddess. Yeah, thanks." We sat together on the sofa. To my surprise, my glowing spirity hands had no trouble holding a teacup, and I could drink quite easily. The salab was sweet and tasty, with just a hint of cinnamon and coconut. It warmed me up nicely and filled the air with the smell of vanilla. For the first time in days I felt safe. Then I remembered I was only here in spirit. Nut set down her cup. "I suppose you're wondering why I've brought you here. Where exactly is here? And who's your doorman?" I hoped she'd drop some information about the boy in black, but she only smiled. "I must keep my secrets, dear. I can't have the house of life trying to find me. Let's just say I've built this home with a nice city view." "Is that?" I gestured to her starry blue skin. Are you inside a human host?" "No, dear. The sky itself is my body. This is merely a manifestation." "But I thought gods need a physical host outside the do-it?" "The somewhat easier for me being a spirit of the air. I was one of the few gods who was never imprisoned, because the house of life could never catch me. I'm used to being freeform." Suddenly Nut and the entire apartment flickered. I felt like I would drop through the floor. Then the sofa became stable again. "Please don't do that again," I begged. "My apologies," Nut said. "The point is, each god is different. But all my brethren are free now, all finding places in this modern world of yours." They won't be imprisoned again. The magicians won't like that. No, Nut agreed. That's the first reason you are here. A battle between the gods and the House of Life would serve only chaos. You must make the magicians understand this. They won't listen to me. They think I'm a godling. You are a godling, dear. She touched my hair gently, and I felt Isis stirring within me, struggling to speak using my voice. I'm Sadie Kane, I said. I didn't ask for Isis to hitch a ride. The gods have known your family for generations, Sadie. In the olden days, we worked together for the benefit of Egypt. The magicians said that gods caused the fall of the empire. That is a long and pointless debate, Nut said, and I could hear an edge of anger in her voice. All empires fall. But the idea of Egypt is eternal, the triumph of civilization, the forces of Ma'at overcoming the forces of chaos. That battle is fought generation after generation. Now it's your turn. I know, I said. We have to defeat Set. But is it that simple, Sadie? Set is my son, too. In the old days, he was Ra's strongest lieutenant. He protected the sun god's boat from the serpent Apophis. Now there was evil. Apophis was the embodiment of chaos. He hated creation from the moment the first mountain appeared out of the sea. He hated the gods, mortals, and everything they built. And yet Set fought against him. Set was one of us. Then he turned evil? Nut shrugged. Set has always been Set, for better or worse. But he is still part of our family. It is difficult to lose any member of your family? Is it not? My throat tightened. That's hardly fair. Don't speak to me of fairness, Nut said. For 5,000 years, I have been kept apart from my husband, Geb. I vaguely remembered Carter saying something about this, but it seemed different listening to her now, hearing the pain in her voice. What happened? I asked. Punishment for bearing my children, she said bitterly. I disobeyed Ra's wishes, and so he ordered my own father, Shu. Hang on, I said. Shu, Shu, she said. The god of the wind. Oh, I wished these gods had names that weren't common household objects. Go on, please. Ra ordered my father, Shu, to keep us apart. Forever. I am exiled to the sky, while my beloved, Geb, cannot leave the ground. What happens if you try? Nut closed her eyes and spread her hands. A hole opened where she was sitting, and she fell through the air. Instantly, the clouds below us flickered with lightning. Winds raged across the flat, throwing books off the shelves, ripping away paintings and flinging them into the void. My teacup leaped out of my hand. I grabbed the sofa to avoid getting blown away myself. Below me, lightning struck Nut's form. The wind pushed her violently upward, shooting past me. Then the winds died. Nut settled back onto the couch. She waved her hand and the flat repaired itself. Everything returned to normal. That happens, she said sadly. Oh, she gazed at the city lights far below. It has given me appreciation for my children, even Set. He has done horrible things, yes. It is his nature. But he is still my son, and still one of the gods. He acts his part. Perhaps the way to defeat him is not the way you would imagine. Hints, please? Seek out Thoth. He has found a new home in Memphis. Memphis, Egypt? Nut smiled. Memphis, Tennessee. Although the old bird probably thinks it is Egypt. He so rarely takes his beak out of his books, I doubt he would know the difference. You will find him there. He can advise you. Be wary, though Thoth often asks for favors. He is sometimes hard to predict. Getting used to that, I said. How are we supposed to get there? I am goddess of the sky. I can guarantee you safe travel as far as Memphis. She waved her hand, and a folder appeared in my lap. Inside were 3 plane tickets, Washington to Memphis, first class. I raised my eyebrow. I suppose you get a lot of frequent flyer miles? Something like that, Nut agreed. But as you get closer to Set, you will be beyond my help. And I cannot protect you on the ground. Which reminds me, you need to wake up soon. Set's minion is closing in on your hideout. I sat up straight. How soon? Minutes. Send my spirit back then. I pinched my ghostly arm, which hurt just like it would on my normal arm, but nothing happened. Soon, Sadie, Nut promised. But 2 more things you must know. I had 5 children during the demon days. If your father released all of them, you should consider, where is the 5th? I racked my brain trying to remember the names of all of Nut's 5 children. Bit difficult without my brother, the human Wikipedia, around to keep track of such trivia for me. There was Osiris, the king, and Isis, his queen, Set, the evil god, and Horus, the avenger. But the 5th child of Nut, the one Carter said he could never remember. Then I recalled my vision in the Hall of Ages, Osiris's birthday and the woman in blue who'd helped Isis escape Set. You mean Nephthys, Set's wife? Consider it, Nut said again. And lastly, a favor. She opened her hand and produced an envelope sealed with red wax. If you see Geb, will you give him this? I'd been asked to pass notes before, but never between gods. Honestly, Nut's anguished expression was no different than those of my love-struck friends back at school. I wondered if she'd ever written on her notebook, Geb plus Nut equals true love or Mrs. Geb. Least I can do, I promised. Now about sending me back. Safe travels, Sadie, the goddess said. And Isis, restrain yourself. The spirit of Isis rumbled inside me, as if I'd eaten a bad curry. Wait, I said. What do you mean restrain? Before I could finish, my vision went black. I snapped awake, back in my own body at the Washington Monument. Leave now. Carter and Bass jumped in surprise. They were already awake, packing their things. What's wrong? Carter asked. I told them about my vision while I frantically searched my pockets. Nothing. I checked my magician's bag. Tucked inside with my wand and rod were 3 plane tickets and a sealed envelope. Bast examined the tickets. Excellent. First class serves salmon. But what about Set's minion? I asked. Carter glanced out the window. His eyes widened. Yeah, it's here. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths. We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.